I am very glad to see you on my channel. If you have already seen this video on YouTube, I want to let you know that I made a continuation of this story that you definitely haven't seen, so I advise you to watch it now. Enjoy watching. He had been here for so long that he had already forgotten how he got here. He did not remember his name, and the chair to which he was tied replaced his home. All he knew about himself was that his name was number 87, and he was just one of many test subjects in this laboratory. The elevator doors opened and 87 heard the doctor talking about experiment 2134, which turned out to be unsuccessful because after it no mutations were found in the patient. Men in combat suits came out of the elevator and walked with heavy steps along the tiles, which had blood stains on them. These people walked one after another, heading towards the laboratory in which the experimental subjects were located. One of these fighters reloaded his machine gun and said that after completing this mission they need to prepare to retreat. The rest of the fighters also began to reload their machine guns. When they were reloading, one guy said that he wanted to leave this hellish place. Number 87 couldn't move after being injected with painkillers, but he could hear everything the people around him were saying. There was an IV with different liquids in the room. Near her there was a table for operations and on it lay bloody napkins, a scalpel, scissors and syringes. The doctor approached the test subject and injected an injection into a syringe from a can and said that after this injection, number 87 would fall asleep forever. The doctor filled the IV with the lethal injection and attached the IV tube to the test subject's vein. The injection began to flow through a tube through and IV into the guy's body, and his body began to resist, and his veins began to swell. Soon the guy felt very strong relief in his body. It seemed to him that he was starting to fly into the air, but it was so light that he stopped feeling it. 87 tried to move his fingers, but he couldn't do it well. The guy realized that a large dose of opiates had entered his body. It was one of the drugs that doctors used for medicinal purposes. Suddenly soldiers burst into the room and the doctor and the nurse immediately headed towards the exit to leave the room. Among the soldiers dressed in combat suits, there was one man who differed from them in that he was dressed in an expensive black suit. This man was bald and had black sunglasses on his face. He took off his glasses and walked up to the test subject and started yelling at him. He tried to wake up the guy and get his attention, but 87 didn't move. An assistant stood behind him and held a notebook in her hands. She said that the patient's ECG and EEG were normal. He heard and understood everything. Baldi asked test subject Lee, "Have you ever wondered why you are kept here?" 87 would like to answer something or nod his head, but he could not control his body and therefore lay motionless. The bald man took out a pendant lamp and pointed it at the test subject's face. 87 didn't understand who all these people were and why they came here. The guy couldn't believe what they did to him. His body hurt a lot, and he hoped that these people would save him. But apparently these people were in no hurry to save him and get him out of here. Instead, they pulled documents out of the bag and put them on the table. 87 was able to turn his head and see what they were doing. On the table there was a document with his photo on which it was written that he is a villain and he is wanted Lichin danger level number 1. Baldi studied the personal file of this test subject and said that, judging by the data, he was the most ordinary person who had no criminal record and he worked with me as an ordinary office employee. But this was all only until the moment when superhuman mutations began all over the world. And after that, this guy became interesting to them. 87 understood that because of his abilities, these people stole him and placed him in this hellish place. His abilities were the reason he became a test subject. Baldi said that after receiving superpowers, he frankly didn't care about his powers and he didn't create a social disorder like the rest of the brats did with superpowers. Baldi said that he would not let Lee go because this was even more than a necessity, because the guy was a potential threat to all humanity. He put some documents on the table. Baldi said that he made sure that this guy was included in the list of the most dangerous villains, and put him in first place. Lee didn't understand why he was put in first place on this list of villains because he was absolutely normal and did not harm anyone. Baldi said that he was already fed up with all these unsuccessful experiments on this guy's body. They spent a whole year on research and achieved nothing, and he decided to save time for himself and everyone else. The bald man admitted that he doesn't know what this guy's secret is. He suggested that it could be the superpowers or reflexes that this guy had, and his love for martial arts could also play a big role. Then he looked at him carefully and asked if this guy wanted to work for the USA? Lee had completely stopped understanding what was going on here. He couldn't even imagine how he could be useful to the United States of America. Because he's just an ordinary guy. Baldi said after a year of being here, you were completely left in the dark, accelerating the spread of the mutation about how society was mired in chaos, and all this happened from those people from the list of villains, and he admitted that he wanted to kill the guy but still changed his mind and decided to give him a chance redemption. He offered the guy 2 options. The first one was cooperation with his organization. The second option was death by injection. Lee gathered the strength to control his lips after that he told them they needed to be more sincere for him to agree. The bald man tilted his head towards the guy and asked what he wanted from him. Lee said that he doesn't like being tied up in bed all the time. The bald man listened carefully to the guy and thought about his request. Baldi looked at test subject 87 again to see if he could trust this guy. Lee said that you want him to be untied. After all, the bald one himself said that this guy is very weak and cannot harm anyone. So why don't they unfasten him? Baldi agreed to his request and ordered one of the soldiers to quickly unfasten his belts and free him. The assistant did not agree with such a quick decision of her boss, but her opinion did not interest him, and he replied that he was taking everything under his own responsibility. The bald man ordered the belts to be unfastened immediately so that the guy could feel calm. He stood up and felt very weak in his body. This could be due to the fact that he had not moved for a very long time. His muscles began to atrophy. Lee turned to the assistant who was standing not far from him, and told her to obey her master well and not contradict his instructions. The girl was not ready for this guy to behave so brazenly, and she called him a scumbag. The bald man extended his hand to the guy and asked him if he agreed to join them, because in that case he could rely on their support. I don't guarantee him the life of a normal person. Lee made a leap forward at that moment, and no one expected him to move so sharply. The soldier tried to catch the guy and not allow him to run away, but the guy forgot that his hand was handcuffed to the chair and he couldn't run far because of this. The bald man continued to hold his hand in the same position. On that day, Lee Chin probably acted instinctively, and did not understand anything either, and did not understand what gigantic potential in his strength he had. Then it immediately became clear why he was put in first place, because he was one of the most dangerous mutants among people. Lee tried to get out of the guard's grip and push him away from him. His reflexes, dexterity, coordination of perception, all the capabilities of his body increased to the limit at this very moment. He felt incredible power in his body, and he needed to release it immediately. In his eyes, everything that was happening around him at that moment seemed to be in slow motion. He was like a predator whose animal instincts awoke for the first time, and the power that was inside his body increased to such a level that he was able to break his bones as he wanted and then heal them in a couple of seconds. He was like a Formula One driver who sat down in his racing car and accelerated it to maximum speed for the first time. It was like a rusty mechanism that had just been oiled. All this time the guy didn't know that he had such incredible strength. He could break Nastia with one blow. The guard who stood in front of him in a bulletproof vest. Lee was enjoying every movement he was making now. He had been kept tied to the bed for too long, and he missed these sensations. Lee kicked the soldier, and after this kick the soldier immediately broke his leg. His leg could not withstand such damage. Lee moved so fast that for the rest of those present in this room, time simply stood still. The bald man was still standing and smiling with his hand outstretched. His eyes were not able to react so quickly to the events taking place here. Whether at that moment she gave the final blow to her enemy, after which the soldier would definitely not be able to become. The clock showed that only a few seconds had passed since the guy started beating the soldier. When the soldier fell to the floor, it was as if time had returned to 5 and everyone noticed that the soldier was lying wounded on the ground, but no one even understood how it happened. The bald man was furious with what he had just seen. All this time he was sure that the guy was pumped up with an opiate due to which his mutant abilities should have disappeared. But Lee was a martial arts fan. He often looked for various books about secret techniques and learned martial arts from these books. In the current world, when every person awakens superpower and new unique abilities, Lee Chin was the best among all the other mutants with unique abilities. Because his ability was martial arts, and he was invincible in this, Lee immediately used one of the techniques called Poésie Sure. This technique allowed him to deliver a very strong blow with his fist, after which the opponent was knocked out. And the last blow with which he ended the fight was the Taoyuo technique from Bei Chijuan's technique. It didn't take Li Qing even a second to defeat the secret police. He did it so quickly that they didn't have time to react. After the rest of the fighters saw that the test subject began to resist, they grabbed the weapon and pulled the trigger of the machine gun to start shooting at him. The shots were heard throughout the hospital. The bullet flew into the guy from different directions, but thanks to his good reaction, he managed to dodge all these bullets. Li moved at incredibly fast speed and was able to get behind the soldier, and then began to tear their bodies apart. He killed them very quickly and mercilessly. Blood splashed in all directions and stained the entire room. The guy knocked weapons out of the hands of his opponents, so that they could no longer resist. He grabbed one of these soldiers by the throat and held him in front of him. He possessed such strength that he could allow himself to hold a soldier in front of him with one hand and use him as a human shield. The soldier did not understand what to do because he needed to attack the enemy, but he did not want to kill his comrade. But suddenly the guy threw the soldier's body at his enemy. The soldier got scared and pulled the trigger. He had no choice. He had to shoot his comrade. He was so scared that he fired a whole clip into the soldier's body. The soldier flew into the air. Li waited until the soldier ran out of all the cartridges in his machine gun, and then immediately ran up to him and struck him with a sweep to make his opponent fall. He stabbed him right in the neck with his hand and broke his spine. Li dealt with his opponents so quickly that many soldiers did not even understand where he was now. All they saw were the scattered bodies of killed soldiers. The assistant picked up her pistol and loaded it to shoot. She shouted that she knew something like this could happen. She already wanted to pull the trigger and shoot the guy, but she didn't have time to do it. At the very last moment, Li approached her, delivered a powerful blow with his foot. He knocked out several of this girl's teeth, and she flew to the side. Her gun also flew out of her hands and in the other direction. Li looked at how this girl was lying on the floor covered in blood. He didn't want to get dirty with her blood. Baldi understood that he was the only one left alive here and tried to crawl back to the wall as far as possible from this monster. Li slowly walked closer and closer to him. Li stopped next to him and said that now it was time to ask one question. The bald man was so scared that he could even concentrate. All he did was scream and beg for mercy. Li finally decided to ask his question. He asked where they were now and asked the bald man to tell him who he was. But the bald man didn't want to answer right away. He had completely different plans. He was only thinking about how to kill this monster and stay alive. He saw that on the floor not far from him lay a loaded pistol, which his assistant had dropped. The agent will do a quick somersault to the side in order to pick up the gun from the floor and shoot at the guy. He managed to do this. He picked up the pistol and before pulling the trigger and firing a shot, he shouted the phrase, "Rot in hell, monster!" Li managed to dodge these shots and tried to close the distance with his enemy. He hit him with a very strong kick from the bottom post. The blow was so strong that it broke the agent's ribs, and he began to have internal bleeding and began spitting blood. The agent fell to the floor and could not move. At that moment a gray notebook fell out of his jacket. Li saw how this man spat out blood from his mouth for the last time and then died. He realized that he had killed everyone who was in this room. The guy noticed a notebook that was lying near the agent's corpse and decided to see what was written in this notebook. He came closer to it and picked it up from the floor, after which he began to read everything that was written in it. He saw that the notebook contained a lot of information about the spread of mutations and new subspecies of people. Li learned about people who call themselves prophets. This is an association of 12 individuals with the power of the righteous. They are involved in creating a list of dangerous villains. The list contains villains with the most unpredictable powers that in the future they can use their powers with evil intentions, causing social and economic unrest. In this notebook it was written that the most dangerous of all mutant people was in first place, and was the biggest threat. Li was angry that he was called the most dangerous villain. He believed that the real villains were those people who kept him here for a whole year, and experimented on him. He grabbed himself by the collar of his shirt, and started shouting to the whole room that these people were real scum. He started to get hysterical and couldn't calm down. He kept shouting that these people are scum and human souls are just a toy for them. He knew that there were video cameras in the room through which he was being watched, and he decided to turn to the people who were sitting and watching him. He found one of the video cameras and looked straight into it, after which he shouted that he was getting out of here and they would not see him here anymore. Before leaving here to say goodbye, he looked at the video camera again and said that all the people who mocked him all this time will be punished. He will find them all no matter how they hide and then make them suffer. The man who had been watching the test subject all this time turned to the master and said that mutation number 87 had fully awakened. The scientists turned their heads to the gentleman to hear his opinion about this whole situation. One of the scientists said number 87 did not show any hope and they thought that his mutation would never awaken, but now he has such incredible power. Mr. reassured the scientists, "You said that everything is fine now. This building is located in the middle of the sea," and ordered the cells of the remaining prisoners to be immediately opened. This man was the head of the first-class military program, the foreman of the Central Department. The chief's words scared everyone very much because it was very dangerous to release the rest of the prisoners. But the chief said that in the end they could benefit from prisoner number 87. After all, if he fights with the rest of the prisoners, they will kill each other and destroy all the evidence. The boss was pleased that the most dangerous criminal had finally mutated and he now owned all the details of the evolution of mutants. Lee heard strange sounds in his cell. He turned his head towards the huge iron door and saw that it was starting to move. The door began to open on its own. There was no need to break it down. Lee gave it when it opened completely and tried to understand what was the catch. Why did these people decide to open the camera themselves? When the door opened completely, the guy couldn't believe that the very day had come when he could leave this terrible room. He stood and looked at the long corridor and felt that something terrible was about to happen, so he was in no hurry to leave. The sound of a loud siren appeared in the building and red lights began to burn in the corridors. There were a lot of iron doors in the corridor, and all these doors began to open one by one. Various mutants began to crawl out of the rooms. They all had red eyes and behaved like animals. The mutants began to attack each other. One of them was the first to jump on the guy who was standing next to him and bit him on the shoulder. The mutants acted thoughtlessly. They did not look like people. During the time they were here they had already conducted a huge number of experiments that turned them into real monsters. Lee was in his room all this time, and did not leave it. He watched these mutants kill each other. Blood spattered on his face. It was the blood of one of the mutants who killed right next to him. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand and looked at the monsters that were approaching him. He didn't want to fight these mutants and get his hands dirty, but he understood that he needed to defend himself from them and there was no other choice. One of the monsters jumped right on him. Lee dodged the blow of this monster but decided not to fight it because you were the mutant who was a monster not of his own free will. He was made like this, and he did not want to harm him. The mutant landed not far from the guy and wanted to immediately inflict another blow on him in order to kill him. But Lee turned his head towards this monster and told him to stop it immediately. He knew that the mutant was still capable of thinking like a human. Monster number 86 heard the guy's words and froze for a moment. He tried to understand what was happening now. Lee looked at how all these mutants were fighting among themselves, killing each other. Absolutely for no reason. Only because animal instincts had awakened in them. He could not believe that they wanted to turn him into the same monster. But Lee understood that these scientists made one very fatal mistake. This mistake was that they were very arrogant and self-confident. When they opened the doors and released all these mutants, it seemed to them that Lee would enter the battle. But they could not even imagine that the guy would be able to leave here without even engaging in battle with these scum. Lee asked these monsters to step aside and make way for him because he was not going to kill them. He had much more important business than fighting garbage monsters. He wanted to kill those people who hid them here. He began to strengthen his body and allowed the mutagen that was in his body to improve his physical capabilities. Lee felt his body becoming stronger and stronger every second. He felt a strong surge of energy. The awakening of muscles and hidden strength abnormally changed his features. He looked like a wild predator, like the very embodiment of evil. This is the highest skill in Chinese martial arts that no one has ever achieved. For 2,000 years since the birth of martial arts, no one has been able to achieve such a balance between the mental and physical forces of their body. However, here it is right here and now, during the birth of superhumans. His eyes began to work like the eyes of a predator. His body was as strong as the body of a real tiger. He felt the awakening of animal instincts inside him. His breathing was deep and confident, and he immediately headed like a ferocious tiger towards the crowd of monsters. The warden carefully watched everything that was happening now and thought that even though he is the most powerful mutant, he will not be able to get out of here even if he destroys all the monsters that will be in his way, since this place is protected by the strongest steel in the world. The head of the prison understood that if everything got out of control, then the authorities would be blamed for everything, and information about the unsuccessful experiments on the bodies of these mutants could not be allowed to leak to the media. He did not want conflicts with the U.S. Department of Defense, but at the same time he understood that the U.S. would certainly reward the source of this information. Therefore, it was necessary to get rid of everything as quickly as possible. The warden ordered the guy to start the self-destruction program, and this guy had no other choice. He pulled the lever, and after that the program was activated. The countdown has begun and they have 1 hour left before everything here blows up. This is the location of the United States Navy headquarters, which is located in Alaska. The helicopter landed on the landing pad and from it above the admiral along with 2 soldiers. This man greeted a woman who was approaching the helicopter, accompanied by a security guard. The military man introduced himself and gave his name. He said that his name is Klauser, and he holds the position of advisor to the personnel department. Klauser extended his hand to the girl and greeted him, said that today he would be her military representative. The girl smiled and answered him that she felt free when she was next to the lieutenant, and suggested details in the helicopter. When people entered the helicopter, it immediately took off. The lieutenant felt very awkward when he was next to this girl. His cheeks began to turn red and show his sympathy for her. He said that by order of the president, the troops are transferred to this girl and she has full authority to control the North Ocean prison and complete information of all 320 mutated prisoners. The girl crossed one of her legs over the other and stroked her leg with a gentle movement. Then she looked surprised, as if she did not expect that she would be trusted with the management of the prison. She replied that when they decided on the issue of this mutation, the president hoped to be on the same side with the troops and did not listen to her opinion. This girl was a security advisor and operator of a state of emergency for the President of the United States. The lieutenant took a book out of his bag and handed it to the girl. He asked her forgiveness for her frankness, and said that these mutants have only one outcome: to rot at the bottom of the sea. This man was Lieutenant Klauser, an advisor to the Department of Mutation Research in the United States, representatives of the military force. He handed this book to the girl, but instead the book was taken by her guard. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that she was not stupid to make decisions in the cabinet of ministers to imprison monsters and then not worry about the fact that they could never rebel there. She opened the book that the lieutenant gave her and began to carefully look at everything that was written there. She said that there was no transfer of construction authority. The troops were illegal, and without fear they deprived citizens of their freedom. This is more alarming than the fact that some mutant can breathe fire. Klauser looked this girl straight in the eyes and replied that perhaps now it would be better to worry that information about the list of dangerous villains could leak to the media. The girl looked him in the eyes and replied that she had been given full powers, she could decide for herself what to do. He felt tension between them and asked this girl to calm down because he believed that they were in the same boat, and together they needed to cope with this problem. He said that you can rely on the prophets because their predictions are always correct and help them solve many problems. She told him that military personnel like him would never understand the seriousness of the existence of this list of villains. In the book that the lieutenant gave her, it was written about a man named Iso Daisuke. This man made a scandal around himself that he raped a high school student, but they could not prove it due to the lack of evidence, and the suspect was released. The lieutenant smiled and said that the rapist mentioned in this book was an elite defensive team coach. He is the leader of a martial arts sect that goes out to the largest illegal organization in the entire eastern part of the world. Before the awakening of his mutation, the Royal Police Department formed a special squad to fight him. However, after the awakening of his powers, everything was not at all as he had planned. He killed absolutely all the people who were supposed to neutralize him. The formation of the detachment then did not increase any successes. Lee had already killed a lot of mutants who tried to attack him, and at some point he got out of the ventilation shaft in the hope that finally there would be no monsters in front of him. But 87 was very mistaken, and unfortunately there were a lot of monsters in the prison, and he now fell for one of them. It was the same fighter that the lieutenant was talking about. He was standing right in front of him. His size was gigantic. He said, I accidentally killed everyone here who fortunately remained, and you will be next. The girl thought about the lieutenant's words. She tried to understand how strong this man was. Lieutenant Clauser said that he could not call him a man because he was a real monster, and he was united with a man only by his appearance, and nothing more. He has the ability to regenerate the rebuilding of the epidermis and switch the genes of the epidermis, extraordinary muscle strength and elasticity of the bones of the musculature of the body. Impossible for an ordinary person. Moreover, he is able to quickly eliminate his pain and regenerate lost limbs. Also, in addition to all his physical talents, he is excellent at wielding bladed weapons. The giant wanted to strike the first blow to his enemy, but as soon as he took the first step towards meeting him, the guy disappeared somewhere. Li decided not to waste time. He immediately attacked his opponent and wanted to eliminate him as quickly as possible. For this he dealt him a strong blow to the chest with his fist. The giant felt incredibly strong pain. His eyes turned red and almost fell out of his skull. Li understood that his opponent was very strong and he would have to fight for a long time to defeat him. After all, he was not like other weak mutants. The giant stopped at the other end of the corridor and began to examine her wound. He had a hole in his chest after the blow that Li dealt him, but nevertheless this giant did not die because he had the ability to regenerate. He immediately began to heal his body. He felt how he was healing early. His hands began to change their shape and turn into sharp claws. His fingers no longer looked like a human. He resembled a huge lizard. His skin was covered with red protective bristles that allowed his hands to be stronger. He was very angry that this guy dared to inflict such a strong blow on himself, and he attacked him in order to kill him. Li fought off this guy's attack by dodging it and then kicking him right in the head. For the first time in his life, the giant felt such severe pain. His head seemed to be split into 1,000 small pieces, and he felt this pain. Blood began to appear on his face. He couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the floor and made a loud sound. Li sat down opposite this giant and said, "Let me tell you one thing, pervert. No matter how strong your body is, the location of the left kidney in the system of 8 wonderful meridians you cannot change." Lieutenant Clauser said that this giant is able to survive even after his body has absorbed hundreds of bullets from a machine gun. It is almost impossible to kill him. The giant turned his head to the side and tried to put it back in place after the blow. He still couldn't come to his senses. Li jumped back when he saw what this giant was capable of, and the superpower of this monster began to scare him. The giant began to regenerate his body and his skin began to become covered with scales that protected his body. He looked like a huge lizard that covered its body with protective scales. Its teeth turned into sharp fangs and its gaze became predatory. The lieutenant admitted that the most incomprehensible ability that can be transmitted is a generative infection of DNA replication through the fluid of his body. The infectious person in this case loses his awareness of personality. He becomes a servant obeying his will without hesitation. If you give him free rein, he will immediately make an army of his subordinates out of all people, as if they were their own kind. Such slaves will be ideal fighters because they will not be afraid of absolutely anything and weapons will not kill them. With such words, further evolution is possible. The giant began to gradually turn into a bloodthirsty monster. His fingers turned into full-fledged sharp claws. His body was completely covered with protective scales. As the horns began to appear, he already resembled a demon in the flesh. This man no longer looked like a human. Li was not afraid to fight this monster even though he could be several times stronger than him. The guy still felt the courage and strength of a tiger in himself. He mastered combat techniques and knew how to fight against enemies who were much stronger than him. The giant gradually began to turn into a giant monster resembling a dragon. Sharp bones appeared on his back. His face resembled the face of a dragon. His body no longer looked like a human. He opened his predatory mouth and immediately attacked the guy in order to eat him. But Li knew how to resist such a big monster. He immediately grabbed it by the upper part of its mouth, and with his second hand tried to find a moment to block the lower part of its mouth. When he finally managed to do this, he began to tear this monster's mouth apart. Li began to suspect that this guy had the ability of immortality. But even despite this, she tried to fight him and used one of her techniques that allowed him to cut through the enemy's body with one blow. He pierced the body of his enemy right through and made a hole inside his body with one blow of his fist. The guy wanted to kill this monster once and for all. He stuck his hand so deep into its body that it was difficult for him to pull it back. But when he did, the monster was already lying dead and bleeding. Lee felt a very strange sensation on his hand. He looked at it, and saw that it was all stained with blood. But the problem was not the blood. Along with the blood of this monster, parasites appeared on his hand, which began to spread over his hand. These parasites could infect the guy. He experienced a disgusting sensation from the fact that this parasite was moving in his hand and immediately threw it to the side and hit the wall. He crashed into a wall and scattered into hundreds of small parasites. The guy thought that this parasite needed to be killed in a cleaner way. The lieutenant began to get nervous and constantly hit his briefcase with his fingers. He said that if it weren't for his pathetic and greedy exaggeration seeking to pollute water resources in order to inform everyone on their side of the fortress, they would not have been able to catch him before his full evolution. The girl asked what complete evolution means, and the lieutenant replied that in accordance with their plan, the demon kings in their final form will be equal in strength to the strongest of the 10 villains from this list. So one such king will be able to withstand an entire army. She looked down and saw that the north in front of her was the North Ocean prison and thought that the list of villains was unlikely to be the same as she had imagined it. The helicopter was already approaching its destination and was preparing to land. The Emer department, which was located on the Northern Ocean, was already waiting for a new manager to come to them. At the bottom of the ocean there was a center for the study of the human body. This center had an elevator that allowed people from the department to go to the lower floors underground. At the bottom there was a North Ocean prison where all the mutants were kept. There was a whole squad of special agents who were supposed to prevent chaos in the prison. Among them there was one giant fighter. He was the first general and his name was Diego. They had already gone down the elevator very deep underground and were not at a distance 2,600 m. In this place the monsters continued to kill each other in order to eat the brain. When the elevator descended at a distance of 36,000 m underground, the situation between the monsters was completely different. They were more intelligent here. One of these mutants even drank coffee. Lee found an elevator shaft near one of the corridors. He came as close as possible and looked at where this shaft led. He realized that he needed to go up. The height of this tunnel was gigantic, and when he raised his head up, he realized that he had a very difficult path ahead of him to climb the mountain. He still didn't understand what kind of place this was in which he kept all these mutants. After all, if there were such large tunnels here, it meant it was very difficult to get out. He couldn't believe that someone had the idea to make such a place to keep people here. Lee climbed out of this shaft and sat on the floor near the elevator doors. He examined his hand and tried to understand what was happening to him. He experienced strange sensations in his hand after touching the parasite. He felt that he was getting stronger, but he understood that this was just a side effect. Lee felt severe pain in his head and fell to the floor. He did not understand what these freaks had done to his body. Lee got up, didn't understand that he needed to move on. He couldn't stay in one place for a long time. He looked around him and all he saw was a bunch of dead mutants lying in the corridor. He heard strange sounds not far from him, and realized that there was another living creature here. Lee knew where this creature was. He turned his head and said that he could hear its heartbeat because it was very loud and asked to get out of here now. The head of this mutant appeared from around the corner, and a child's voice asked for forgiveness for his presence. He did not want conflicts. Lee was very surprised when he heard a child's voice here. He did not expect that in this corridor there could be an intelligent mutant, and also a child. He decided to go to the wall and take a better look at this mutant. A little girl was sitting near the corpse of a nurse. She was hiding behind this corpse. The guy decided to ask her who she was and asked if she was integrated here. Lee saw her and felt creepy. He didn't expect to see such a monster. Before him was a real mutant. It was a girl with green hair. Her ears resembled gills like a fish. Her hands looked like the hands of a lizard. This girl apologized to him and said that her name was Anna. She said that Anna was not a monster. Anna was here just to see the doctor. Lee asked her who the hell is she and why she doesn't look human at all. Anna cried and asked not to hurt her because she just wanted to go home. Lee asked her to stop crying and asked if she knew how to get out of here. The girl again apologized to him and asked him not to hurt her. He calmed her down and said that he was not going to hurt her and rolled his eyes upward. After that he realized that he needed to move on. He continued down the long corridor. Don't pay attention to the girl. Lee walked along the corridors and saw various strange things. In one of the capsules there was a human hand separated from the body. Various documents were scattered on the floor. There were syringes and bloody napkins on the tables. He could not calmly continue to walk along the corridor because he felt that there was always someone behind him, as if someone was chasing him. When he turned his head, the same girl stood in front of him. She had been following him all this time. Anna was frightened by the stern look of this guy and decided to hide behind the wall. Then she apologized to him again for watching all this time. Lee realized that this girl was not a threat to him, and calmed down. He asked the girl what illness she had in order to find out what was happening to her, but she could not answer him right away. Lee thought that she had a very strange symptom. After all, she had the head of a fish, her hands were like those of a lizard, and she looked like a little girl. But Anna began to wave her hands and shout that everything was completely wrong. She said that Angela told her that a chromosomal mutation leads to infection with fever. She must get a radioactive circuit board to kill the cells of the monsters in the body. Lee told the girl that she shouldn't trust this Angela because apparently it was she who made a monster out of her. But Anna at that moment began to panic and shouted that this was not true. Angela told her that she would make a special vaccine to cure Anna. Lee at some point reached the end of the corridor, and there was no way out, so he decided to go back. Anna followed him all this time. He tried to find at least some kind of staircase, and there was nothing nearby that even looked like a staircase. He became interested in what would happen if a fire started, how people would be able to leave the building. Lee again saw the corpse of a dead nurse who was lying near the wall, and asked Anna if she knew this woman. Perhaps it was the same Angela. Anna began to cry and snot began to flow out of her mouth. Anna said that if Angela hated her she would still be alive. She admitted that if a guy wants to get out of here, he can be helped in this by a good man whom Anna knows. But he is in the video surveillance room. Lee laughed when he heard that there could be good people in this prison, and he asked the girl if she knew why many people in this prison turn into monsters. He pointed his finger at one of the killed monsters and asked her to look at him and see if she knew why he became like this. The girl saw this monster and called him a giant. Such monsters usually scared her. The girl said that Angela told her that all these monsters are infected in order to be cannibals. They can harm others. Therefore, they had to be interned, that is, deprived of their freedom. Lee was very surprised when he heard such a theory about these monsters from the girl. He put his hands forward and cracked his fingers. He came up with a plan on how to escape from here, but realized that he might be seized by a cramp and therefore decided to first warm up a little before turning his idea into reality. Lee wanted to climb up the elevator tunnel. He made a jump and caught on one of the pipes that were in this tunnel. The guy felt that he would have to climb up for a very long time in order to finally get out of this terrible place. He began to grab onto the pipes that were on the walls and tried to climb up. Suddenly, one of the wooden beams that he was climbing began to crack and he felt that he might fall. He understood that if he fell down here, his strong body would not withstand such a fall and he would most likely die. But the guy promised himself that he would get out of here at any cost. And this inspired him to climb further up. Before leaving this place I remembered that the girl had been standing in the elevator door all this time. The girl sat and looked at him with a pitiful look. She showed with all her appearance that she wanted to go with him. Anna really wanted to get out of here and was afraid that if this guy left now and left her alone here, then she would again be left to the mercy of fate. Lee extended his hand to her and said that she could come with him. He would help her get out of here. The only rule he asked her to follow was to never cry again because her crying was starting to irritate him. She hung on his back and said that she would never cry again. He felt his pulse and understood that his pulse was very calm. His body was filled with energy thanks to the mutation. And despite the fact that he had already climbed several floors up the mountain, his body still did not get tired. Suddenly there was a very loud sound in the elevator shaft. It was the sound of a gun being fired. On one of the floors of this prison there was a crazy prisoner. He held a doctor hostage and used him as a human shield. The soldiers pointed their weapons at him and could not shoot. It was test subject number 337. He had iron spikes sticking out of his head. The doctor who was his hostage was screaming and begging for mercy. But the test subject was holding a sharp glass in his hand which was pressed to the doctor's throat. The general was the last to exit the elevator and carefully analyze the entire situation that was now happening on the floor. It was the General Diego. He was a Marine and the captain of a platoon of diving killers of first-generation gene-enhanced soldiers. He embodied the soldier's plan. The king had a lot of energy, a reduced sense of pain. An ideal soldier. He ordered the soldiers to switch to other targets. Lee continued to climb up the elevator shaft. He decided to ask Anna how long she had been here, and the girl told him that she had been in this prison for 273 days. Angela told her that in fact her life would only last 3 months. The vaccine containing the monster gene saved Anna's life, so that every day while she is alive she will remember every moment. Lee replied that this was very good news. He thought that the memory of a fish brain lasts only 3 seconds. The girl was offended by him and said that he was very annoying, and if he continued to joke like that then she would get angry. After the vaccine was created, Anna could go home, go to school, go to the pool, to the dance club and to the cinema. She asked her brother if he liked going to the cinema. Lee asked her again what she called him, and the girl replied that she called him Big Brother because he defeated Lucifer, and that's why she calls him Big Brother. Lee was surprised when he found out that this loser's nickname was Lucifer. Then he told her that he was not a giant at all and should not be called brother or cousin. Anna made a dissatisfied expression on her face and began to make faces at Lee. Whether that she was making fun of him, the girl said that she didn't do anything. It just seemed to him. Together they raised their heads up and saw something very strange. They saw something that they didn't expect to see right now. There was an elevator above them and they were still able to find it. The guy immediately began to climb up as quickly as possible to get to it. They heard shots from machine guns. The sound came from the floor on which the elevator was parked. Lee began to climb up even faster in order to get into this elevator, but she acted very carefully so as not to be noticed. The prisoner was holding a hostage all this time and shouted that the soldiers should not move. If they came closer he would kill the hostage. The general replied that the soldiers could go and deal with other criminals. The soldier replied that he would not carry out his order and ordered all the other soldiers to move further along the corridor. The soldiers began to run down the corridor in search of new prisoners. The very first agent in their ranks who was armed with a pistol and a shield. They came across a group of mutated criminals who were holding a doctor hostage. One of the mutants said that if they came closer then they would kill this doctor. The doctor himself simply asked to be saved. The commander ordered to attack targets to kill and leave no one alive. They shot directly at the doctor's head, killing him immediately so that he would not interfere with them performing their operation. They started shooting and killed everyone who stood in front of them. They shot at the mutants, piercing their bodies with hundreds of bullets. They had an order to act radically and kill everyone they meet. Not a single monster should survive after this raid. A bloodbath began in the prison corridor. Monsters fell one after another. Shots provoked smoke that appeared in the corridors. The mutants, one after another, could not withstand such pressure. Bullets pierced their bodies and they died. Some mutants were more courageous and tried to resist this hail of bullets. But they still could not break through such an attack. After what powerful attack few were able to survive. General Diego stood directly opposite the prisoner who was holding the hostage with his hands. This prisoner warned the general that if he approached then the hostage would be killed immediately. Number 337 ordered the general to throw his pistol on the floor. But the general was not afraid of this prisoner. He seemed to him just an ordinary toy with which he could warm up. And after that, he took out his syringe, which contained mercury, and he decided to try his experiment number 011. His glasses allowed him to analyze the entire situation. The super-strength mercury battle serum 1 was in his syringe dramatically increases reflex sensitivity and neuron speed. No side effects were detected. He injected himself with this serum and felt a very strange pain in his hands. But this was only the entry powder before the serum began to act. He injected it into his neck. Then he pulled the syringe out of his neck and began to feel this substance begin to spread throughout his body. Number 337 was surprised that this man decided to inject some strange substance into his neck instead of resisting. He saw a pistol lying on the floor and immediately decided that he needed to immediately pick it up for self-defense. He understood that the general had given him this pistol to make the fight more interesting. After the gun stopped near the feet of this prisoner, the general told him to pick it up. Number 337 released the hostage and immediately jumped for the gun. When he picks up the gun from the floor, the general immediately took his gun out of his holster. They began a firefight, firing their entire clips at each other, each of them though staying alive, so they were very radical in their attacks. The smoke cleared and number 337 did not understand where his opponent had gone. He had just been standing in front of him, but now he is nowhere to be found. He lowered his head and saw that bullet casings were lying on the floor, but they were broken and dented, as if they had collided with something impenetrable. He fell to the floor and didn't know what to do. He didn't understand how he could continue to fight this soldier because he was impenetrable. He resembled a huge rock that you couldn't pass through. The general still has one bullet in his pistol, and he can fire it at his head right now and not waste time. Number 337 started laughing like a psychopath and brought the gun to his head. He understood that there was no point in fighting anymore. He would be killed anyway, so he decided to kill himself. At this moment, the soldiers returned back to the boss and informed him that the job was done and all the mutants on this floor had been neutralized. The general said that so that the soldiers did not waste time simply because they only had 30 minutes. If they do not want to die along with these monsters, they need to hurry up before the messengers are here. They must destroy all the finished results associated with any experiments. He heard a strange sound and immediately drew attention to it. He did not understand where this sound was coming from, but his new locator suggested that besides them there were some other creatures on this floor. He turned his head towards the elevator and tried to understand where this strange sound was coming from. Then he turned his attention to the floor and realized that there really was someone here, but he was not in the elevator next to the elevator. Lee at that moment asked Anna to behave calmly, and in a few minutes they should have already found a way to get on this elevator to escape from here. Anna said that she would behave well. The general heard their dialogue and fired a shot. The bullet flew right near Lee's face and wounded his cheek. He looked up and saw a bullet hole that had just pierced the bottom of the elevator. Lee felt Anna's small paws no longer holding on to his body, and she began to fall. He turned his head back and saw that the girl was wounded by a bullet directly in the head, and because of this she began to fall down into the abyss of an endless tunnel. Lee didn't have time to grab her to save her. She fell very quickly and he was simply not ready for it. In a few seconds the girl fell so deep into this elevator shaft that she disappeared from sight. The general stood near the elevator and looked into the hole left by the bullet. He asked the mutant who was in the elevator shaft whether he was going to get out of there or would he sit there all his life. Lee is pleasantly angry because this man killed the innocent Anna, broke the bottom of the elevator with one blow, and got out there. He was so angry that he couldn't control his emotions. He had tears in his eyes because they had just killed an innocent girl whom he wanted to save, and now he wanted to avenge Anna and beat the crap out of this man. Lee wanted to take out all his anger on him. He began to inflict hundreds of quick blows on him with his fists and feet, destroying the body of this soldier. The general felt that his armor could not withstand such attacks. It was starting to break down. His suit had already stopped working. The pain he was experiencing was incredibly strong. Lee continued to throw hundreds of fast strikes that were impossible to dodge. He wanted to make this man suffer. He broke his bones with his blows. The general felt that with every blow a new bone was breaking. His suit began to tear and blood began to splash out of his body. He tightly clenched his fist from which blood was dripping and realized that he needed to finally calm down. After all, if this person continues to exist, then he will die immediately. Ali wanted to make him suffer. He stood directly opposite him and tried to catch his breath a little. The general was sitting on the floor and could not do anything. His bones were broken. Lee walked up to him and grabbed his shirt collar with his hands, then pulled him towards himself, and wanted to look straight into his eyes. But instead of eyes he had cameras. Lee lifted this guy up and looked straight into his camera. Through the camera he conveyed to the rest of the soldiers that he was coming to them all, and then he would kill them. They would die a long and painful death. The warden became very scared after he heard the words of this abnormal mutant. He understood that even the best fighters were not ready to cope with him. Lee once again looked into the camera and said that he would kill absolutely everyone who is involved in what is happening here. He will kill everyone who made these people suffer and turn them into mutants, and these people will die a terrible death. Lee saw that soldiers were starting to approach him from the other part of the corridor, and at that moment he remembered one saying that says that a long time ago Buddha stood next to the lake of the Golden Lotus looking down at hell under the Santu River. Lee felt incredible anger inside him. He could not suppress this anger, and allowed it to fill his body. Lee felt some kind of anger, gave him new strength and summoned an incredible beast. his body began to transform and become stronger. He felt that the mutagen in his body was beginning to mutate, making his muscles 10 times larger. He let anger into himself, thereby allowing the demon inside him to absorb his body. Number 87 still did not understand what his body was capable of, and was surprised every time when mutations changed the shape of his body and gave him new powers. Lee saw a crowd of soldiers standing at the other end of the corridor, and waited until they all gathered together in one place. The soldiers lined up in one group. In front of them stood a special agent with a shield. Everyone else prepared their machine guns to start shooting at the monster. Lee pushed off the ground with his foot, made a huge dent in the floor, and jumped straight towards them. He was ready to kill all these soldiers alone and make them suffer because he couldn't ask them to kill the innocent Anna. The size of the guy's body increased several times. He now looked like a giant who could crush a man with one foot. Despite the fact that his body was very large, he still moved very quickly and deftly, and in a couple of seconds was able to close the distance between himself and the soldiers. When they saw that he was already very close, there was fear in their eyes. They understood that the end had come for them and they would not be able to defeat this monster. His rage was boundless. He brutally destroyed all these soldiers, tearing off their arms and legs. He tore off their heads, forced them to experience hellish pain before death. They even understood what was happening to them. All they saw was the torn-off limbs of their brothers, and immediately after they noticed this they felt that this monster was tearing off body parts from them. Their blood was everywhere and stained the corridors. Lee killed almost the entire squad of soldiers and stood on their bodies. When the smoke began to disappear, the soldiers saw a large and angry mutant standing in front of them. Lee saw that 2 whole soldiers were standing in front of him and still continued to resist. They stood at a distance of 3 m from him and tried to kill him with bullets. Lee easily dodged these bullets. He just moved to the side and they couldn't hit him. Lee swung his hand and tried to crush these people. He stomped the head of one of the soldiers into the floor and broke his skull. The second soldier hit his head so hard on the floor that a dent appeared in the floor. The soldiers who were still alive surrounded the guy from different sides. They started shooting at him with their machine guns, spending their entire clip on him. Lee dodged all these bullets and inflicted counterattacks on his enemies, after which they immediately died. He killed everyone who got in his way. A thirst for blood awoke in him, and he could not stop it. He began to like killing these cruel scum. He ran to the far side of the corridor to the rest of the soldiers. He very quickly closed the distance with them and was preparing to strike them with the next blow. He was like a train that was rushing towards them and from which it was impossible to escape. The last thing they saw before death was the cruel look of this monster. They were so scared that they even forgot to pull the trigger of their machine gun to shoot him. He was the real demon of everyone for their sins. This face was impossible to forget. This was the last thing they saw before their death. He ran along the corridor, leaving behind only a mountain of corpses. Everyone who came across him on the way were dead. He did not leave anyone alive. His hands began to burn with a purple flame every time he killed someone, and after the death of his enemies, his hands began to burn even more and the effect intensified. Along the perimeter of the corridor lay the dead bodies of killed soldiers and were bleeding. Some of these soldiers were still alive, but they could not escape anywhere because their limbs were torn off. Some soldiers still tried to escape, but it was useless. Someone decided not to wait for his death, and simply injected a lethal dose of poison into his neck that instantly killed him in order not to allow this monster to destroy them, and not to force himself to suffer. Lee's body stopped emitting purple flames, but his body was still smoking after he tried to calm down. The surveillance department was shocked by what they had just seen through their cameras. They were not prepared for the fact that this mutant was so powerful. They began to panic and scream. Everyone who saw this atrocity was shocked by what was happening here now. The warden no longer looked so confident in himself and ran to the control panel to press the red button. One of the scientists tried to stop him, realizing that this was not a way out of the situation. A knife in the red button would not work, but the head of the prison simply pushed the scientist away from him. But the head of the prison pulled pistols from his holster and pointed them straight at the scientist. He was so intimidated that he was ready to kill everyone who stood in his way just to avoid falling into the hands of this monster. He fired a shot, and the bullet casings fell to the floor. The warden broke the protective glass and pressed the red button. Blood was spilled all over the table. The scientist was lying right next to the red button, with a bullet hole in his chest, blood from his body flowing all over the table. The timers responsible for the explosion were 24 minutes and 30 seconds. This time was quite enough to leave the prison territory. But after that, the head of the prison pressed the red button. The time on the timer changed. Now there are 3 minutes left before everything here explodes. The soldier approached the wall on which the timer was shown and was surprised when he saw that they only had 3 minutes left. He realized that something terrible was happening and they definitely would not get out of here. Besides the timer, they still had a lot of monsters on the floor that were still alive, and it's unlikely that these monsters would have let these people out of here alive. Lee continued to fight with everyone who got in his way, and at some point he met a pumped-up soldier in front of him who was ready to fight him. This thug immediately received a strong blow to his jaw with his fist, but he was able to hit back and hit something in the face. Gonta had been doing something wrong all his life. Only one day in his life when he saw a spider crawling under his feet, pity suddenly arose in his heart. He ignored the spider and let it go. He has a photograph on his desk that shows him as a nurse and that same Anna, looking like a young family. He picked up this photograph and could not take his eyes off it. At that moment in the observation room on the screen he could see a mutant fighting with a strong soldier. The scientist looked at the photograph all this time and could not take his eyes off. He understood that he might die soon, and this photograph gave him hope for something better. Tears flowed from his eyes and blood flowed from his mouth. Lee was still able to defeat his opponent and threw the guy into the wall. When the big guy fell, he broke the stone floor. After the throw, the guy froze in one position. He tried to see his opponent and understand whether he would continue to fight him. This soldier was also a mutant. That's why he could fight Lee on equal terms. After he fell, usually many people do not survive. But this guy was very strong. He was able to get up and rush into battle again. The scientist watched this battle through the TV screen which broadcast everything that happened on this floor in this human world. In his only time when he behaved kindly to himself, he realized that every creature in this world is innocent. The scientist began typing a command on the computer with bloody fingers. Ostas has very little time before everything here goes up in flames, and there were warnings on the TV screen that there would soon be an explosion. He received an alert that said a warning. A remote bomb has entered the range of action. Please leave the range of action. The bomb is 20 m away from you, already 10 m. Then it came even closer and reached 5 m. A survey appeared on the screen in which you could choose to activate bomb or not. He pressed the enter button on the keyboard and confirmed the action. Lee saw that the elevator doors opened and a very bright light appeared. He was not immediately able to figure out what kind of light it was. The bomb was activated and there was an explosion that Lee did not expect, and all he managed to do was cover his face with his hands. The explosion that occurred in the prison was very strong, but nevertheless Lee was able to survive. A huge hole appeared in the wall after the explosion. Lee remembered the teachings of the Buddha which say Gonta looked at the web of the silver spider falling from the sky. He knew that by following this path he would definitely get rid of pain. And he rushed, clutching the teaching thread. It didn't matter to him how far hell was from heaven. He climbed up non-stop. As Lee climbed up the iron cable, he saw the ghostly silhouette of Buddha before his eyes. The rest of the mutants also wanted to get out of this prison through holes in the walls. They saw that Lee was climbing a cable up the elevator's shaft, and decided to repeat this action after him in order to get out of prison. But they could not calmly climb up the rope because the other mutants prevented each other from doing this. They had to climb over each other's heads in order to escape. The most powerful mutants were the smartest and were able to climb up walls and were independent of other mutants. But suddenly one of the mutants, in the form of something very terrible, realized that now there would be another disaster. After the explosion, there was a huge hole in the elevator shaft that allowed water from the ocean to pass through. This water began to flood the prison tunnels. All the mutants who tried to climb up through the elevator shaft were washed away by water and fell into the deep mines. Lee continued to climb up, reciting the story of Gonta like a mantra that said that he continued to climb into purgatory as if he were deaf, as if he did not hear the terrible screams, not noticing the icy water falling right on him. Lee did not want to give up and continued to climb up, and even the water could not stop him. But the situation became worse every minute because the tunnel shafts began to not withstand such a large water pressure, and the walls began to crack. The water created a very strong pressure on the walls, so they began to break and even more water began to flow into the mine. Suddenly the cable broke and the elevator shaft became a trap for everyone in it. Li began to fall into the depths of this mine, and huge stones and tons of water flew after him. Li remembered the moments of his childhood when he stood next to his grandfather, and his grandfather told him about Gonta. Li asked his grandfather if Gonta managed to escape at the end of the story. The grandfather thought about his grandson's question and said that it was difficult for him to answer this question. Grandfather admitted that he did not have the patience to listen to Fang Zhang's story to the end, and therefore he does not know what happened at the end of this story. He knelt down to be closer to his grandson and said to Li Qin, "Listen, the more knowledgeable you are in martial arts, the easier it will be for you to cope in various extreme situations." Grandfather said that when he was young, he joined the unit and learned many martial arts unknown to him before. And while Li Qin was still a child, he had poor health. Grandfather decided to teach him fighting skills so that the boy would grow up healthy and strong. However, until today he was very worried that the boy would not be able to inherit the formal style of the arts. The grandfather told the boy that he needed to grow up and wait until he came of age, and then his character would finally harden and he would need to learn to control himself in order not to cause big problems, and be able to cope with them. Li was still just a child back then and didn't understand what his grandfather was talking about. But the old man at that moment no longer wanted to explain anything to the child and instead decided to show one of the martial arts techniques. He put his hands shoulder-width apart and opened his palms to gather the energy of the sun into them. His body began to absorb magical solar energy, and his palms began to glow with a bright light. When he accumulated enough energy to make a sunbeam, he splashed this energy from his palms. Li covered his face with his hands so that this bright fiery ray would not blind him. Grandfather wanted to show in practice what studying martial arts could give him. The boy was shocked that his grandfather could do such cool things. He couldn't even believe that this was all true and that the most ordinary person could learn this. The grandfather, very serious, began to talk to his grandson and told him, "Li Qin, if one day you are across the pond in purgatory just like me, I hope that you can maintain your honest nature by understanding Zhiwu Zong Liang bushes made from your own mind. Probably you will calmly understand everything the essence of martial arts." Li flew down the elevator shaft, followed by huge stones, and the shaft was flooded. There was real chaos happening around and it seemed that it was impossible to be calm in this situation. But Li was able to do it, and felt absolutely calm. He remembered the martial arts technique that his grandfather showed him as a child and decided to use it right now in order to escape. Li began to accumulate the energy of the sun in his hands in order to make a powerful burst of this energy. He managed to do it, release solar energy from his palms and clear his path of water. But this military equipment had electrical energy in it, so his body began to receive an electric shock after the electrical energy came into contact with the water. Li endured this pain and was able to clear the way for himself. Now all he had to do was get out of here. He had to cling to something to rise up, but there was nothing around him and nothing that could help him except flying stones. He jumped onto one of these stones and after that he realized that they could be used as flying islands. He pushed off from one of these stones and jumped up. Li used these stones as steps to jump on and climb up. For several minutes he tried to climb up in this way, jumping from stone to stone, and at some point he saw that there was a hatch at the top. This hatch was the exit from this mine. If it is open then he will finally be able to get out to freedom. Subject number 87. Li Qin felt a new surge of strength in his body when he saw that freedom was so close. Meanwhile, in the ocean area near the department and Aimer, the waves in the ocean began to become larger and larger. People did not understand what this was connected with, because the ocean was supposed to be calm today, but the waves reached such sizes that they could sink entire ships. Something began to happen in the ocean. A very strange ocean divided into two halves, as if Moses parted the waves. In the center of the ocean stood a man with amazing magical abilities and, thanks to his superpowers, could hold a large submarine in the air. This man was dripping with water. He was dressed like an ordinary civilian in orange sneakers and ordinary pants. This guy looked like an ordinary person. His name was Pigo. He had a purple toy in the shape of a bunny in his pocket. Pigo said that it was becoming difficult for him to hold this boat. Next to him stood another guy with blonde hair and a yellow cape. He thanked Pigo for his efforts and for helping him. This guy is called Rorschach. He had a yellow metal glove on his right hand thanks to which he could release a very strong laser that can cut anything. Rorschach was serious about destroying the submarine that was now hanging in the air. He released a laser from his glove and pointed it straight at the submarine. He decided to cut the hull of a submarine into two halves using a laser beam. 1 minute was enough for him to cut a giant submarine made of strong metals with a laser beam. The submarine once broke into two halves and fell to the ground. Pigo concentrated all his magical energy on the sailors who were in this submarine. Thanks to his superpowers, he lifted them into the air. Pigo pulled the prison warden out of the submarine and pulled him towards him so that they had the opportunity to talk with him. Rorschach approached the warden and wanted to have a serious conversation with him. The warden begged these two guys not to kill him. He said that he would tell everything he knew if they left him alive. Rorschach pointed his iron glove at the prison warden and activated his lightning strike superpower. After that, he asked the warden where is the number one villain. But before the boss had time to answer this question, a very strange sound sounded behind them, and they all paid attention to it. From a bunker that was located at the bottom of the ocean, a guy flew out and broke through the iron hatch that closed this bunker. Lee kicked out the iron hatch, after which his leg was broken and blood was flowing out of it. He tried to maneuver through the movements of his hands and land carefully. He managed to do it and landed on the ground. But after his landing, the guy felt that his leg was broken and it hurt a lot. He was already very tired and exhausted after everything that happened to him. These three people turned their attention to the guy who had just gotten out of the most secure prison in the whole world and immediately assumed that he was the number one villain. Lee ignored the pain he felt from his broken leg and began to walk forward. He slowly walked forward, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Lee walked past Rorschach and Pigot, and didn't even notice them because his mind was now occupied with something completely different. He wanted to take revenge on the warden for everything that he did to him and the people who were in this prison. The warden took out his gun and started shooting at the guy. Rorschach doesn't understand what's going on here and was just watching everything from the side. He needed to figure out what was going on between these guys. The prison warden fired his pistol straight at Li Chen's head, but Li was so confident in himself that he was able to catch with his teeth what was flying at him. The warden screamed like a frightened child and at that moment realized that any resistance against this monster would be useless and impossible to defeat. Li hit the warden square in the head with his head and broke his skull. Li watched the prison warden fall to the ground and die. He had to fulfill the promises he made to himself and personally make sure that this scumbag was dead. After he left to kill this bastard, he fell to the ground and decided to rest a little. Pigo and Rorschach were shocked when they saw what happened here. They could not even think that the number one villain would be so strong and cool. Rorschach decided to take this moment and invite villain number one to join the other villains because they were his allies and could help him if he agreed to help them. After 1 hour, a helicopter arrived with a new command that should be responsible for the underwater prison with mutants. When the lieutenant and the lady looked down from the helicopter, they were shocked by what was happening here. They did not understand where the Emer military base had disappeared. There was a real whirlpool in the water and the water flooded absolutely the entire military base that used to be here. A round iron machine with red lanterns appeared from the water. This machine was trying to photograph everything that was happening on the surface. After she took a few pictures and realized what was happening on the surface, the car dived underwater again. Long iron tentacles began to appear from the robot. There were many such robots in the water and they looked like octopuses. Their tentacles had built-in laser blasters that they could shoot. Octopus robots searched underwater for important weapon components that were located at a flooded military base. There was a big, loud explosion in the water. From the depths of the sea, a girl appeared from a body with large tentacles sticking out with huge laser guns. She was half human and half robot. She could breathe underwater thanks to a special mask. This girl was looking for something here but couldn't find it. She used a voice command and asked the octopus robot to repeat the recording it made on the surface of the water. Holographic pictures began to appear before her eyes, showing her all the pictures that the robotic octopuses managed to capture. Thanks to the photographs that her robot managed to take, she saw what was happening here exactly an hour ago. The girl called using her gadget to report everything to her boss and told him, "Father, I'm late. Our goal has already been saved. It was done by Pigo and a high school student who ruined our plan." The girl apologized to her father for being late and not being able to find out who this number one villain was. After that, she talked about how officials from the states had arrived here and asked if she needed to kill them. Her father gave her clear instructions on what she needed to do and then stopped contact. She found the very tunnel from which villain number one escaped. She ordered her robots to be the first to climb into this tunnel and find out if there were any other living creatures there. The robots began to carry out the orders of their mistress and took turns climbing into this tunnel. They went lower and lower into the mine in order to find at least some signs of life or information about villain number 1. At the bottom of the tunnel, Anna's head flashed among me and the water. Maybe she was still alive. A girl entered the hall and walked forward with slow, calm steps. She had very long, slender legs and a confident gait. She walked along and soldiers stood on the sides and created a corridor for her from their bodies. The girl was dressed in full military uniform, and this uniform meant her high rank in the army. The soldiers saluted this girl and put their hand to her head. They said in chorus, "We wish you good health," to greet her. Her name was Natalie. She was an assistant to the ambassador of the United States of America and a researcher for the crew of the Red ISK 3rd propeller of the Empire organization. Natalie stopped at the end of this room and raised her head up. In front of her stood tall, strong man with a scar. His name was Poyer on his face. This man had to check her for prohibited items before letting her pass further. He began to look at her clothes and tried to find a weapon or a prohibited item that she could have brought in her clothes. The man touched her body in all places in order to find forbidden objects. The girl knew this man and said that he was a stinking, faithful dog, you who follow all the orders of your master. They found no prohibited items from the girl and allowed her to enter the room when she entered and asked for forgiveness from the Duke for the sudden invasion. The Duke was glad that Natalie came to him. At that moment, Hertz was playing on his console. There were Coca-Cola cans standing next to him. Sitting next to the Duke was Princess Anna Anastasia, the only daughter of the heir to the throne, Prince Ivan, and the niece of Prince Nicholas IV. The Duke's name was Vladimir. He was the Duke of Kiev, a specially appointed prince, and acted as a goodwill ambassador. Natalie was very surprised when she saw Princess Anastasia here. She asked her what she was doing here. Duke Vladimir asked Natalie not to be angry with them for having a nice time together here. Natalie was very angry because he saw the princess here. She said that the princess was behaving inappropriately because there is now a war between them and the United States. There is a war going on in this place right now. There is fighting going on here. It is very dangerous to be here. But the princess replied that this time they are here just to sign a ceasefire agreement, and nothing dangerous will happen. Princess Anastasia took Natalie's hand and asked for forgiveness. She said that she really wanted to look at Huaya and asked Natalie for permission to look at her at least once. Natalie was very surprised by the princess's unexpected desire and allowed her to look at Huaya once. But there was one condition, that the princess must behave well. Anastasia immediately ran to another room and said that she would no longer annoy them, and said that she would bring some orange juice for them. Duke Vladimir glanced at the princess, and then looked at Natalie. Vladimir smiled and asked Natalie why she behaved this way and prevented him from spending his time with the princess. He said that such actions are usually punished. Natalie knelt down and asked the Duke to apologize for bursting in so unexpectedly and disturbing their idol. Vladimir reproached Natalie for telling the princess about Huaya and allowing Anastasia to look at her and thereby get into the diplomatic corps. He said that for such actions, manipulation of Princess Natalie could simply be executed. Vladimir was furious that they didn't allow him to become a princess, because the last prince had left for a while and they allowed his princess daughter to come to enemy territory where she could be killed. Natalie said that she did not want this. However, it was still very dangerous for the princess to remain in the East Court. The Duke looked carefully at the girl and tried to put himself in her position and understand her. Then he sat down and straightened his back, after which he said that there is nothing more dangerous than being under the protection of a king in an enemy country. The death of the crown prince and his wife was the first blow to the well-being of Prince Nicholas IV. He not only lost his children, but the weaker and weaker every day the old one takes over the prince. The political conflict between the first Princess Isabella and the second prince erupted into a furious battle for the throne. Iron Princess Isabel is the first to support innovation and requires the help of her husband's rogue Grand Duke and the European Legion. However, the prince is supported by the aristocratic corporation Poyer and gives the prince incredible opportunities. Natalie replied to the Duke that some people from the Ripper class of the Third Crew supported everyone who innovations of Princess Isabel I. If Her Majesty the Princess marries one of the influential aristocrats who support the principles, it will have a great influence on the strength of our last principle. Duke Vladimir rolled his eyes after hearing this information. He needed to think about it a little before giving an answer. He said that the prince was ill and now he is not able to solve serious problems, and the dogs are taking advantage of this, and want to betray him. They are already starting to argue about who will get power after his death. The Duke divides traitors into two types. The first of them is owls, and the second type of traitors are dogs that chase meat. He said that it's ridiculous. This is the whole situation, and owls with their greed. This is no longer a theory for them, but the real reality. I asked Natalie to get closer to the point. The girl took out a notebook in which all the information about this case was written down. Herzak began to carefully study all the information on this case. When he got to the page in which there were recent events, he became wary. Vladimir asked Natalie how it happened that the Emer department was destroyed. This incident was not caused by their organization, and he does not understand how this could happen. She said that these two were not so crazy as to do this, ignoring the royal decree. This was done by people with acquired mutations who escaped from prison. The Duke was very surprised when he heard that the mutants were able to escape from prison. He had pictures of the first two most dangerous villains in his notebook, and he carefully examined their faces. Natalie said that judging by the sources of the Department of Special Needs, the states suspect that these were number 1 and number 2 on the list of dangerous villains. The two worked together to escape from prisons. Vladimir felt that his head was starting to hurt from all these problems and said that superpower in mutants was very unexpected. I couldn't believe that all of this had now become reality. Natalie said that Pigot was an ordinary citizen of his country. He was considered the second most dangerous criminal on the list. One day he was beaten by fellow citizens. His wife and daughter were found killed, and he himself went missing, and Pigo was accused of causing a 7-magnitude earthquake 6 months ago due to his super strength, and therefore he was put on the wanted list. Duke Vladimir listened carefully to everything that Natalie told him, and could not believe that it was all true. Was this man really a real atomic bomb in the form of a man? The country's security department did not react to him for a long time. This began to confuse the Duke. Natalie said that there is another villain, Li Qin. He is the number 1 villain on the list, and a year after the list of villains was updated, he immediately went missing. Third. The crew assumed that during this year he was captured by the states. The Duke asked why there are no other people in these documents. Are these two the only villains from the entire list who were able to escape? Natalie replied that there should be other villains there, but due to the fact that the quality of the photographs is very poor, they simply cannot be seen. All this time they were on the plane. It was the Duke's personal plane which was supposed to transport him to different parts of the world. He flew very high so that enemy missile men could not shoot him down. This plane was always accompanied by several fighters so that no one could get close to the Duke's plane and damage it. The Duke was a very important person, so he was always surrounded by guards who were supposed to monitor his safety. When the plane flew below in the sea, a small red dot was visible. It was a boat with 3 people on it. It was an inflatable boat on which were Pigo and Rorschach and Li Qin, who was holding an oar in his hands and trying to get to the shore. Li was very badly injured, but thanks to his mutation he felt his body healing on its own. Pigo lay on the boat all this time and did nothing. He was very tired and just wanted to rest. Rorschach started getting seasick. He felt nauseous and kept vomiting in the sea. Li was silent for a long time and finally decided to ask the guys how they were able to cross the Arctic Ocean from the Eastern Sea. Rorschach said that they have superpowers, and thanks to Pigo, who is able to control gravity, they caught sea currents, and thanks to this the boat accelerated. And Rorschach could control plasma and high temperature, too. Help them slightly increase the speed of the boat. He suddenly felt sick and vomited, after which he sat down on the boat again and said that the division of the ocean had taken too much of his strength, and now he could not bring the boat in because he was constantly vomiting. Li asked why these two guys are not part of the organization of villains and why they don't even have transport, and Rorschach answered him that they are just starting their path as villains and therefore they have nothing. Rorschach congratulated Li Qin on being recognized as one of the 4 greatest villains. Li said that there are only 3x here, and where did the 4th villain come from? The guys explained to him that there is another girl. She is a very good spiritualist. She is in the United States and the guys are going to save her. They said that it was this girl who gave him the boat on which they got here, and after that Rorschach began vomiting in the sea again. Li asked them everything he wanted to know, and he had no more questions. Now he was only thinking about how they could quickly get to the shore. He felt as if he was on an enemy boat, and didn't know how to get out of it now. To believe in the game there was only water, and he didn't even have an idea how long he would need to swim to land. Pigo finally decided to help the guys get to the shore quickly and used his superpower. With the help of his superpower, he began to control the waves and create an undercurrent that accelerated the boat. Now they did not need to row an oar in order to get to the shore and could not calmly swim with the current that Pigo created. Li Chen stood on the edge of the boat and looked forward, wanting to see what was in front of them, and Rorschach at that moment was sitting near the edge of the inflatable boat and trying to stop his seasickness. Rorschach felt that his body was beginning to recover, and he was feeling better. Apparently, the seasickness had finally passed. He sat down in the middle of the boat and decided to talk to the other guys and take stock. Rorschach said that a year ago Li was kidnapped by U.S. intelligence agencies and locked in his secret prison for mutants at the bottom of the ocean for experiments, and then when there was a bondage in the prison, he escaped. Li didn't understand why this guy was talking about this now and asked him if he really didn't believe in this story. Rorschach and Pigo looked at each other and decided that you need to be careful with this guy. Rorschach felt awkward and began to apologize to the guy. He said that everyone who is here has superpowers and they have no reason not to believe in this story. However, they said that he had spent a whole year in this prison and were surprised that he was not in a coma. This time and his memories could be wrong. Li made a dissatisfied expression on his face and rolled his eyes. He replied that he was unpleasant to hear this because he was tortured for a year and unfortunately he remembers all these tortures, although he would gladly forget about them. Li said that the people who tortured him in prison wrote down some data about the experiments that were carried out on him, and he remembers every day and the number of each experiment. He said that in the first days he was almost killed from medical experiments and constant electric shocks. He had to close all his six senses for meditation, and his grandfather taught him this. Meditation is the same as hiding like a coward, but by doing so he was able to survive. All these meditations were very difficult for him, and according to his feelings, it was like being in hell for 100 years. Pigo felt a strange vibration in the water and noticed this vibration. He lowered his hands and stopped the flow of water. Pigo used his superpower for other purposes, and he raised his right hand up. He felt that a huge fish was swimming past them in the water. He decided to catch it with the help of his superpower. He pulled the fish out of the water. The fish was very big and beautiful. It was the perfect meal for the guys. Rorschach was delighted when he saw such a big fish. He was very hungry and wanted to eat it as quickly as possible. Pigo began to pull out unnecessary organs from the fish that could not be eaten, and at that moment Rorschach used his iron glove to fry this fish. They rotated the fish in the air so that it was fried as best as possible on all sides and was not raw inside. Pigo felt when the pieces of fish meat were already sufficiently fried and edible. Thanks to his super strength, he tore them off the fish. The two of them managed to divide this fish into several parts, and each received a normal portion of food. Rorschach was very surprised that Pigo decided to share food with a newcomer. Usually he never does this and does not like strangers. But this time for some reason he decided to share food, and this is a good sign. Li said that he was not hungry and did not need food, but the guys tried to persuade him to eat some food. But when the guy continued to refuse food, they recognized his choice and said that if he was not hungry, it was his right not to eat fish. Rorschach took a piece of fresh, delicious fried fish and said that many strange phenomena began to appear in different parts of the world, such as superpowers and magic and monsters. At first, the countries of the world kept all the experiments carried out secret, but over time, many more mysterious events occurred. The number of mutants increased sharply. Any person could face the aggression of mutants who were induced with superpowers, but the reason why all these superpowers were awakened in people was unknown. Over the past month, 12 prophets have united to publish a list of people with dangerous superpowers. Those on this list were predicted by the prophets to be able to use superpowers for crimes in the future. Rorschach said that on the internet there is a list of dangerous villains who scare civilians. He handed the phone to the guy and said that until now the authorities have not yet recognized the authenticity of this list, and moreover, the personal data of these villains is not completely filled out. But the United States of America already had a complete list of all the villains on hand and knew all the information about them. The very first on this list was Li Chen. He was considered the most dangerous mutant criminal of all, but no one could understand why the government took so long to catch him. Han Ning is the person who used his power to contact these guys, but he was also captured by the United States of America, and it seems that the Americans are acting very wary. Rorschach said that they were now heading to the girl they told him about. This girl gave Lee a clear location and said that he definitely needed to be found. So they asked again if he wanted to go with them and help them? Lee looked at these guys in surprise and asked them if they really trust him because he is a villain who has the highest level on the list of villains. Rorschach said that Pigo is the second villain on this list immediately after Lee, and after the list was published someone leaked Pigo's personal information and talked about his superpowers. He can create terrible disasters such as an earthquake or tsunami. Perhaps there were people who wanted to interfere, that's why his house was burned. Rorschach came closer to him and whispered to him, "Do you see that dirty rabbit in his pocket? This is the only thing he has left from his wife's daughter." Fortunately, Rorschach was in the right place at the right time and could not save Pigo and calm him down. After all, at this moment he is ready to destroy the entire city because these people killed his wife and daughter. Lee felt very creepy when he heard this story, and he didn't understand how he should feel about Pigo now. Rorschach asked him not to worry about this because Han Lee locked part of his memory and feelings in the middle of him, and he doesn't remember this. This girl spent a lot of energy on this spell, and because of this she couldn't contact the guys for a long time. Lee asked this guy what his rank was among the villains. Rorschach began to feel awkward and said that his name was not on the list of these villains. He just wanted to help a girl named Han. Because she couldn't contact strong villains like Lee or Pigo, and he is the only one who keeps in touch and can help her unite all the strong villains into one team. Rorschach admitted that he was still in school, and now it so happened that he was on summer vacation and had nothing to do, so he decided to take up this matter. Rorschach said that all this did not matter at all, and the most important thing that he wanted to know was what superpower Lee Chen had. He answered him that he does not yet fully understand his superpower, but he knows for sure that he is good at martial arts, and this helps him fight opponents. Rorschach was very surprised that the villain, who is considered the most dangerous on the list, has the most important superpower, traditional martial arts. Rorschach made fun of his super strength and said that this super strength would not help him withstand bullets and weapons. Then he finally calmed down and said that no matter what superpower he has, he is most likely a real Superman, and everyone considers him a hero of the United States of America, like the hero from the comics Infinity. He decided to show him a video about this superhero from the comic book Infinity. The voice in the cartoon said that this video is for Super Infinity Woman, who is needed more than ever these days to protect civilians and fight evil. This girl is capable of lifting an entire bus with 2 hands or stopping the movement of a giant plane with one blow of her fist. Lee saw enough to draw a conclusion and gave the phone to the guy in his hands. He raised his head up and saw that a flock of birds was now flying over them. He picked up bones from the deck of the boat that were left after the fish they caught. Lee broke off the fish's sharp bones from the spine and took them into his hand. Lee threw these dice at the birds flying over his head and said that his abilities are very different from the abilities of this superhero girl from the video. Lee Chen said these words and, one after another, sequentially threw fish bones into the sky. Everything happened almost at one moment, so quickly that no one even had time to notice anything. However, according to Rorschach and Pigot, the only thing they could see was a quick image of La Khan moving his 8 arms and 4 heads because the guy was moving so fast that his movement was impossible to see. After Rorschach and Pigo blinked their eyes, 4 seagulls fell from the sky onto their boat. They had seen a lot of mutants and different superpowers, but they had never seen skills like this guy's before. They were shocked by his abilities. Rorschach no longer laughed at the guy and started taking him seriously. He decided to ask him again how he killed all those people in prison. Lee said that he doesn't remember well how he managed to kill all those mutant people who were near him in prison. He was furious then and could not control himself, so this moment was not imprinted in his memory. A ship sailed to the place where there used to be a military base and an underwater prison to get resources and corpses of dead people from the ocean day. They were able to lift part of a broken submarine from the bottom. They managed to find hundreds of dead people who were on the seabed, but this was only a small part of all the dead who died on the day of the prison riot and ended up in this disaster. The officer reported to the girl information that they were able to immediately know and said that submarine sonars were able to find out that the prison in the Northern Ocean was completely destroyed and the prisoners who remained alive were no longer alive. The guards in this prison also died. She hoped that the events that happened here were a pure coincidence. But she couldn't help but miss the fact that the prison was destroyed on the very day when she even had the authority to control this prison. The officer apologized to the girl and said that they are now looking into the fact that a specific state of affairs has occurred here. You can be with her only after the submarines have finished searching and immediately talk about everything more dear to the president. She was not ready to wait so long and wanted to contact the president immediately. Her assistant immediately gave her a phone number so that she could call the president. The officer went down the stairs and left the girl alone on the deck so as not to interfere with her conversation with the president. Downstairs, the officers met the special agent who is working on this case, and was surprised why he is here now. In his presence there is no Mrs. The officer said that this girl is now calling the president. Commando K, I don't understand what's going on here, and I thought it was all a joke because this girl couldn't be allowed to call the president now. Commando K said that they need to use Linda's profile of the assistant chief secretary, and using her profile they could not find out about the employees who were in any relationship with her based on the intelligence weighting function. They could calculate the safe range for intimidation. Commando K asked one of his employees to check all the information about this woman and find out what connections she has with other people. After a few seconds, this girl's profile appeared on the computer screen and they could carefully study all the information about her. Her information stated that she was an employee of the investigative department. Her name was Susan Underwood. Her gender was female. Her period of work began on December 31, 2020. Susan stood on the airport tarmac holding her phone. She saw that people who had just arrived on a plane began to approach her. Susan extended her hand to Natalie and introduced herself. She said that she was a representative of the Federal Investigative Agency and welcomed these people to the United States of America. Hertz Vladimir and Princess Anastasia got off the plane. Prinasa was in the States for the first time in her entire life, and while driving everything seemed very beautiful and unusual. After 5 hours of conversation between the two countries at a gas station near the beach, they decided to take a break. Susan took out her laptop and sent a message to Linda saying that it was very difficult to find a place without cameras in which to correspond. Linda sent a file with important information to the girl and asked her opinion about this file. Susan wrote that it looks exactly the same as the third project they did before. Linda did not agree with her and tried to find out the reason why she did not like this project. Susan wrote a long message that said there is no report or announcement. Even the lowest members of Congress never knew about the existence of this project since no signature was found from the senior operating agency to the federal department. This project will be rejected. An emergency procedure will be immediately initiated by all employees who connected will be arrested in emergency cases. A firewall procedure will be activated to resolve remaining problems. Linda was shocked that they solved problems this way. On TV they showed an interview that a journalist was taking with an officer. They were talking about the Navy. The officer said that today the Northern Ocean will organize military exercises. The ocean around it will be blocked, and it will be impossible to swim through it. Susan asked Linda not to get involved in this matter because she could get into serious trouble through it. Linda said that if they do manage to find any information, then they will need to immediately notify her about it. At that moment, 3 of the most dangerous criminals in the whole world entered the gas station building and wanted something to eat or drink. Pigo warned the guys that they had a very long journey ahead of them, and therefore it was necessary to find a large backpack in which they could put a lot of food, chocolate, soda and toilet paper. Lee didn't understand why people in the United States wear such strange clothes like they were sold at a gas station, and Rorschach will explain to him that now it's Halloween in the country, and that's why all the strange ones disappear. Rorschach wanted to pay for the food they collected using his phone using Alipay. But then he remembered that he had run out of money in his account. Lee was at that moment looking for clothes in the store so that he could finally look like a normal person. He found a cool tracksuit that reminded him of the clothes of martial artists, and said that he would pay for it later when he had money, but for now he would take it for free. Rorschach did not share the guy's decision and said that theft is very humiliating and it is better to pay even if it is your last money. Rorschach came up with an ingenious plan to visit the casino and find a random gang of robbers. then capture them and take away all the money from them that was not stolen in this way and will not be able to earn some money and save Rorschach told the guys that in America, with only $4 million, they could create an organization of villains and after that they would need to work on advertising in order to increase their income. A film about a superhero girl was shown on TV. She flew in the air, levitating above the ground to heroic music. Then she didn't see anything suspicious and decided to go downstairs. Infinity flew so fast that it left a trail behind it, like from an airplane. She was flying near the road where racing cars were driving. A car with a capital I on the hood was driving along the serpentine road. She flew just as fast towards and this racing car drove. At the end, the girl said her signature superhero phrase, "Infinite power, infinite horizon." Lee asked the guys if they could make money by filming the same worthless commercials as this superhero girl. Rorschach showed Lee a magazine that featured this actress, and said that she was very famous now. She has a superpower of influence. As they say about it on the internet, anyone who succumbs to her beauty and influence will be suppressed by her character. The person will not be able to control himself, drowning in fear. His will also be suppressed at a certain level. People who work on TV constantly call her for advertising because she helps them increase views. This girl has become the most media personality in the whole world due to her superpower of charm. She can influence people's emotions and manipulate their affections. This girl always tries to catch the viewer's gaze in order to use her charms of charm and get all the attention of the person who is looking at her. Many people consider her to be a real angel who descended from heaven to earth to save our world with her beauty. Lee asked Rorschach if he was a fan of hers and the guy said that he had never thought about it. But most likely he really was a fan of hers. He said that in fact his main idol is Siren. Rorschach found a video from a rock concert in which Siren sings her songs and captivates everyone with her beautiful voice. Lee was very surprised that this guy liked just such girls. He didn't expect that Rorschach had such unusual, tasty girls. Rorschach said that appearance is not the most important thing in a girl and he fell in love with her beautiful voice. All she sings are his favorite songs from anime and they are friends with her online. Pigo asked the guys to come up to him and look at the magazine cover he had just seen. There was a picture of a girl with pink hair as an adult. Her name was Babila. Lee immediately recognized this woman and said that she was one of the 12 great prophets, the founder of the list of villains. A man in a black hood entered the building and shouted very loudly that there was now going to be a robbery here. This man put his hand forward and pointed the gun at the cashier. He asked to take out all the money from the cash register and give it to him. Duika hid under the table to avoid being hit by bullets. She took out her pistol in time to defend herself in time against this criminal. The bandit pulled a second gun from his pocket and ordered the cashier and Lee to put the money in the bag. Lee was very angry that this guy touched his shoulder with his gun and immediately decided to stab him. Lee hit the bandit on the arm and pushed him back. Then he grabbed the guy and wanted to break his arm. The bandit started screaming in pain. Pigo decided to help his friend and also intervened in the fight using his superpower. Pigo raised his pistol in the air so that the bandits were left without weapons. He began to squeeze this gun and turn it into a useless piece of metal. The bandit had already begun to cry in pain because Lee was squeezing his hand very tightly, and could hardly restrain himself from breaking it. Rorschach did not understand why the bandit was screaming so much in pain, and Lee explained to him that there are a lot of nerves in the hand that cause pain. He let go of the bandit and let him fall to the floor. The criminal was so shocked by the pain that he lost consciousness and began to foam at the mouth. The girl didn't have time to look at the faces of these superheroes. They left very quickly after they dealt with the bandits. She sat down at the table and exhaled with relief because the bandit was neutralized. She was surprised that at that moment the real owners of superpower were in the establishment. She looked out the window and saw these guys breaking into her car and going to steal it. Lee reminded the guy of his words about the fact that stealing other people's things is humiliating. But Rorschach wasn't thinking about it at all right now and was busy getting out of here as quickly as possible. Pigo started the car engine and changed gears so that the car started to move. He pressed the gas pedal with my foot and the car moved forward. They stole a new Chevrolet from that girl from the cafe and therefore they had to leave here as quickly as possible. Pigo drove the car very professionally and knew how to maneuver it at high speed. She ran out of the establishment and wanted to stop them, but it was too late. They had already started leaving here. The worker turned to Sir K and reported to him that he had just found the criminals they were looking for, but there were some problems. Mr. K went to the computer and looked at what was happening there. The video camera that was in this girl's car was able to capture all 3 guys who had just stolen the car. Mr. K took the document on which the faces of the suspects were drawn and matched them with the people in the car. He ordered all services to suspend the national search because he finally managed to find these criminals. He ordered measures to be taken to ensure the completion of the mission will expand the target area further to the northwest of the department. The order of the United States Investigative Agency. An emergency meeting was held at FBI headquarters. A man in front of the screen told the rest of the participants that the event would take place tomorrow evening at the Jean Lanhua Hotel, where Vice President Watt and his wife would welcome the Grand Duke of Kiev, who had flown in from Ukraine. The Vice President and the Ukrainian Hertz will read out their words, and 12 agents in their intelligence services will be responsible for the lack of security in the room. At that moment, a fly landed on the jacket of one of the agents. Every floor in this building will be filled with U.S. police and Jean Lanhua's security team. Outside the hall there are 4 special forces squads in constant readiness for battle. The director listened carefully to the entire lecture about preparations for this event, but still felt that something was confusing him in this regard, but could not understand what exactly. Susan burst into the room where the girl was preparing for the event. She apologized to all the participants in the event, and said that she was a little late. She was very surprised when she saw the general director here and asked for forgiveness again. The general director said that the meeting was over for today, and everyone could be free. The special agents began to leave their offices one by one and left the general director here with Susan. She once again apologized to the CEO for being late, and said that 3 guys with superpowers stole her car. The director was very unhappy with her lateness, and began to nervously beat his finger on the table. Then he asked the girl if she knew why she worked here. He couldn't stand it, and started shouting at her and said, "Do you really think that I chose you as my assistant just because of your beautiful face? Or because of your high results at the Intelligence Institute? No! If you are full of justice, you must always be ready for injustice." She asked the director for forgiveness and did not know how to respond to these words. He has said this many times but decided to repeat once again that the original intelligence agency brigade was approved by the council member trust. He reproached her that if they believe in these SIA worms that operate secretly everywhere, then the FBI will not be able to build up much power. However, if the council members trust her, then they will obviously listen to her recommendations. He ordered her to use all the resources and limitless power of this great nation, and do what she must do no matter what. He believes that familiar faces always have a better chance of not trusting. So getting rid of the influence of her father, and bringing the director all the evidence of the crime of golden teeth costs nothing for this girl. The director asked her to stop doing nonsense, and start doing serious things to make her country even stronger. Susan saluted her director, and said that she would do everything in the best possible way. After that, she left the room and the CEO was left alone sitting in his chair. A red light lit up on his back. The fly that sat on his jacket was a bug thanks to which special agents could eavesdrop on the information of their competitors. Mr. K was able to hear the entire dialogue thanks to a fly that was in the CEO's room. Mr. K asked his assistant signalman about what kind of golden teeth were discussed in this office, and his assistant suggested listening to this dialogue again. He pressed his finger on the spacebar button on the keyboard and the dialogue that was recorded in the office began to take place once again. In the headphones they heard the voice of the CEO saying, "Bring me all the evidence of the crimes of the gold teeth." Mr. K realized that he was not mistaken. He didn't hear it. The CEO really said it. He decided to sit comfortably in his car seat and think a little about this phrase. He snapped his fingers and it was a sign that he had an idea. Mr. K ordered his assistant to immediately open the list of ambassadors from the United States who had recently arrived. He wanted to know if there was leaked information about the group of red suits. The assistant immediately began to search for all the information that was related to the red suits. A minute later he managed to find a document about the profile of a red suit prosecutor from the United States. Mr. K started laughing very loudly when he found out that Natalie was the commander of the third crew of the Red Suit Crime Investigation Espionage Team. Their car drove as far as possible from the place where they were eavesdropping on FBI agents. The car drove under the bridge. The car stopped at exactly this place because there were no people here. The agents immediately surrounded the car and made sure that no one passed by, and Mr. K took out his phone and called someone. He talked to a man on the phone and said that the Federal Service was looking for him and asked this man if he knew about it. His interlocutor looked very dangerous and had a very deep voice. His teeth were golden in color, and he was very surprised that the Federal Services were looking for him. Mr. K reassured my interlocutor and said that he would solve this problem, so you shouldn't even worry about it. But in return, Mr. K asked his interlocutor for one favor. He wanted this man to find the very first villain from the list named Li Qin. Mr. K warned that this guy would also be followed by Federal Services, and he would need to get ahead of them and kill this guy at any cost. Mr. K said that he will take over all the feds and there is no need to worry about it, but his interlocutor will have to kill Li Qin. The man called Golden Teeth hung up the phone and said that he had his own way to get to Li Qin. He sat down on his chair and began to pet his wild cat. After that he turned to the Scum who were his slaves and said that he had a job for them. They needed to find a man named Li Qin and kill him. The Scum accepted their master's order and said that they would kill Li Qin, but before he let them go, he ordered the Scum to bring him this guy's head. 2 large twin skyscrapers in which negotiations were supposed to take place today. Natalie was playing chess with Duke Vladimir. They were in a hotel room. Vladimir took a pawn step forward and asked Natalie who are Golden Teeth. Natalie walked forward as a pawn and replied that the Gold Teeth were a member of an Italian gang. He fled to the United States during the campaign on the European continent. He is the Duchess's man. In his youth he pulled out his teeth and replaced them with gold teeth. That's why he's called that. He is considered the smuggler king in the northwestern region, and in 2 countries he has patrons who constantly help him. Natalie said that in recent years he revealed his lair during the abduction of mutated citizens, and the intelligence services managed to find him with the help of crime scene lick. She said that the United States Investigative Agency also noticed that he was killing and kidnapping citizens with superpowers. So the Red Suit Group and the Mystery Investigative Agency work together using the peace treaty as their shield. They will exchange evidence and information and formulate a plan to capture him. Their troops will attack the port and the underground prison of Golden Teeth located in Shiba. Federal services will also take part in this case and surround his lair, after which he will not be able to get out of there or escape. If everything happens as they planned, the Red Suit team will gather enough evidence to suppress the forces of the Second Prince. Basically, this is the main task at the moment. After the girl told all this, she made a night move. Vladimir, I finally understand why the secret agents took Anna away. They wanted to avoid a marriage that the Second Prince used to control the Crown Prince's power, and also to do something behind the back of the royal power. Vladimir sat in silence for a couple of minutes and thought about something. Then he finally said that the first princess was a very angry person, and he did not expect this from her. Natalie finished playing chess with the Duke, then she stood up and decided to bow, but he asked her not to bow because it was unnecessary. He asked Natalie if they could have problems with this matter. He replied that this is only cooperation between the United States and Ukraine, the country of the empire of cooperation between the 2 dominant states in the world. She convinced the Duke that there should be no problems. Lee was sitting on the roof of the Chevrolet that they stole, and the guys decided to stop and rest a little. Pigo sneezed very loudly and scared the guys because they didn't expect him to sneeze so loudly. Rorschach proposed his plan of action in which they had to act very carefully, and first of all they needed to deal with the bandits. Lee agreed with this plan and suggested that he and Pigo take up this matter. They should meet with these prophets to ask them how the list of villains works. Lee ordered Rorschach to rest and sleep at this time while they dealt with this matter, and at midnight when they began to act, they would wake him up so that he would go with them. Rorschach asked Lee to take care of Pigo in case he starts to freak out or get angry at these moments. You need to make him lose consciousness. Rorschach said that a person with superpowers who has committed at least one murder is forever included in the list of villains, and will never be able to cross himself off from there. Lee thought about how he could cleanse himself after the murder so that he could be forever removed from the list of villains. He saw that Pigo was standing on the pier all alone, and he felt sorry for this guy. Pigo stood and looked at the sunset. He really liked watching the sun disappear. Sunset, it was the best moment of the whole day, and he always tried to watch the sun disappear. Outwardly he was very calm, but in his eyes there was real fire and a thirst for revenge. They arrived on the side of the road and decided to stop right here. They were outside the city. Rorschach got out of the car and said that Barbara was in one of those villas. He looked around and didn't notice anything suspicious. It was very calm and quiet. Pigo waited until the guy looked carefully at everything here, and then calmed down. Rorschach asked them to stand still and not move. He suspected something suspicious. Lee and Pigot did not understand what was happening here, but nevertheless continued to watch as the guy tried to check everything here. Rorschach started jumping and pretending to be a bird. He squatted down and said that I felt that there was an electric cable underground. Lee didn't understand why the guy was doing such nonsense and not doing anything useful. Rorschach hit himself in the face with his hand and said that it was they who suggested coming here, and he said that they need to prepare properly because you can't just go with a pitchfork to catch this girl. If you don't do this, their names will be in all the newspaper headlines and news from tomorrow. Rorschach said that they just need to trust him because he has a plan and called Pigo to him. Rorschach stood on the asphalt and pointed his finger at this very place. Pigot didn't understand what he needed to do to help Rorschach. Then he simply used his magical ability to get out of the ground what Rorschach asked for. The asphalt began to crack and a red light was visible from under the ground. A large strange object began to appear from the ground and continued to break the asphalt. It was a large electric wire of black and yellow color, and this wire radiated electricity and current. Rorschach said that first of all they need to interrupt the power source in order to deprive the villa of electricity. He began to accumulate the energy of his iron glove and waited for it to charge. While Rorschach was working on a large electrical wire, Pigo told everyone that he had found Barbara. Rorschach used his iron glove to shock this cable with an electrical impulse. The street lights along the road gradually began to go out. The city that was on the other side was still glowing, but literally a couple of minutes later the electricity in the city disappeared and it became dark there. Lee watched as the electricity disappeared in the last house and there was darkness all around. Lee Chen said that this plan is really good because even the best guards will not be able to understand whether the witch was kidnapped or not simply because it is dark around and they will not see anything. Rorschach said that they had little time and now they must immediately kidnap the girl and quickly escape from the scene of the crime. Lee told him that now is the time to return to their original plan. Pigo intervened in their dialogue and said that they did not need to go anywhere now because this distance was ideal. He raised his right hand in front of him and accumulates magical energy in his hand. His super strength allowed him to control other things and move them over a very long distance. Pigo felt that he had found the same witch in prison and now wanted to use his superpower to bring her here. He constantly moved his hands in different directions and controlled the girl in this way. He had to spend a lot of his resources in order for everything to work out. Lee and Rorschach were watching him. They didn't understand what this guy was doing now. Pigot didn't explain to the guys why he was doing such movements now, so it seemed very strange to them. Suddenly Lee heard a strange sound, as if someone was shouting very loudly in the distance. He raised his head up to see where this sound came from. It was very dark on the horizon and nothing was visible. But suddenly a red flash similar to a star appeared in the sky and this flash burned very brightly. This flash turned out to be the witch. Pigo used his superpower to help her get out of prison and now he controlled her body so that she would move to them. She didn't understand what was happening now and all she could do was scream very loudly. Pigo was able to move her across a huge distance. Barbara was very surprised when she saw Pigo in front of her eyes, but suddenly she felt that his superpower had ended. Barbara fell to the ground and was hit very hard due to the fact that Pigo did not end his superpower in time. Lee was shocked that Pigot was able to move her from the other side of the river directly to them in a very short time. Rorschach replied that he himself did not understand how this happened. Barbara tried to get up from the ground and recover after such a strong fall, but Pigo immediately asked her if she was one of the prophets. She only now first understands what is happening here and was very scared when she heard the voice of this fat man. Barbara asked them who they were, why they stole her, and threatened them that she would now call the security here, and they would all be arrested. Pigo did not like the fact that this woman was communicating with him inappropriately and again used his superpowers on her. She made him very angry with her behavior, and he looked at her with his red eyes, which meant that something terrible was about to happen. Pigo created a metal spear with the help of his superpower, otherwise he could break the skull of this witch. She did not understand what was happening and screamed loudly that she had a headache. The spear began to penetrate its blade deeper and deeper into her skull and her bones could no longer stand it, and began to break. Rorschach saw that this woman had made Pigo very angry and tried to calm him down so that he would not do anything stupid. Rorschach asked his friend to take a deep breath and then exhale in order to calm his nerves. And after that, he suggested that he take this woman on himself because Pigo had already done a lot. The three of them stood right in front of her and turned to Mrs. Barbara with a claim that she and the other prophets wrote a list of villains in which their names were. Rorschach apologized for the fact that they had to disturb her and steal her. But it had to be done. Because they needed to know what would happen to them in the future, and why were their names on this list. Barbara was very scared by what was happening here now and started crying. She said that she didn't know anything and couldn't help them. Lee acted very cold-blooded and asked her to tell everything she knew because he asked her to tell when she awakened her prophetic power and what she saw in the future, and most importantly, he wanted to know who was the initiator of the list of villains. Barbara could not withstand such psychological pressure on herself and began to go crazy. She was so unafraid that she wrote for herself, but at that moment Pigo threw a magazine with her face at her. She looked at this magazine in surprise and pretended as if she was seeing it for the first time, although there was her face on the cover. Pigot did not believe her tears and began to experience very strong anger. He accused this woman of the fact that because of her a lot of people suffered and the list of villains did not help civilians but only aggravated the situation. He said that all the threats were destroyed before they appeared. All the villains on the list were imprisoned on death sentence. And this woman saved millions of future lives as real heroes, and he accused her of putting them on the list of villains but not providing them no evidence or proof that they are villains, but because of her they must now suffer. Barbara said in a frightened voice that she did not participate in compiling the list of villains, and this list was not invented by her. Rorschach decided to intervene in their conversation and asked if she was a real prophet. Barbara said she had nothing to do with the list, but she really is a real prophet. Lee was already starting to get angry and didn't believe a single word she said. He started flexing his fists to knock all the information out of her because in a good way she didn't want to cooperate with them. Barbara admitted that in her dreams she often sees some fragments of the future associated with villains, but most of them wear masks and uniforms thanks to which they hide. She admitted that she didn't even know their names and therefore she couldn't make a list. All she can do is only in her dreams to see the future associated with the villains. The guys felt that now this woman told them the truth, they needed to decide what to do with her next. Rorschach once again asked her a question and asked how it happened that she did not create a list of villains but lives in an expensive villa and constantly attends various TV shows in which she talks about the fact that she is a prophet and the founder of a list of villains. He warned her that now she needs to tell them the whole truth as she is, or in a bad case they will have to kill her because she slandered their honest name, and because of her they lost their home and family. Barbara began to get even more nervous and said that she really has nothing to do with this list. The prophetic power that she has is only used for gambling, and she does not know any of these villains from the list. Moreover, there are superheroes to fight the villains. She still confessed and said that the government was to blame for everything. The men in black forced her to join television shows, and everything she said there was pre-planned because they told her that they had to protect the real prophet. If she did not agree, she would have been accused of that she used prophetic power to deceive to avoid taxation, and asked to be released because it was the whole truth. Rorschach believed her words but still felt insecure, so he decided to consult with the guys whether she could be trusted or whether she was still lying to them. Lee said that he could feel her heart, and it was beating very fast. This means that she is under a lot of stress, and in this state she cannot control herself, so she is definitely telling the truth. Pigo was very upset when he realized that they had caught the wrong prophet, and because of this he felt very hurt. Rorschach tried to reassure his friend and said that he understands him and empathizes with him, but despondency will not solve the matter, so they need to find the people responsible for this and take revenge on them. Pigo loosened his hand and let go of Barbara. She immediately started running away from them and screaming loudly, asking them to help her. Pigo at that moment said that they need to find Xia and Jing. Rorschach did not agree with Pigo and believed that they had more important things to do because if they went there then they would have to deal with gangs that capture people with superpowers and then sell them for organs. Lee laughed and said that these gangs should be dealt with by superheroes. Barbara continued to run without stopping in order to get as far as possible from these villains. In the distance, she saw a bright light. It was the light from a car that was driving towards her on the road. She was happy because she thought that this car would stop and save her. She started screaming very loudly and waving her arms so that this car would stop and take her away. She was screaming that she had been kidnapped. She needed help. But the driver of this car purposefully hit Barb and drove on. The guys heard a strange loud sound in the distance and decided to see what was happening there. And when they saw the car in front of them, they realized that something unpleasant was about to happen. Barbara was lying on the ground after being hit by a car, bleeding from her mouth. People armed with metal bats began to get out of the car. They banged these bats on the asphalt to intimidate Lee and his team. Some of them were armed with axes. One of these guys took a huge backpack out of the car and hung it on his back. These people called themselves Scum. They were henchmen of a gentleman nicknamed Gold Teeth. They all had masks on their faces that hid their identities. They came here to kill Lee Chin. Rorschach looked at these guys and was unhappy that these clowns came here and acted as if they were the most important here. The head of the Scum pointed his bat at Pigo and said that they could have met him before. Pigo made a dissatisfied expression on his face and was very angry that these people were acting very impudently and threatening them with weapons. The guy with the cat mask started laughing very loudly and said that he, too, had already seen Pigo, but he forgot exactly where he saw him and therefore could not even remember his name and his abilities. The guy who held the axe in his hand said that he also couldn't understand how he knew this fat man, but he decided to take a closer look and suddenly remembered how you know this guy. The guy in the cat mask said that the last time they saw him was after his wife and daughter died a painful death and could not resist. Pigo got very angry when these thugs started mocking him and talking about his wife and daughter. He wanted to kill them for this. Pigo created a red circle around them that they could not pass through, and it was a trap from which it was impossible to escape. One of these guys activated his big backpack and strange things started happening inside it. His backpack began to glow green and emit strange energy. Pigo felt this energy inside himself and did not understand what was happening to him. His abilities began to act differently than usual. Pigo lost control of his superpowers and instead of causing damage with waste, he blew up the ground near him and injured Rorschach. He lost self-control and could not properly control his superpowers. Black energy began to be released from it. Pigo blew himself up and spent a lot of strength and energy on this explosion. Now he felt that the energy inside him was running out, and he caused himself very strong damage. He stood on all fours and could not get up from the ground because his body was very weak at that moment. He did not understand why this was happening, and how these Scum, or his superpowers. The Scum began to laugh at him and mock him for not being able to attack them, but nevertheless they saw his superpowers in action, and were delighted with how strong this guy was. Rorschach got up from the ground and said that these guys came here again to interfere with people doing their own business. Lee didn't understand what was happening here and decided to ask the guy who these people were, and why they were bullying Pigo. Rorschach said that these guys are called Scum and they are enemies of Pigo, so they can't get involved in this fight now because Pigo wants to kill them himself and avenge his family. The Scum saw that Pigo was now unable to fight and decided that they needed to kill his friends in front of his eyes. They were very fast and therefore instantly disappeared from the place where they had just stood. Rorschach filmed where these Scum are now, and at the moment, when he was trying to find them, the leader of the Scum jumped on him from behind and swung his bat to hit him. Rorschach heard that there was someone behind him and therefore turned his head to see who was behind him. But he reacted very late and therefore did not have time to dodge. The leader of the dregs struck him with a bat and right in the face. Rorschach received very heavy damage from this blow and fell to the ground. He felt a very strong pain in his head and began to lose consciousness. As he lay on the ground, Lee stood in front of him and prepared to fight. Rorschach looked at the guy and that was the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness. Lee stopped understanding what was happening here and why these people were attacking them. At that moment, the leader of the Scum kicked Rorschach in the head. The guy in the cat mask said that there is no time to play with these guys and he needs to complete the owner's mission as quickly as possible and kill the guy nicknamed Lee. But at that moment Anna appeared behind them. Anna stood near the body of Barbara, who had just been hit by a car. The girl was very upset that this woman was so mercilessly hit on the road. When Lee saw Anna, he thought that he was starting to go crazy and that this was all just a bad dream because the situation in which he was now was very absurd and he could not explain to himself what was happening here. The Scum started threatening the guy with a baton and tried to find out his name to make sure they found the right guy. But Lee didn't pay any attention to him, because in front of him was the real Anna and he looked at her all the time and didn't understand how she could still be alive. She came closer and closer to him, and he began to understand that it didn't seem to him, and that she actually existed. When the girl came closer to him, she greeted the guy and said that her name was Xian Yi. It was as if this girl had seen Li for the first time. Pigo dived into his memories and remembered those wonderful days in which he and his family worked in a grocery store and helped his daughter do her homework. Pigot helped his daughter study mathematics because she was in primary school and he had a lot of fun with his family. His wife was very pleased that they had a happy family. Pigo helped his daughter solve the problem and said that the answer to this problem is number 2. The daughter was delighted and shouted that rabbits also have 2 legs. He watched his memories from the side. His daughter stood next to him. He held in his hands a pink rabbit with which his daughter constantly played. He did not let him out of his hands and always treated him with care. The girl took her dad by the sleeve and began to pull him towards her in order to tell him something very important. Then she turned her head to the side and saw something very scary, and decided to hide behind her dad. Out of the darkness in his memories came a man dressed in a black suit, and had black shoes on his feet. It was Trash in a cat mask who constantly mocked Pigo. He said that he was very glad to see his family, and if he had the opportunity he would visit them again. Pigo at that moment began to get very angry, and the veins in his eyes began to burst with anger. He wanted to drive this man out of his head. The Trash took his wife and grabbed her by the shoulder. He said that the last time they saw each other, she could not resist and therefore it was very easy to kill her. He began to remember how his house was burning and in this house there were all the people he loved. Suddenly someone's voice shouted to him, "Pigo, don't plunge into sadness." The girl began to disappear because of his memories and before she disappeared she asked her dad not to fall into despair. The last words she said were the words that there is no need to hold on to memories. It is better to let them go and start a new life. He saw that everything around him became empty and his good memories disappeared somewhere. Black smoke appeared around him. The burned bodies of his wife and daughter appeared in front of him. They resembled statues made of coal. Near the burned corpse of his daughter lay her favorite toy. It was a pink plush bunny. Pigo began to sob and could not stop his tears. He remembered the most terrible moments of his life and it became very painful for him. He held his daughter's plush hair in his hands. It hurt him to realize that they were no more. He started screaming very loudly so that someone would calm him down, but there was no one around. He screamed so loudly that many people began to block their ears. When he finally managed to come to his senses and open his eyes, he saw that the Scum were standing in front of him, and all this time they were laughing at him when he cried. He tried to gather his strength and calm down in order to help his friends fight off these Scum. The guy in the cat mask began to hit the guy with his bat, but Lee very deftly dodged all these attacks. He tried to deliver different blows in order to somehow hurt his opponent, but he didn't succeed because Lee very deftly dodged all the attacks. Li Chin at that moment was thinking about where Anna came from here and he needed to deal with this Scum as quickly as possible in order to talk to her. The girl noticed that a fight had started and said that she started the conversation at the right time. Li didn't feel her heartbeat, and it was very strange. After all, he feels all living beings that are next to him thanks to their heartbeat. Suddenly it dawned on him that the girl could be a spirit, or some kind of spiritual phantom. Lee continued to dodge this guy's blows and didn't want to counterattack him just yet. He suddenly thought that Anna's ghost might be just an ordinary illusion to distract his attention in battle. The girl admitted because she really is a real illusion and asked the guy for forgiveness. She said that she wanted to avoid creating a mental burden on Li Chin and therefore used the child's image with which he had deep impressions. The image of this girl with duck legs was the most suitable one to use. Li again dodged another blow from the bat, and realized that he was already tired of fighting against this guy for so long, and needed to change tactics. He made a very quick dash and disappeared from the line of sight of the Scum. Now he did not understand where his opponent was. The Scum couldn't even imagine what this guy was capable of, and when he saw that Li had disappeared so quickly, he became scared. Li at that moment moved behind him and decided to deliver a very strong kick with his leg. He asked the girl to wait for him aside and then they would talk to her. But for now he needed to deal with this annoying bandit. And for this he used a martial arts technique called Jin Xiang Dianhe. The girl asked him not to hit him so hard because he could break the spine of this masked man, and even though he is a bad person, he did not deserve such damage. Lee didn't listen to this girl and decided to do it his own way. He still kicked his opponent right in the back. He then did a sweep with his leg to knock the guy off balance and make him fall to the ground. Lee said that these girls have nothing to worry about because he knows how to control himself and calmly deal with such situations. She turned to him and said that he does not understand anything because he is very strong. If he is consumed by anger, then he will kill these guys. She asked not to kill them. The girl said that only their master can kill them, and if he does kill them, his growing powers will lead to a loss of control, and she will no longer be able to restrain him. Lee didn't understand what this girl was talking about, and why she was so worried about these thugs, but he wanted to figure it out but a little later because now he needed to fight off these bandits. One of them handed over a purple teleport in the asphalt and threw an axe at it. This axe dived into a black hole and disappeared somewhere. An axe appeared near Lee, right behind him, and flew out of the second part of this teleport. A teleporter opened right next to Lee's leg. An axe appeared from the teleport right behind him and cut Lee's new jacket with its blade. He didn't understand where this axe came from here. Lee turned his head forward and saw that the enemy continued to strike him with rapid blows. The guy in the cat mask has already swung his bat to hit him. Lee couldn't lift his feet off the ground because they were stuck to this portal, and because of this he couldn't dodge. The bat was flying very quickly in his direction. He urgently needed to come up with something so as not to take damage. His feet were stuck to the ground and he couldn't move them. He managed to block the blow and not take damage, but nevertheless he could not move his legs and dodge. Lee was confused because his body stopped listening to him and moved on its own. He didn't understand why his arms blocked the blows themselves and his legs took steps in different directions. He no longer controlled his body. He needed to understand what was causing this. The girl apologized to him for the fact that it came to her to take control of his body, but she said that she had no other choice and she would try to dodge the blows of these bandits. Lee asked her why she took control of his body and why she decided to do it now. She told him that the spiritual connection not only connects the five senses together but also controls him, and she can therefore control the power of his superpowers. She didn't want him to hurt these guys, and so she took control of his powers because he could punch through one of them with one blow. She stopped his every attack because he could do serious damage to these guys. Lee was starting to get angry because he wasn't controlling his body and wouldn't let him finish his attacks. He had to carefully choose his attacks because Anna forbade him from hitting him with very strong blows that could kill or seriously injure the dregs. He felt a very strong pain in his leg. This pain was associated with the axe that suddenly flew out of the portal. The blade of the axe struck him in the leg and his Achilles began to bleed. She apologized to him for not having time to react in time and dodge this axe. Lee was so angry with the behavior of this girl that he began to throw out very strong energy that could not be stopped. He yelled at the girl for using his body and doing a bad job with it. He asked her to finally get rid of him and stop doing this. She said that she would not stop doing this, and he would have to come to terms with the fact that she would control him. She showed him a guy who all this time stood aside and did not participate in the fight. He had a backpack hanging on his back that glowed green. She said that this guy had a tool that broke her connection with Pigo. But this tool cannot break her connection with Lee because for some reason he is not under the influence of this tool. Lee received another axe blow to his leg and felt another very severe pain. Lee realized that this girl does not really exist and most likely this is the tricks of these scum. They have some kind of tool that does not allow him to control his body, and therefore he constantly receives damage. He realized that now all he could do was be cannon fodder and constantly get injured. The girl once again apologized to him and said that for some reason she cannot stop her power because his spirit and perception are too fast. Sound light signals are becoming stronger and becoming much larger than usual, and therefore her power is delayed. Lee asked her why she didn't tell him earlier that she had a lot of signals. After all, if that was the whole problem then he could quickly figure it out. He looked forward and realized that he needed to try to concentrate on these signals in order to reduce their number and help this girl better control his body. He closed his eyes and tried to drive away unnecessary thoughts and sensations and concentrate only on the battle. She saw that he closed his eyes and realized that he was doing this in order to reduce the amount of information she received, but she still did not understand how he could continue to fight with his eyes closed. Lee removed all unnecessary sources of information and decided that he would rely only on sounds to determine the movements and positions of opponents. He felt their heartbeat, and this was enough for him to understand how they would move. Li felt the warmth of the blood flowing through their veins. He realized that this information was enough for him to continue the battle. He realized that he could control his left hand, and this was enough for him to continue the battle and effectively fight off these opponents. He made a couple of swings of his hand and showed his opponents that they could approach him to fight. They didn't understand what was happening and why. After being hit so many times, this guy still feels so confident. Li said that he can defeat them all using only his one left hand, and if they want to die then it's time for them to come closer to him, and make sure of this. The head of the dregs understood his head and looked at him in surprise. He did not believe that this guy would really be so strong that he could defeat them with one left hand. The first guy who decided to attack him was a guy in a cat mask, and he was very angry that Li looked down on them and underestimated them. Li stood in a fighting stance and held his left hand in front of him, thanks to which he made blocks and delivered quick counterattacks to his enemy. He felt the heartbeat of his opponent, and saw what kind of attack he wanted to inflict. He was even able to feel his weakest points. The Scum was already very close to him, and was in a position that was very difficult to evade. He didn't understand why he didn't dodge this blow, and just continued to stand motionless in a fighting stance. But Li understood that if he constantly dodged and blocked blows, he would not be able to defeat these guys. In addition, he only had one left hand under control, and he remembered the master's teaching, which says that you need to detain the enemy in order to penetrate his inner chaos. He put his hand under the blow of the bat, and began to wrap his hand around the bat like a snake, trying to get to the chest of his opponent. The enemy did not understand the logic of such an act, and why he took the blow with his own hand. Has he already gone completely crazy and decided to lose this battle? But Li used the technique of heavenly energy, and redirected the opponent's attacks to himself, and the guy in the cat mask hit himself on the back with a bat. A clot of black energy appeared from the portals near Li Chen's leg. This clot of black energy turned into a sharp axe and again wounded the guy in the leg, leaving behind a wound. The guy who had an axe in his hands all the time constantly struck through the portal. He was afraid to get close to this man and therefore always attacked him through the portal. Li felt that he had more control over his body, and could now move freely and dodge attacks. But he began to launch counterattacks against his opponent in order to finally finish them off and end this battle. He grabbed the enemy's club with his hand and redirected its movement in the other direction. He couldn't control his right hand, so he had to strike only with his left hand, but this was enough for him to neutralize the enemy. He delivered 20 quick blows to the body and head of his enemy, thereby depriving him of his understanding of what was happening here now and breaking several bones. The guy in the mask started screaming very loudly in pain, felt all these blows on his body, and did not wave them to dodge because they were very fast. After he dealt with the Scum in the cat mask, he decided to deal with the guy who had an axe in his hands. Li stuck his hand into the portal and grabbed him by the axe, then pulled him towards himself, and knocked this guy off balance. In 10 seconds he was able to deal with 2 opponents at once with one left hand. Now he had 2 weapons in his hand, a purple baseball bat made of metal and a sharp axe which he rotated in his hand. Suddenly he stopped rotating the fish in his hand and stopped. He was very angry about what just happened here and said that you want to finish off these scoundrels so that they can't attack anyone else. Before delivering the final blows to kill his opponent, he decided to look him in the eyes once again. The Scum began to ask for mercy and don't kill him. He said that he considered himself guilty, and was very mistaken. He was ready to give up, but not to die. Li listened to the cries for help, but he was absolutely not touched, and he still wanted to kill him, but first he needed to deal with one more Scum, so he threw his axe at him. The Scum who stood aside all this time and watched the battle saw that he was also noticed now. He barely had time to dodge the axe that was flying at him. He had to jump very quickly to the side so as not to die from it. The axe flew past and crashed into the hood of the car. It remained there after the collision. When the Scum tried to dodge the axe, he accidentally dropped the bag containing the green light. The Scum began to sweat a lot and get worried when they saw that there was no one near the bag now, because this was their main weapon with which they were going to defeat these guys. Li forced them to tell him what was in this bag now. He made his assumption that there was a person sitting there because he could feel his heartbeat. The head of the dregs began to laugh slyly and then said that there were actually people in this bag. He said that if Li Chen really wants to see this man, then they will show him to him now. Garbage in a black mask walked up to the bag and took the zipper on the zipper with his hand to open the bag. He very slowly began to open the bag and a blue bright light was visible from it. The bag began to shake in different directions as if there was a very rabid animal inside it after the bag was opened. The garbage moved away from it. When Lee saw the contents of this bag he became very disgusted, and he called these Scum sick bastards. The girl could not look at the creature that was in this bag for a long time because she vomited. The head of the misfits pointed with his hand at the creature that was in this bag and began to laugh loudly after that. He said that this creature used to be a very beautiful and happy high school student, but now she is a prototype of a weapon against superpowers, a nasty version of the girl in the jar. He said that they conducted a lot of different experiments in order to understand how superpowers work in mutants like Lee. But they still managed to figure out a way by which mutants can improve the effectiveness of their skills. He raised his finger up and paused for a moment before explaining the effective method they had figured out. This method consisted in the fact that the mutant must constantly experience unprecedented despair and suffering. The black-masked Scum said that their instrument called Apollo No. 1 had just been completely filled. He put a capsule into this instrument and fixed it inside. Apollo No. 1 was a drug that allowed them to increase their speed and superpower characteristics. When this drug enters a person's brain, he begins to experience hellish pain that cannot be stopped. This drug begins to spread throughout the nervous system and fills the entire human brain. Lee saw a very strange explosion of dark energy in front of him and covered his face with his hand. The girl began to feel very strong pain that could not be stopped. This pain appeared at the moment when dark energy began to emit from the capsule. Apollo No. 1 had a special weapon against mutants and emitted dark energy to himself which made him feel more hatred. Black energy began to consume the minds of everyone who came under its influence, and Pigo also felt that this drug was invading his mind. He felt that it was very difficult for him to resist this drug and anger began to consume him. He ceased to be aware of the facets of reality. This drug awakened hatred in him which forced him to destroy everything around him in order to calm down. Rorschach lay unconscious all this time and because of the explosion that had just occurred next to him, his hair began to burn and he felt very severe pain. The drug did not allow the guy to wake up and made him feel very severe pain in his sleep. His hair began to burn even more. The girl felt that this black energy was starting to kill her from the inside. She became very scared. She did not understand what to do. Apollo No. 1 forced them to think about hatred and suffering. He forced them to experience pain, because this was the only way they could not awaken their energy. Li Qing tried to resist this black energy, but he did not succeed. His head began to be filled with thoughts that he wanted to die. He had to somehow break this tool in order to stop this madness. He didn't understand how to get to this instrument. He still didn't feel his body well. This drug began to get into his head so much that he no longer understood how to get rid of this feeling. All that Lee was thinking about at that moment was that he wanted to die. The trash laughed when he saw that they were unable to cope against Apollo No. 1. He could not stop his laughter. The head of the Scum began to mock Lee and said that he had just been threatened with death, and now he was not even able to open a can of soy sauce and, as it turned out, he did not have enough power to withstand the Scum. Lee felt very weak and could not resist this feeling. He became so ill that he began to spit blood. The trash took an iron baseball bat in his hand and began to approach Lee as close as possible in order to finally finish him off. He took advantage of the fact that the guy was now unable to resist, and so he began to strike him with very strong blows with a baseball bat directly in the face in order to kill him. Lee fell to the ground after being beaten with iron bats and felt a lot of pain, but he could not do anything because the drug continued to spread throughout his body. The trash looked at the vital activity screen of this girl and said that her physical indicators were rapidly decreasing and it was time to use sedatives because she couldn't stand it much longer. The head of the Misfits was very upset that they had to stop bullying these guys because this stupid girl couldn't work anymore. The guy in the cat mask screamed in pain and ended up lying on the asphalt. Then he asked that they bring him some local sauce as quickly as possible so that he could feel normal again. The main trash heard the cries for help from the guy in the cat mask and said that now he had reached some medicine, after which he flew his hand into the inner pocket of his jacket. From his jacket pocket he took out a box with 4 syringes. These syringes contained purple liquid. He injected this syringe directly into the neck of the Scum lying on the earth. When this liquid entered his body, it began to spread throughout his body and heal all the wounded places. This liquid was able to heal the broken bones in the hand of the garbage in a few seconds. The head of the misfits showed Lee a box of syringes and asked him if the guy knew what was in this box. He said that the liquid that is in the syringes is called meat sauce. This is the regenerative drug Juno number 4. They call it local sauce because it perfectly heals the body in a very fast time. After throwing all this away, he said he threw the box back. A box of syringes fell directly into the hand of one of the wounded dregs. They told a story about how they found a woman who had the ability to quickly recover, and her child also had such abilities, so they had to kill them in order to make this drug. He immediately took a syringe and injected the liquid into his veins so that his body could recover. The head of the dregs admitted that the experiments on people in the Northern Sea prison were indeed very conservative, but one way or another they were very useful for them. And he believes that mutants like Lee need to be destroyed, but first he wants to find out what their limits are and is ready to do anything to make the mutants suffer. He got pleasure every time he killed mutants or made him suffer, and this time he wanted to make Lee and his friends suffer. Li Qin was lying on the asphalt all this time and could not move his hands. All the energy was sucked out of him. He felt very weak in his body. He tried to get up from the ground. He still had very little strength in his body, and all he could do was call these trash secret services that kill mutants real monsters. The Scum sat right in front of him and said that the Special Intelligence Department gives them dirty things that make people tired of the Scum. He hit Lee in the face with a bat, and said that they didn't just come here to mock the pathetic mutants, their goal was to steal the 2 strongest mutants from the list of villains. He said in a calm voice that he didn't want to kill him. But unfortunately, his boss gave him the order to bring Li Chen's head and put it on his table. So he has no other choice. He opened the teleport, and summoned an axe to himself in order to deliver the final blow, and kill the guy. He grabbed the axe with his hand and pulled it out of the portal. After that, he swung his axe over his head and wanted to deliver a very strong slash to cut off Li Chen's head. He struck and the axe blade almost touched the guy's neck. The distance between Li Chen and the axe is only a few centimeters. These centimeters separate him from death. Li Chen understood what was happening at that moment, but he could not resist because he had no strength at all. The brain waves of the jar are filled with endless suffering and despair, and they again began to spread in space. These waves almost separate Li from control over his own body, forcing him to fall into endless despair. There was no limit to the suffering and despair. It was strong like a whirlwind. You could feel this pain with your whole body and heart. You could even hear it, and it made a sound as if a little girl was crying very loudly. No one could stop this chaos that was happening around them. In the distance a girl appeared. She looked like a high school student. This girl was making her way through the waves of this black energy. She cried very loudly and suddenly shouted that her name was Han Knight. This girl understood that there was real chaos going on around her, and she wanted to stop it. No one but her could cope with this task. She tried to get forward through the black energy, but it was very difficult to do. Dark energy did not allow her to get closer to the other guys and she constantly fell to the floor. But she still didn't give up and continued to walk forward. At some point she managed to grab the asphalt with her hands. She saw that to her right on the ground was a boy whose hair was burning, but he could not do anything about it because he was unconscious. Knight said that she would help this boy get rid of his suffering and save him. She understood that she had no chance of making a mistake and she must now gather all her strength and accumulate it in order to continue moving forward. She moved on step by step and made her way through the black energy that Apollo number 1 released. She managed to get close to this device and wanted to break it. Inside the jar she saw a human brain, and this mask evoked terrible thoughts in her. Knight understood that this brain that was inside the jar was her. It was her brain, and this made her feel very unpleasant. She couldn't believe that her brain was capable of such terrible things and she began to feel sick. But she tried to hold back these terrible feelings and continue to move forward. Knight extended her hand forward to touch this can. As she approached her, the black energy became stronger and began to be thrown back. But she still continued to reach out and did not give up. Knight asked this brain in a jar to stop and stop destroying all these people. After all, they didn't deserve it, but the brain resisted and did not want to listen to her. The brain made a strong energy explosion and the girl could not withstand such tension and flew back. She felt that her body was beginning to disappear into space and she was decomposing into small molecules. Black energy absorbed her, and due to this she became even stronger. She had practically disappeared forever. But she still continued to resist, but did not give up for a second and wanted to break through to this brain in order to save everyone. She was able to find strength in herself, and will be reborn again from black energy. Knight felt that the brain that was in the jar was very afraid of her because she didn't want to admit that she was a murderer. He inflicted very strong damage on her and tried to destroy her bodily shell. She continued to resist and not succumb to the influence of black energy. Knight said that she would not hurt him and wanted to save him, but for this he did not need to be afraid. He should just calm down and allow her to come closer. The brain still trusted her, allowed her to come closer. The girl hugged the jar and said that now there is no point in being afraid. I'm not together again. Black energy gradually began to disappear and its influence was no longer so strong on the brains of other mutants. The garbage did not understand what was happening and why Apollo No. 1 stopped working properly. This was the first time he had encountered such a problem. Lee felt that he had energy again and could control his body, so he managed to block the blow with an axe and survived. He grabbed the handle of the axe with his hand and looked at his opponent with a furious look. He was very angry because they made him feel such terrible emotions and wanted to kill him. Therefore, Lee was now ready to kill all these scum with his own hands and not spare anyone. Lee began to feel that his strength had returned to him, and it was now reinforced by his anger, so he became even stronger than before. He squeezed the wooden handle of the axe so hard that it could not withstand the tension and broke. Lee swore an oath to himself when he was in prison that he would kill absolutely every person who had ever been associated with North Ocean Prison. The trash was scared when he saw the crazy eyes of this guy in front of him. He felt very severe pain and could not move. Lee used one of his most brutal techniques which he only uses in emergency situations, and thanks to this technique he was able to pierce the body of the scum through. The second trash who was supposed to be doing plan number 1 was in a panic because his tool didn't work and he couldn't fix it. He tried to make this tool work, but everything was useless because the tool no longer worked. His hand was stopped by an iron glove. It was Rorschach's glove. He was able to come to his senses and get up from the ground. His hair was burning like fire. His eyes were filled with anger and a thirst for revenge, and he said that the girl had stopped screaming a long time ago, and if he continued to hit this instrument, nothing would happen. Rorschach tightly gripped his opponent's hand with his gauntlet, and used fiery flames to set the opponent on fire. He wanted to burn this scum down so he could never hurt anyone again. Rorschach wanted to do everything possible to make this scum suffer before death, because those teachings that do not harm other people are a terrible sin, and they must pay for it. The body of the waste began to burn with a bright flame, and gradually turn into ashes. His body disappeared in the wind and flew away with fire and smoke. Rorschach lowered his head and was finally able to calm down. He took out all his anger on this garbage and now he felt better. In front of him was a girl who was holding her second body in her arms, which was filled with anger. He understood that it was the soul of this girl who saved them, and most likely during her life she had superpowers. This girl held her own body in her arms and sang a sweet song about how you can make a path with your fingers if you get through the scars of severe wounds. She continued to sing this song and calms the other half so that she could feel calm. At that moment she sang lines about how souls can be merged together despite fate. In the song she is always the first to say that people should open their wounds in order to heal them again. Her voice calmed everyone who was near her, and her song made her open her eyes again and get up from the ground after a hard fall. Pigo saw before his eyes his wife and little daughter who were dead. They looked at him and asked him not to worry because everything was fine with them now. Pigo saw that everything was fine with them, and this made him think about the fact that he needed to move on with his life. He was very glad to see his wife and daughter happy in front of him. Rorschach heard a very loud scream behind him and decided to find out what was happening there. The trash in a cat mask saw a huge red silhouette in front of him. He realized that this was the big guy who had not been knocked out at the very beginning of the battle and was being mocked. Pigo grabbed his head with his palm or squeezed his face. He was very angry at this man for killing his daughter and wife, and now it was time to take revenge on him by killing him once and for all. But this time Pigo was calm and understood that the death of this scum would save thousands of innocent people. He began to control his matter or disassemble his body. Therefore, we cause him incredible pain. The garbage turned into a ball of meat the size of a football. When Pigo finished dealing with it, he threw it on the ground so that dogs could then eat it. He dusted off his clothes and then took a couple of steps forward to stretch his legs and clean his new sneakers. Pigo took his hat and put it on his head. Now he doesn't allow anyone to take this hat off of him. Lee turned to the rest of the guys and said that there were only a couple of scum left that needed to be killed. The scum looked with horror at the squad of the most powerful villains from the list, and realized that the end had come for them to escape from here. Pigo turned his head back and looked at Lee. He approached the garbage, who was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest but was still alive. The trash started screaming and begging very loudly and for mercy. He begged Pigo not to kill him, apologized for killing his wife, and constantly mocked him. The scum understood that his cries for help made no sense, and now they would kill him anyway. Pigo turned the body of this garbage into a meatball and also threw it onto the road. One of these scum still wanted to escape. It would be the only way to stay alive. But when he wanted to leave this place, a wall of fire appeared in front of his face, which did not allow him to pass. Rorschach stood in front of him and held a glove in front of him. He asked the scum, does he really have enough brains to escape from here? Does he really believe that he will be able to escape? The garbage fell to the ground, otherwise he begged for mercy. He hoped that they would complain about him and let him out of here alive. Rorschach was in no hurry to kill him and instead just looked at this loser with a contemptuous gaze. They all began to approach the fire that was burning near the car. Near this fire sat a girl who saved them. This girl continued to sing the song. Her voice captivated everyone who was near her. Pigo decided that he needed to put his memories about his wife and daughter here and continue to live a new life. So he put the bunny with which his daughter was playing and placed it near the tools that contained the brains of this girl. Pigo closed his eyes, and it was very painful for him to part with this toy with these memories, but there was no other way out. Then he said that they could not help this girl free her soul. Rorschach also agreed to free her soul and help her because she helped them stay alive. The pink bunny started to burn when the flame hit it. She sang the last words of the song, which sounded like this. I will follow the trail of the wolf in a blizzard and will overtake the daring heart in the morning. Through the anger and sadness that have hardened like stone, I will kindle the lips that freeze in the wind. After that she disappeared. Rorschach heard the phone vibrating in his pocket, and he decided to pick it up to see what was happening. But when he looked at the screen, the person who was calling him was not visible. He hung up the phone. Rorschach looked at Pigo and reminded him that for so long I wanted to take revenge on the scumbag who killed his family, and now this moment has come. He was finally able to take revenge on them. They thought that when they lived there they would feel better, but all they felt inside them now was just emptiness and despondency. Lee said that revenge will not make them happy, but it helps them move forward and fulfill promises that they did not make to their loved ones and themselves. There was a quick flash in the sky. It was a Supergirl. She found out that one of the prophets was kidnapped, and she needed to figure out who did it. Suddenly she heard the voice of a girl singing. She looked down and saw a fire on the road and heard a woman's voice. She didn't understand what was happening there. She decided to fly closer to figure it out. When she went downstairs, 3 guys stood in front of her and looked at a huge fire. She didn't understand what was happening here, and therefore decided to immediately fly closer to them. When she turned her head, she saw something very strange. Near the side of the road lay a dead prophet. This is the same girl she needed to find. Behind her sat Garbage and was afraid to move. She decided to finally make herself known and shouted very loudly, turning to the guys and asking them why the prophet was lying dead on earth. She accused them of killing the prophet and taking the lives of all these innocent people and called them traitors. The guys turned their heads at her and looked at her with contemptuous glances. Lee Chin started laughing very loudly when he heard her call them traitors. Garbage decided to take advantage of this moment, while everyone was distracted by the new superhero, and tried to escape from here. Rorschach didn't like the fact that this guy didn't listen to them and still wanted to escape from here. He used his fiery power to heartburn his body. He started laughing very loudly and said that if someone considers them traitors, then let them be sure of it, because it is so. She called these 3 guys crazy scumbags and said that now it would be an end to the innocent victims. She sat down on one knee in order to accumulate a sufficient amount of energy before the attack and then made a quick dash forward. She raised her fist to strike, but suddenly a red wall appeared in front of her face. It was a force field through which she could not break through. All the energy she spent on performing this attack was wasted because she was unable to get through the red energy wall that Pigo put up. A very deep hole formed around her. She lay right in the center of this. I would not be able to do anything. Her body was shrouded in the magical energy of Pigo. She asked these guys where they got such superpowers and why she couldn't use her techniques. Lee started laughing and asked the girl what techniques was she talking about. Rorschach suggested that this technique was called an endless flying fist that strikes its owner. Pigo intervened in the dialogue and said that it would be better if she used this blow than the technique with which she wanted to attack them. When she saw Pigo in front of her, she immediately realized that this was one of the most dangerous villains from the list. She also named their groups of real scumbags who harm humanity, and said that they all need to be destroyed. Li Chen asked why this girl looks like a superhero but acts like a real weakling. Pigo explained that her physical potential is very strong, but even she cannot cope with their superpowers and asked what they will do with her. Rorschach replied that they couldn't just leave her here because he wasn't in the mood to mess with superheroes. They were even worse than the villains who attacked them. The girl continued to stand on all fours and could not move her body because her body was bound by Pigo's magic. All she could do in this situation was just get angry at them for being much stronger than her. She accused these guys of being real killers and she became a superhero to fight people like them. She tried to make every effort and tried to get up. She even started to succeed. She continued to accuse these guys of being villains who use their superpower to intimidate the weak. She had enough strength to overcome the magical barrier and move. But besides the fact that she wanted to get up, she spent a lot of energy talking to them. The guys were very surprised that this girl was still able to get up, and they didn't accept why she was so angry at them because she doesn't know anything about them. He pointed his finger at them and said that he would never allow them to do anything they didn't want, and would fight them. She pressed with her hand the autumn button that was on her suit. Her body began to fill with super energy, and she was able to overcome the magical barrier of Pigo. Rorschach at that moment I tried to stop her and explain that they were not criminals and were only fighting off the villains, but it was too late. She didn't want to listen to them, and was sure that they were the real villains who needed to be destroyed. Miss Infinity called them scumbags and said that even if they did something wrong, they should have been judged by the court and jury, but not by the villain of the list. She said that she wouldn't even give them a chance to escape from here. She said that her name is Miss Infinity, and she has been fighting evil all her life, protecting civilians and maintaining order and peace in the United States. She wanted to force them to repent of their sins, and then send them to prison. At this moment, her body was completely charged with magical energy and lightning. The superwoman used her super strength, and after that lightning began to appear around her, and she began to double her strength tenfold. The guys didn't expect this girl to be so strong. Now they will need to fight her, but they are already very tired after the last battle. She began to accumulate her superpower, and every second she became stronger and stronger. She was very angry with the guys for causing chaos here and said that she would send them all to prison. She has accumulated enough superpower to start a battle. The girl very quickly began to fly towards them, and wanted to deliver the first blow to Rorschach's face in order to knock him out. Pigo realized that the guy needed to be protected, and he created a force field that put a wall between them and did not allow the girl to get closer to them. She was unable to break through this wall, and the blow was blocked, after which she landed on the ground and tried to come up with a new attack tactic. Pigo said that he had very little energy left. He could only control his right hand, so he asked the guys to leave quickly. After that, he asked Rorschach if everything was okay with him, and if he had received damage after the blow. She decided to act unnoticed and hid in the smoke so that they would lose sight of her and not understand where she was now. She walked around their force field from the other side and began to approach Rorschach from behind. Rorschach was very scared because this superwoman was hunting him. Lee said that it was all because the boy was constantly arguing with her, and she was angry with him. Pigo said that this girl is crazy and needs to be finished with her as quickly as possible, so he will throw her into the stratosphere to calm her down. Li Chen smiled and said that there was no point in sending her into the stratosphere. Instead, he would rather practice his new strikes on her and stretch his tendons and bones a little. Rorschach was very scared and asked Li Chen to kill this girl as quickly as possible so that she would no longer hunt him. She couldn't move because Pigo was holding her body with his super strength, but she resisted his super strength and tried to get out of the ear's traps. Pigo said that this girl has gone completely crazy because she began to absorb his superpower and absorbs it into herself. Superwoman told him that the more power he uses, the more it will absorb it. Therefore, it is in his best interest to stop and give up. Pigo did not listen to her advice, and it was his mistake because the girl was able to absorb his superpower and became even stronger. After that, how she got out of the trap, she said that at the cost of her life she would protect people in the United States and said her name. She said that her name is Miss Infinity. Lee was not afraid of this girl, and after she said her name he just laughed. After that he pushed Rorschach back and said that he would figure it out himself. Lee began to step from foot to foot and prepare for the battle. This was his combat exit that helped him get ready for the battle. She didn't understand what he was doing because his movements were very strange. Miss Universe had never seen a person who knew martial arts. Lee put his right hand in front of him with an open palm forward, his left hand pressed into a fist, and took a fighting stance. He was ready to fight with her, and show everything he was capable of because this girl was already starting to make him pretty angry, and he wanted to defeat her for the sake of sport. Miss Universe was very annoyed when she saw Li Chen's arrogant behavior. She didn't understand why he was behaving so arrogantly. She pushed off the ground and jumped up to strike him first. She ran to meet him in order to engage in a duel with him. Li continued to stand in a fighting position and awaited her blows. She ran so fast that her movement could not be noticed by an ordinary person. Miss Infinity rushed forward and hit Li Chen. The force that comes from hitting her left hand could destroy a concrete wall, but she missed with her blow because Li dodged in time and blocked her hand. Li Chen jumped to the side to avoid the blow and raised his right leg. He used his right knee and right elbow like pliers to squeeze the joints of his left elbow. Miss Infinity, due to the fact that the blow used extremely enormous force and her elbow was immediately dislocated and she received quite a lot of damage. Li said that she only depends on her strength, and she has never practiced martial arts, so she has no chance of defeating him. After that, Li Chen immediately raised his right leg to strike. Miss Infinity did not have time to notice this movement because she was busy with the pain in her left hand. Li took advantage of the fact that Miss Universe was distracted and stepped on her left foot with all his might. Then his left foot kicked her from below in the stomach at the same time his right foot knocked her down. After that, his left leg hooked towards Miss Infinity's right knee and kicked her leg muscles. Finally, Li Chen turned around and jumped into the air to prepare for the next attack. He kicked her in the chest using his right leg after the kick. He saw that blood was flowing from her mouth. Pigo and Rorschach did not have time to follow them, and all they saw was only changing poses, which then turned into a stream of light rushing towards Li Chen. Then at one moment, while the light was thrown back on its initial path, Pigo and Rorschach had never seen anything like this before. They were shocked by Li Chen beating up Miss Universe. In the blink of an eye, she broke her left arm, right leg, knees, elbows, and seriously injured her stomach and heart, and it all happened in a few seconds. All this happened after Li Chen hit her 5 times, causing her an incredibly large amount of damage in a very short time. Miss Universe didn't have time to deal a single blow to the guy. All she did was take damage and absorb it into herself. She could no longer fight and fell to the ground. Blood flowed from her mouth. Her bones were broken. Miss Universe was saved by the fact that she had superpower. It helped her survive. If she didn't have superpower, she would have already died. Rorschach asked Li Chen if he was done fighting with this girl. Li didn't answer anything because it was already clear that she was no longer capable of fighting. Pigo came closer to her and felt her pulse. He said that she was not breathing. Li said that this set of martial arts is very strong and dangerous. And apparently the guy went a little overboard, so she may not be able to breathe now. He said that they use this martial arts technique against dangerous opponents. Li began to worry that this girl was not breathing because he was not going to kill her. He walked up to her and took her scarf. He took off her scarf and threw it aside. He tried to touch her with his hand and the girl actually had no pulse and was not breathing. He found a button on her supersuit that was supposed to give her superpowers. Li began to interact with this button and it turned out that it was a micro syringe that helped her activate her superpower. Li said that in the Northern Ocean prison he had already seen such a syringe. Medicines were poured into it so that ordinary people could temporarily have superpower. Rorschach said that the Misfits also used such syringes. This means that Miss Infinity is not a real superhero, but only uses a micro syringe to artificially gain superpower. They came to the conclusion that this drug, which was made by the Department of Special Research, was needed so that ordinary people could have superpowers, and her body was researching this to make superpowers even better. Rorschach was delighted with what he had just learned and said that in our time it is obvious to the nation of the mafia corporations, everyone who has the will to power and resources wants to hold the new power of this era of superpowers. And such scum and mutants as they will have to unite with them in order to become stronger and survive. Li Chun reassured the guy and said that Rorschach is not on the list of villains and is not even trash, so this does not affect him in any way. Li heard a strange sound and turned his head. When he did this, he saw a hologram of Anna, the girl asked to save her because she was locked in the hospital. She said that she spent too much effort, and now she will have to disappear, so the guys will continue to act without her. These were her last words, and after that she disappeared. Li Chun said that they must save this girl who sent her spiritual energy here. He was worried about this girl and wanted to help her. Li couldn't leave her in trouble. They got into the car and immediately hit the road to save the girl. Pigot was behind the wheel and driving the car. Night had already fallen and the road was hard to see, but it was useful for them because there were no cars on the road and they could not drive calmly. Li looked out the window and at some point he said that it was the girl who told him that she was locked in the hospital, but perhaps it was not a hospital but a laboratory, and they need to understand which hospital this girl is in. Rorschach said that most likely this girl is in the laboratory, but it doesn't matter because she gave him the coordinates to which they need to go. If they use acceleration now, they can get there very quickly. Pigo looked into the windshield of the car and saw something very strange. After that he told the guys to also look at the other side of the city. When they looked out the window they saw that in the distance there was a very strong explosion and a fire started in the building. Pigo said that because of them there is still no electricity in the city and they need to put out this fire because they are involved in it. Li replied that saving people from fire is the job of superheroes and they don't have time for that. And Rorschach said that he absolutely doesn't care about this fire, and they just need to hurry to save this girl. Rorschach was very tired after all the fights that happened to them that day and said that he absolutely didn't care if they went to save the girl or put out the fire, and now he just wanted to sleep. He felt that his eyes were very dry and he needed sleep to fix it. But then he said that he would not sleep, because if he fell asleep, he would not want to do anything and would miss everything, and instead he took the phone in order to be distracted and not fall asleep. He opened by He Jane Chang's account. She posted a post about coming to the carnival. Rorschach liked her photo and said she looked very happy. He started looking at all her photos and liked all the photos that he came across. They really liked this girl, so he often looked at her account. Suddenly he saw a photograph in which this girl and her friend were standing next to a man who had his arm around their waist. At this moment, Rorschach almost went crazy. He felt incredible anger at this man and believed that no one dared to touch Baldi. He put his phone in the front seats and showed the guys this photo. Li laughed when he saw that she was hugging another man and told Rorschach not to worry about it because there are still a lot of other beautiful girls and you shouldn't worry about it. Rorschach said that it's not that a man was hugging her. The whole problem is that she is at that burnt construction site in the exact place where the explosion occurred. He enlarged the photo and showed the guys that there were two masked people in the photo and apparently they could be Scum. Li said that these masked people are 100% Scum, but he didn't understand what they were doing there. Rorschach replied that I don't know who these guys are and why there was an explosion, but they urgently need to go there to Jean Lianhua's bar to help her because she is in danger. Pigo is confused. He doesn't understand where they need to go and asks the guys what they are doing now and what they should do now with Aha and Night. In the back seat of the car, a hologram suddenly began to appear and this hologram said that everything was fine. The girl said that she could wait a little and it would be better for them to go to the bar first. The guys were very surprised that this girl was next to them all the time and heard all their conversations. Pigo said that they urgently need to go to the bar and save the girl. He changed gear and pressed the gas pedal to speed up the car, after which he made a quick turn in the other direction and headed into the bar. They drove very quickly in order to save people in this place. The princess tries on different outfits to disguise her identity and go for a walk. She put on big sunglasses and said that this is the perfect look for disguise. Now she wants to go to an amusement park and then go to an anime festival after that for a couple of roses and will play there until the morning. She was very pleased that she had found the perfect outfit to go for a walk and immediately ran to the door to leave the room. But when she wanted to open the door, nothing worked because someone was holding the door on the other side. Her bodyguard stood on the other side of the door and did not allow the girl to leave so that she would not get into trouble. Evening came, 2 large twin skyscrapers stood motionless. Light appeared in the windows of these buildings. Princess Billa put her hands on the door and asked to be let out of the hotel room because she wanted to take a walk, but they didn't let her out, and she started crying. The princess knew that Natalie had banned her from the room and begged her bodyguard Andre to let her out, but he continued to stand motionless. The princess fell on her bed and began to cry, after which she calmed down a little and raised her head. She looked out the window and saw birds flying across the sky and a beautiful sunset, which calmed her a little. She noticed that the birds that flew across the sky were albatrosses, and these albatrosses gave her a brilliant idea. She immediately began to come up with an ingenious plan for her escape from the hotel room. She went to the TV and turned on the music at full volume, after which she said that she had long wanted to try to make escape. She hoped that Natalie would forgive her for this. The princess went to the window and opened it, then went out onto the ledge. She walked with careful steps to the edge of the cornice so as not to fall from there. The girl took a deep breath, and after that she felt the fresh air. She immediately felt better and all the sadness disappeared somewhere. She began to smile and feel happy. It became much easier for her when she felt the fresh air. The princess said that she wanted to see a new wonderful world and get to know it. All the great feats in the world were accomplished thanks to fabulous adventures, and she wanted to participate in such adventures. She really wanted to see this amazing world because she had never seen it before because she was not allowed anywhere, and she was always like a princess locked up in a tower. She saw a clear sky, and it seemed to her that the whole world was now before her eyes and she could see or even touch it. Everything that she now saw before her eyes seemed like a magical sight to her, and she had sensations that could not be described in ordinary words. She lifted her dress to take a step towards fabulous adventures. The princess was ready to take a risk and go on a journey, and to do this she pushed herself off the edge of the cornice and made a jump. Bird feathers began to fly in the air and the princess was not visible. The albatrosses caught the princess and did not allow her to fall. The girl lay on them as if on a bed and said that she was flying up and rushing towards the endless horizon. She felt like a meteor in the night sky. She was flying forward towards her dreams. The albatrosses were heading down to lower the girl and allow her to continue traveling on her own. They very carefully put her on the ground and the princess immediately ran forward to meet the beautiful new world. Everything that she saw in front of her seemed incredibly beautiful and unusual to her, and she wanted to study absolutely everything here. Takahashi Yuriko, singer, an idol girl, works as a music producer. She watches a video on her smartphone and eats lollipop at the same time. She is watching her video that she shot for her new song. In the song she sings that her peers are dying for someone else's sins for someone else's money. She talks through the song about the things that worry me about mean people and how rich people laugh at poor people. Yuriko decided to look at the comments that I leave for her new songs in order to understand whether people like this song or not. In the comments it is written that recently the quality of the performers' songs has deteriorated day by day, but this is the most disgusting song they have ever heard. Many people thought this song was disgusting and they left bad reviews, but there was one guy who liked this song. She had a lot of comments written on this video and the girl began to doubt that this song was good. The comments under her new video became more and more aggressive, People started to quarrel because someone didn't like this song. But one guy liked the song and he defended it. Yuriko was not offended by people who left bad comments because she really liked her song, and she believed that some people simply did not understand her song. She opened a social network to listen to music, but suddenly she saw a message from a guy who defended her in the comments. This guy said that he supported her and asked her not to pay attention to the haters. They don't understand anything about music. Yuriko called herself a performer who has only one fan. But it was nice that there is at least one person who likes her songs. She decided to respond to the guy who wrote her a positive comment, and wrote a message: "Thank you very much, explosive man, don't worry, I definitely won't give up on my dreams, so I will take part in the freelance singing competition. By the way, I also put this song on the ringtone." The princess was delighted with the real world. She had never seen it live, only on TV. She was delighted with everything. She even admired the sewing factory that stood not far from her. The girls saw the opera house and wanted to come closer to it in order to see it in person. She was so carried away by the world around her that she stopped looking around, and because of this she crashed into Yuliko. The princess felt that she had a very bad headache, and after the collision, Yuliko turned her head to look at the girl who crashed into her. She looked at her with a dissatisfied look. The princess immediately began to apologize and ask for forgiveness for crashing. She said that she didn't do it on purpose. Yuliko smiled and asked the girl if everything was okay with her, and if she was hit hard. Yuliko handed over the egg and said that this candy would be for the girl as compensation for her injury. The princess was delighted when she saw this candy. She looked at it as something sacred, because it was the same candy that was constantly talked about in advertising. Yuliko thought that this girl was looking at her and said that popularity on the internet is good, but when a girl we know calls your lollipop legendary, it's very strange. The princess took the lollipop and started licking it. She said that all the things that her uncle bought for her were confiscated by Natalia, but now she has something of her own. Yuliko took her jacket with her hand and began to unbutton it. After that, she opened her jacket and showed the princess everything that was under her clothes. Her jacket was filled with lollipops. She said that she always carries a lot of lollipops with her because she loves them. Yuliko was very surprised that the girl who stood in front of her was very sweet and positive. She decided to get to know her better and said that her name was Hashi Yulika, but the princess could just call her Yuli. The princess said that her name is Anastasia. She allowed her new friends to call her simply Nastia. Yuli asked Nastia if she wanted to take part in the freelance singing competition, and the princess at that moment made a surprised expression on her face because she didn't understand what we were talking about. Yuli said that this competition will be held here today, and this is the line of people who want to get into this competition. Yuli told the princess that this is the most popular talent show in the USA without a threshold, without restrictions. 2 judges' agreement out of 3 is enough to move on. The final prize is $1 million with the best candidates. Most likely, a contract will be signed with creative companies and everyone can try it. Nastia was delighted with this competition and said that I found it very interesting. Yulia replied that she was an internet performer who wanted to become a star, but her career collapsed. Yuli showed her phone and said that there is her new song here and she wants to sing it at the competition and invited Nastia to listen to it. She took out headphones from her bag and gave one earphone to her new friend. The princess inserted an earphone into her ear and was preparing to listen to a new song. Yuli pressed the start button with her thumb and then the song began to play. She was very worried whether this girl would like her new song. Nastia closed her eyes and began to listen carefully to this song. She listened to the melody and really liked it. Yuli was very surprised that this girl was listening to her song so carefully. She asked Nastia how she felt, and if she didn't like it, she didn't have to force herself to listen to this song. Nastia said that she really likes the rhythm of this song. It's very powerful. She praised Yulia for the fact that she sings very beautifully and has very good lyrics. Yulia at that moment was incredibly happy because this girl liked her song. Nastia began to hum the chorus of this song and all the people who were on the street heard it, but she didn't care at all. Yuli was very inspired by the fact that this girl liked her song and wanted to prove to everyone that she is the best singer in the whole universe. But when she performed at the talent show, all the judges refused her. They covered their ears and said that this song was disgusting, the girl had a terrible voice and that the monkey sang better than her. Yuli was very surprised that the judges didn't like this song. They didn't even let her sing the song to the end. She was very disappointed that these judges reacted so rudely to her song, but Nastia tried to calm her down. Yuli said that everything is fine, and she is not upset about it, and wished Nastia good luck before the performance. The princess came on stage and for the first time saw such a large number of people in front of her. She walked up to the microphone and stopped next to it. She stood silently for several seconds and didn't know what to do. The princess thought that these judges were very picky because Yuli sings very well. But they still told her no and kicked her off the stage without letting her sing the song. The jury sat on stage with very dissatisfied expressions on their faces. They were not waiting for someone to surprise them. The guy asked the girl what song she wanted to sing and asked her to sing as quickly as possible because people were waiting. They behaved very impudently and rudely. They didn't even want to listen to the girl and asked her not to detain everyone present here. Yuli turned to the jury and asked them not to be so rude because it interferes with the artist on stage. Yuli shouted to Nastia and asked her not to pay attention to these judges because they behaved disgustingly, and said that she needs to close her eyes and sing the song with her heart. The princess closed her eyes and didn't understand why it's so hard for me to remember at least one song that she knows. Everything seemed to have flown out of my head. She started humming the melody from a song that always calms her down. It was a very beautiful melody, and the princess sang it in her gentle voice. The man asked the girl not to sing anymore because she did it badly, but the girl from the jury shut his mouth because she recognized the melody of this song. She asked everyone to shut up and let the artist on stage finish singing his song. The princess continued to hum the melody until the words of the song began. When she finished singing the melody, the princess began to sing the words of the song. It turned out that this was the same song that Yulia wrote. This is the only song she could remember. The jury was very surprised when they heard the charming voice of this girl. The princess continued to sing this song with her eyes closed. She sang it very sincerely and honestly, as if she had written it herself. People admired the way this girl sings. They were enchanted by her beautiful vocals and could not take their eyes off her. They were ready to listen to her forever. The jury was also surprised that this girl sings so beautifully. She was a real diamond among all the performers they saw. The rudest man who was on the jury could not take his eyes off her. He was delighted with this vocal. He liked this song very much, and he began to worry about the girl who was singing it, and a tear flowed from his eyes. Nastia enchanted everyone with her vocals. It was as if she had a superpower that could charm anyone. The people who were in the auditorium began to cry. They really liked this song and had never heard anything like it. They thought it was wonderful. Nastia continued to sing with her eyes closed, and did not understand how well she sings, and she was not interested in it now because she was busy with vocals. The jury was told that in front of him stood a real angel who jumped from the sky and decided to sing for them. Yuli felt very strange because she had just sung the same song, but the jury told her that it was terrible, and the song was disgusting. And now Nastia is singing the same song, and they admire this song. The man asked the girl not to stop and continue singing because it was the best performance he had ever seen in his life. Nastia opened her eyes and was very surprised that people liked her performance so much. She did not expect such a result. All the spectators who were in the auditorium stood up from their seats and began to applaud her. They all cried and admired her. Nastia was delighted with this result, and began to look for her friend with her eyes. But Yuli disappeared somewhere. She was not in the auditorium, and the princess did not understand what happened to her. Nastia ran from the stage to find her friend. She realized that Yulia was offended by her because she sang her song. She ran out into the street and started looking for Yulia in the crowd. She was running down the street and tried to find her friend, but she was nowhere to be found. The princess walked around the whole block looking for Yulia but couldn't find her. She realized that she had made a big mistake, and because of this she was very upset and sat down on the asphalt with her hands on her head. Nastia was very upset and offended at herself for ruining everything again and losing such a good friend. She began to cry and remember similar situations from her life. She remembered the moment when she was still just a child and large soldiers stood in front of her. The princess was still very small then and asked the soldiers to play with her, but they took her very seriously, and instead of playing with her they sat down on one knee and bowed to her. The soldiers said in unison that it was their duty to serve the princess and protect her at the cost of their lives. Nastia didn't yet understand what was happening, and for her it was very strange. She was a carefree child who wanted to play and have fun, but the world around her scared her. She saw women in lush dresses and expensive outfits dancing in front of her and bowing. Ambassadors from different countries constantly came to her and showed their respect. They all bowed to her and said that they were incredibly glad to meet her. She was too little and they scared her. These people she didn't understand why they behaved so strangely and couldn't just play with her. Nastia remembered one very scary day from her childhood. She then experienced very unpleasant emotions. On this day, her parents were buried, and she was also at this funeral and saw how her parents were buried underground. She couldn't explain to herself what was happening and why her parents wouldn't get out of these wooden boxes. A man stood next to her and stroked her head with his hand. He tried to calm her down. She raised her head to this man and saw that her uncle was standing next to her. He told her not to worry because he will always be there and protect her. That day she first heard these words from her uncle. She felt very sad at that moment, and she began to cry and could not stop her tears. Nastia sat on the ground and cried, remembering all the bad situations in her life, and it always seemed to her that only she was to blame for these bad situations, and if she had behaved differently, none of this would have happened. Suddenly Yuli appeared in front of her, and asked why Nastia was sitting here. Did those jury offend her and also kicked her out? Nastia asked Yulia why she ran away and where she had been all this time, because the princess was very worried about losing her friend. Yuli said that she was very angry. These idiots who sat on the jury, in addition to the commentators who leave her bad messages under the video, made her angry, and she got angry from this. She said that she has only one fan who cheers her up and calms her down. The princess took Yulia by the jacket and asked her forgiveness for stealing the song. She said that she didn't do it on purpose and didn't want to offend her friend, and now I'm very unpleasant for her doing such an act. Yuli pretended that everything was fine and she wasn't worried about it, and said that there was nothing wrong with it, because all her life she had dreamed of having someone sing her song. Yuli tried to calm Nastia down, and said that everything was fine and there was no need to be sad because of this, because wrinkles would appear on her face, and admitted that the explosive guy could always make her laugh. She suggested going to the carnival and eating pig's hooves. Nastia asked what are pig hooves, and Yuli answered her that all men are pig hooves, especially the explosive man who writes her positive reviews. They started heading to the carnival, and Nastia constantly asked Yulia about the explosive man. She tried to find out who he was and why Yulia was constantly talking about him. The princess thought that this was Julia's boyfriend, but the girl replied that he was just an ordinary fan. Jean Lien, who Hotel 10th Floor Chinese Restaurant Babylon 1900 hours. The man in the purple mask is the Grand Duke. The girl in the white dress next to him is Natalie. A man in the company of two girls is walking towards them. This man is the vice-governor, a girl in a purple dress, his wife, a girl in a black mask. This is Susan. All the respected people of this city have gathered in this room, and they are actually wearing masks on their faces because a carnival is happening here now. Susan walked up to the stage and walked up to the microphone, asking for a moment so the lieutenant governor could make his speech. Susan said into the microphone that the next person invited to the stage is Lieutenant Governor What. He wants to give his speech. The people in the hall stopped doing their business and directed all their attention to the stage. What thanked everyone present here for paying attention to him and being ready to listen to his speech. He said that to begin with, on behalf of the United States, he welcomes the Ambassador of Peace and Grand Duke Vladimir from Ukraine. What said that he was honored to see such an important person at this event. He was glad that their countries could live in peace and support the Union. Imperial Palace Martial Arts Training Ground. Two guys fight with swords and hone their fencing skills. The guy was unable to block the blow of his opponent and fell to the ground near his face. There was a sword blade. This guy asked the gentleman to spare him and not kill him. His Highness was a very cruel man, and despite pleas for mercy from his opponent, he still struck and killed his opponent. A servant approached him holding a plate in his hands. He said, "Your Majesty, the Revolutionary Army has crossed the island. Gustav Fathan has already arrived." The master asked his servant not to bring any more bad news that they had failed. What said from the stage that from 1861 to the present day, disputes about the divided roads of two great nations have continued for more than 150 years. Let's say no more unnecessary words. What continued to tell his speech from the stage and said that today he wants to stop the differences between the strange and thank God for protecting their country. At this moment, the golden teeth smiled slyly and looked into the distance. At this moment, the soldiers were hidden in iron containers and sabotage was being prepared. The soldiers were very excited because they understood that the special operation they were being sent on was very dangerous. Special agents opened the boxes in which the weapons were located. They checked the serviceability of these weapons. They had a huge arsenal of weapons with which they wanted to commit their sabotage. The Scum watched the soldiers who came out of the container and were transported here by ship. The Scum were involved in this sabotage, and they were the organizers of it. By order of their boss Gold Teeth, they must cause chaos at the carnival. The Scum in the cat mask said that they must find one person on the orders of their boss and cut his brain from his body, otherwise they will not receive the reward on time. The city was very noisy and there were bright lights from large carnival cars that were driving along the main street of the city. Yuli and Nastia arrived at this carnival and were delighted with everything that was happening here because it was a lot of fun here. Suddenly one man saw them. This man started running after the girls and asked them to stop because he wanted to tell them something. He showed the girls an advertisement in which it was written that a mass carnival was happening not far from them. It was a party that anyone could attend, and the girls were very interested in this party. He pointed with his hand to the place where this party would now take place, and invited them to come with him. They looked at each other and said in unison that this should be a lot of fun and agreed to go with him. The man took the girls with him, and they went to this party. Suddenly a girl with glasses appeared looking for something. She saw the coffee house and entered this building. She found the people she was supposed to meet and sat down at the table with them. One of the men addressed her as Miss Infinity, and said that they were all waiting just for her, and now they could start. At the moment when the man started talking to Miss Infinity, a girl with red hair appeared in the background. This girl was holding a squid toy in her hands. She was very happy because at this carnival there was a huge car in the shape of a squid. This girl was holding a toy octopus in her hands. She was very happy because at this carnival there was a huge car in the shape of an octopus. Mr. K stood near the road and tried to hail a taxi. He extended his hand forward and showed his thumb up so that the car would stop. A taxi stopped next to him and Mr. K opened the door and entered the car, after which he sat down in the passenger seat. He took out several photographs from his jacket and showed these photographs to the people who were sitting in the back seats. He said that these 6 people were priority targets for murder. The rest of those involved should also be eliminated. He showed photographs of all the people who needed to be destroyed at this event, and said that this was sweet revenge for everyone who interfered with him. Mr. K turned to the guys who were sitting in the back seat and told them that if they want to be members of SIA then they need to prove their worth and complete this task. Watt continued to give his speech from the stage, and they sounded like this: the pride and glory of the United States is not afraid of danger. We can control the world, so we will face problems. As President Stephen said, our national foundation is based on success. This is the triumph of the superior race and the inferior races. But the essence of this victory is the words of our people. Let the battle become even hotter. He said that the United States will prove to the whole world that all dangers in one way or another are a stepping stone to success. He tried to raise the morale of all the people who were in this room and said that God always protects America. God Deo Vindex is the defender of America, and the war in the north and south of the USA is the slogan of the Southern Army. All the people who were in this room listened to the speaker's story to the end and raised their glasses, after which they all shouted in unison Deo Vindex. Susan pretended that she liked everything and even smiled, showing everyone around me that I was comfortable here. But then she turned her head away so that no one could see her reaction, and she contorted her face. She said that she was sick of the Nazis. While the Vice President of the United States was making a speech about his views on the future of the country, Li Chun and his friends gathered to find the prophet. Pigo got out of the car and said that it was already 2300 hours and they had to go. Rorschach put his hand on his head and said that he wanted to sleep, but they woke him up anyway. Rorschach began to rub his eyes to wake up and then said that he had forgotten something but could not remember what it was. In the club there was a ball hanging on the ceiling of a disc and throwing rays of light in different directions. The people in this club were dancing and enjoying life. They were drunk, and some of them were using drugs to dance all night until the morning. The man who invited the girls to this club took Yulia aside and pressed her against the wall. He began to pester her, and reached out with his lips to her face to kiss her. Yuli slapped him in the face because he behaved very impudently and left him. Nastia didn't understand why her friend was so angry and decided to ask what happened, but Yuli didn't answer her. The man approached the girls again and said that it was very noisy here. He asked them if they wanted to quietly go to the dance party on the floor above and told the girls that the ambassador of peace had been invited there. Yuli said that they probably wouldn't be able to get there. The princess was very angry when she found out the news that the ambassador of peace was at this party. She said that he left her alone in the room, and he himself went there and invited Yulia to go with her to this party. Yuli saw that the princess and the men who brought them here had already gone to this party, but she was afraid that it was very dangerous, and could not decide to do this act. She asked them to wait for her and began to run after them. The man brought the girls to the correct floor and opened the door. He said that right behind this door there is a room in which there will be a dance hall. When the girls entered this room, they saw that this was a hotel room, but not a dance hall. The princess said that they were lost. This is the wrong room. The man closed the door to the room and hid the key. The girls began to feel in danger. After all, they were left alone with this man. The man himself came up to them and began to stretch his shirt. Yuli asked him what he was doing. Yuli began to feel that her eyes were closing and she was very tired, but she didn't understand where she suddenly got so tired because everything was fine. She was holding a can of alcoholic drink in her hand and realized that this man had mixed sleeping pills into her alcohol, and now she was starting to lose consciousness. Nastia saw that her friend felt bad and she fell on the bed. The princess asked what was happening and how she could help her. The man told the princess not to worry about the fact that her friend was behaving like this because she was just tired and she needed to rest a little. And after that, he went to the refrigerator and took out a couple of cans of alcohol and offered them to Nastia. Yuli tried to warn Nastia and tell her that she shouldn't drink alcohol, but she couldn't say anything because the sleeping pills were starting to take effect. Nastia was very naive and said that she would happily drink this drink. She approached the man and took the can from him, and then began to drink the drink in one gulp. She said that she really likes this drink, and she is delighted with how tasty it is. The man said that if she wants, she can take more. Nastia very quickly got a taste for this drink and became addicted to it. She drank about 10 cans in a very short period of time. She liked drinking this drink so much that she asked another man, took out another can from the refrigerator and gave it to her after that. He said that it was so strange because her friend passed out after the first can. And Nastia had already drunk so much of this drink to this day. I feel good now. Yuli asked Nastia everything extra is in order, and how she is still staying sober because this is wine. The princess was very surprised that this drink is called wine. The man touched the belt that was on his belt with his hands and said that everything was fine. He brought his face closer to Nastia and said that he really likes it when girls resist because then it's much more interesting with them. He began to unfasten the belt on his pants and move closer and closer to Nastia. Yuli saw that this idiot was trying to offend Nastia and shouted that he should not approach her. The man tried to touch Nastia and grope him, and he said that she should behave like an obedient girl, and then everything would be fine. Yuli felt very weak and due to the effects of the sleeping pills, but she could not allow her friend to be hurt, so she gathered her strength and was able to get up from the floor. She took her guitar and hit this guy over the head with the guitar. He did not expect that the girl would be able to get up from the floor and barely had time to put his hand in front of him in order to block the blow from the guitar. Nastia was very frightened by what was happening in this room. This was the first time she had encountered such situations. Yuli said that they urgently needed to run away from here. She bit this man on the hand so that he would feel pain and could not run after them for some time. But he got very angry with the girl because she bit him and hit her in the face with all his might. Yuli was unable to defend herself from this blow and fell to the floor and hit her head. The man grabbed the girl by the neck and began to choke her so that she could no longer get up and bite him again. He was her hand in the face, and with his blows he could have killed her because he was in a state of rage. Nastia tried to stop this man by pushing him aside, but she was very weak, and she did not have enough strength to stop him. He tore off the collar that was hanging around her neck, and said that he wanted to play with her, and she had no right to refuse. Yuli saw that it was this frost that tore her favorite collar, and threw it aside. At that moment she felt that something broke inside her, as if the world stopped at that moment. This collar was given to her by her only fan, who signs himself on the internet as an explosive man. She loved this gift very much and appreciated it. He continued to choke her and did not let her go. If he had continued to do this and a little more, she would have suffocated. Yuli began to feel that she had no air left. If this continued, then she would die. At that moment she experienced very strong anger. Yuli started screaming very loudly. Her scream was incredibly noisy. It was her superpower that she just activated completely by accident. He did not expect that this girl had superpowers, and her scream began to deafen him. The sound waves that Yuli activated with her scream threw the guy so far that he broke 2 doors with his back and crashed into the wall. After he crashed into the wall, cracks appeared on the wall. He took out a knife and took it in his hand, after which he said that this girl had burst his eardrums and wanted to kill the girl because she used her superpower against him. Nastia and Yuli were sitting near the bed and were very frightened. They did not understand what was happening here, and this frightened them even more. When the man began to walk towards the girls in order to kill them, he was stopped by a man putting his hand on his shoulder. The man asked this man to mind his own business, and leave him alone. But the man who stopped him was very serious. He took out a gun and put the barrel of the gun to the guy's head. On the other side, a man appeared in a clown mask. He was dressed in an expensive suit. This man said that he knows this man. They call him Round-Faced Pavel. This guy is always disturbing guests in this place because his uncle owns a bar on the lower floors. A very tall man in a black suit appeared behind him. Pavel recognized him and said that he was surprised to see Jean here. The giant walked past him along the corridor and told them to hurry up because there was very little time. Pavel apologized to the giant and said that he didn't think that everything would turn out like this. These people in suits put the man on his knees and presented a gun to his head. Pavel asked for forgiveness and begged them not to kill him. Very loud shot. Nastia and Yuli were shocked by what just happened here. They couldn't believe that the pants in their eyes had just killed a man. People in suits stepped on the guy's corpse and did not walk over his body as if he were an ordinary carpet. They were all armed with different weapons. Some of them held a cleaver in their hand. Some had a modern machine gun with many improvements. These people did not pay attention to the girls who were in the room and simply walked past. In the corridor it became very quiet and empty. All these people left. Nastia asked Yulia who these people were, and why they killed this man so mercilessly. Suddenly a hand appeared from the corridor and grabbed the doorway. The girls heard this sound and saw the hand, after which they began to scream and were very scared. A man in a clown mask appeared in front of them. He began to laugh very loudly, and then said that he did not expect to see the owner of superpowers here and said that they should not miss such prey. He saw that one of these girls was a foreigner. He understood this from her clothes, but could not understand where she was from. He looked at the princess and tried to understand where he had seen her before. But suddenly he was punched in the face, after which the guy in the clown mask lost consciousness and was knocked out. A giant appeared in the room and with one blow of his fist slammed this clown into the wall. The girls no longer understood what was happening here and were very scared. They felt that they were in great danger and could not even scream because they were very scared. The giant bowed to these girls and asked for forgiveness for the rudeness of his servant. Oh well, he knew the girl who was sitting in front of him and asked Her Majesty Anastasia for forgiveness for such rudeness. He took off his mask and the man turned out to have gold teeth. He introduced himself as Joey Lukhen and said that he was a friend of Prince Yuli. A man sits at a table. He holds his fist with his hand and looks very worried. He threw 3 coins on the table. The man picked up the stick he was stirring the coffee and broke it. There were several more people behind the salon. A man with purple hair stood up and shook the hand of the girl standing opposite. He said that he was very glad to see such a famous superhero as Miss Wu Xian, and said that his name is Pascal and he is a fireman. Pascal introduced the girl to his partner Candy Bear. His friend stood up from the table and said that he was very pleased to meet Miss Infinity. He felt very awkward because he forgot to greet the girl who was sitting to the left of Miss Universe. After that he said hello Fiona and asked for her autograph. Fiona was very unhappy that this guy was behaving like this, and said that she had cancelled a lot of invitations to advertising and important meetings in order to come here, and she was not going to have a fan meeting here. Miss Wu Xian turned to Officer Lei Jian and asked why the officer called all these people here. Officer Lei Jian stood up from the table and thanked everyone for responding to such a hasty conclusion, and said that in fact they have important news that requires the support of those who have superpowers. The officer asked everyone present if they knew anything about the list of villains. The man continued to throw coins on the table and break sticks. He broke the sticks and put them next to each other. The officer said that the list of villains was compiled by the super-powerful 12 prophets who predicted that in the future there will be many criminals who will instill chaos in society with their superpowers. They also warn that there are certain villains that are controlled by the government, but there are still many details unknown to us. She threw a magazine on the table. This magazine had a picture of Barbara on it. Fiona said that she does not want to catch these villains, and she believes that the police should do this. She expressed her position on this matter and said that because of the decision of the 12 prophets, innocent people could be considered criminals and would be arrested, and it seemed very stupid. Miss Universe asked what was wrong with preventing crimes in advance. She believed that it would be too late to act. When something has already happened and the villains cannot be allowed to commit a crime, and therefore only arresting them will be unfair to the victims. After all, they must protect the safety of civilians. Fiona said that Miss Universe doesn't understand what she's talking about because people with superpowers don't have to be criminals and it's stupid to want to go after those people who haven't done anything. But Miss Universe continued to stand her ground and argued that these criminals need to be imprisoned. They began to quarrel. The officer stopped their discussion and said that they had not gathered here to discuss laws and morals. She gathered superheroes in this room so that they could check the truth of the list of villains and understand how dangerous the people are there. Fiona asked the officer how they would check this. Officer Lei Jen looked at Fiona and realized that it was time to tell them how they would check it. She introduced Mr. Beast to everyone present. She said that he was a professor at the Manhwa City Academy of Industry and one of the 12 prophets who compiled the list of villains. He threw 3 coins on the table again and broke the stick. Mr. Beast laid out 6 sticks on the table parallel to each other, and 2 of them were broken. He took a cup of coffee and took a sip, after which he greeted everyone present and said that his power lies in predicting the future. The fireman raised his hand and said that he had a question for Mr. Beast. He wanted to know what kind of sticks were on his table, and why he broke 2 sticks. Mr. Beast looked carefully at these sticks, and then took another sip of coffee in his cup. He made an impressive pause and after that he said there is no need to light a night light on such a bright night as today because the light of a night light is a weak light, and today's night is as bright as day. When the light is on like tonight, it is not entirely correct to light night lights with their weak lights. Miss Universe didn't understand what this man was talking about, and decided to ask him what he meant. He explained to the girl that this is what the prophecy of 6 gold coins sounds like. This is one of the methods of fortune-telling for one ancient nation. Fiona asked Mr. Beast what he managed to find out using this method of fortune-telling. He smiled, adjusted his monocle and carefully began to examine the chopsticks lying on the table. He pointed his finger at the topmost broken stick and said that there was no need to light a night light on such a bright night as today. Fiona said that he was talking nonsense, and nothing was clear from his words. Officer Lei Jen said that Professor Beast is also an archaeologist, and his manner of speaking is a little different from ours and asked the professor to immediately move on to the main problem. He replied that he would now explain what was the matter, after which he put his hand into the inner pocket of his vest. From his vest, he took out an old watch, looked at the time. The clock showed that the time was now 19:30. He would try to be very concise and explain that if the prediction about the list of villains comes true this evening, an event will occur that will entail a huge number of victims, after which tomorrow at 5 a.m. the Empire will break the peace treaty and declare your but to people's superpowers and to those who cover them worldwide. The superheroes were shocked by what this man had just said. They couldn't believe that the future would look like this. Mr. Beast said that he expected such a reaction, and when he learned about this event he himself was shocked. He said that most likely this is due to the signing of a new truce agreement that will take place in the twin buildings. He pointed his finger at the TV on which the news was now showing and asked the superheroes if they hadn't seen the news of the United States creating a prison in the middle of the Northern Ocean for those who have superpowers. And he drew their attention to the fact that it was on the day of peace negotiations that a military exercise was announced and tensions began on the borders. Riots were being prepared and something terrible was about to happen. The girls were shocked by this news. Fiona said that this is the first time she has heard about a prison for people with superpowers. She believes that it is illegal. Miss Universe was scared that the villains from the list could attack the ambassadors of peace. The officer cleared her throat and said that the way of thinking and style of action of the army in the Cold War was a little aggressive, and as much as I didn't want to admit it, there is such a prison. Moreover, according to her acquaintances from Alaska, a super-powerful criminal was able to escape from prison. They started to panic. They began to behave very excitedly and could not calm down. They began to blame the officer for the fact that she was still inactive and said that they urgently needed to make a decision and save their country. But for this the prophet must tell the location of these criminals. Mr. Beast took a sip of coffee from his cup and then said that he could tell the location of the villains, but he refused to do so. Miss Universe used her superpower and was beside herself with rage. She didn't understand why men didn't want to help them fix everything. He said that he doesn't want to do this because his main job is not as a prophet but as a scientist. This time he is here to check the list of villains for truth or to check the veracity of the so-called superpower-like prediction, but not to save the country. Mr. Beast asked the superheroes if they can change the future that was predicted by the 12 prophets, or is this fate impossible to prevent? Miss Universe was shocked by this question. She didn't know what to answer. Mr. Beast decided to talk to them about the list of villains and explained that in the first place there is Lee Chin, but what is the likelihood that he will become a villain or a criminal? He said that this prediction could be just one of the probabilities of a parallel universe. It all depends on his personal choice whether he chooses an ordinary life or even becomes a hero. No one will ever know each of his actions will affect the course of events in the future, except perhaps when he meets a certain moment. When the future becomes the present, then he will make his choice. Mr. Beast said that he can only predict a few probable future events, but he cannot be sure that Lee Chin will be a real villain because there are a million other possible realities that will influence the guy's choice, and in them he could be a hero. Mr. Beast said that he has seen a lot of different options for the future, but they are all approximately similar to each other, and in all options our world will face chaos. But there is one scenario that he cannot see in his predictions, and perhaps this scenario will be positive. But if everything happens as it was in his predictions, then a comet will fall on our planet, and it's unlikely that anything will be changed. He said that the predicted future is not changeable. Therefore, they must take the decisive step at the decisive moment. But to do this, everyone must play heroes and throw away their moral principles. If superheroes show everyone that they are preventing supervillains, this will at least somehow help prevent a war between ordinary people and those who have superpowers. Or at least it will help get rid of the fear and mistrust of ordinary people. Fiona said that if they tried to change fate, it could lead to catastrophic consequences and make the situation 1,000 times worse. He agreed with her words and said that the future would be so terrible and the fact that they would interfere with it was unlikely to make it even worse. But his coin showed a future in which it was said that they needed to rely on each other, and then everything could be fixed. He said that this coin showed him a lot called the river is full of water but you can pass it. This means that when someone comes to the river and the water is above his shoulders, he puts himself in danger, but it is not dangerous at all, even if it seems otherwise. The officer explained to the others that the list of villains is a very unreliable thing because in their world superpowers suddenly appeared and superheroes are only those people who decided to protect the people and help those in need, and villains are those who break laws using their superpowers. She said that they are putting together a team to fix the future, and that's why all these people are here now. But they can refuse if they don't want to do it. Miss Universe said that she is in business, and will help them at all costs. The guys also agreed and said that if something happened to me, the firefighters would be in the forefront. Mr. Beast took out a medical box and said that he used to study medicine, so first aid on the battlefield is not a problem. Only Fiona remained in the room, who did not give her answer. She sat silently and watched them. Suddenly she replied that she agreed to work with them but wanted to check whether he really had the ability to predict so that she would not have to take risks. The officer took out a map of the building and said that today the world went. The United States will participate in a dance evening at the Jean Lianhu bar. She pointed her finger at the desired floor and said that this event would take place in the casino on the 40th floor. Bar Jean Lianhu private casino. Guests sit at the table and play poker. The man made his bet, putting his chips forward on the table, and said that 3 special forces raided Pluto's headquarters and arrested Genia. The ambassador said that he heard later that this man robbed their land. The man to his left began to laugh very loudly and said that now he must take revenge on him for this act, and increased his rate. The girl said that only this person can provide evidence that he acted together with the Prince of the Second and the Secret Department. They all said in front that they won't play any further, and they pass. Susan didn't understand why this table was so wide. She couldn't reach the cards with her hand. She took a card from the table with her fingers. She heard a very loud sound in the room and froze in fear. The dregs entered the room, and in the center of them was their boss with golden teeth. He said very loudly that he was glad to see all the people present here and asked his dregs to seize these people and make them hostages. Golden Teeth raised his hands up and said that it's too late to escape. Everyone who is here are hostages. He said that now they will play like adults without restrictions, and if they are ready then he will join the game. He said that no matter how much money he bet, it doesn't make any sense because this building is his property. The Scum began to threaten the people who were sitting at the table. They put pistols to their heads and said that if they moved then they would have to be killed. Vladimir behaved calmly and could even smile. He turned to the dealer and said that he was ready to play with these people. The man didn't understand why Vladimir was acting so calmly. He was surprised by his reaction to these people. The Scum behaved very brazenly and instilled fear in everyone present. Blood had already appeared on the walls of this room. The boss said that for the next poker game they will not need a dealer because he will complete this mission himself. He suggested playing a game. Everyone takes out a card and whoever has the bigger card wins. The card he took out was the 3 of spades and gold teeth. He invited the man to take out his card, but he couldn't even move because he was very intimidated. Golden Teeth began to shout very loudly at this man so that he would take his card as quickly as possible. He started laughing and said that he would make an allowance for the casino owner and take the card instead. The card he took out turned out to be the ace of spades. He grabbed the casino owner by the neck and began to choke him. The boss said that he was changing the rules of the game, and now the 3 of spades will be greater than the ace of spades. He said that those who own weapons can change the rules of the game. He restrained himself not to break this man's neck, but he had the promised desire to do so. In the end he just threw that fat man onto the floor. Golden Teeth told a story that 10 years ago this fat man also grabbed him by the throat and did not stop mocking him. Therefore, he has a reason to take revenge on this man. But he was not allowed to finish because he felt that someone was grabbing his leg with their hand. He put his head down and saw a man under the table who was holding his pants with his hands and asking for forgiveness from the boss, saying that everything that happened before was a mistake. He begged his boss to spare him and said that he would completely obey him and would do whatever his Golden Teeth asked him to do. At that moment, Susan pressed the panic button located under the poker table and called security. A siren began to buzz into the building. This siren told all the guards that something dangerous to the lives of important people was happening here. Susan said that now her police know that these bandits are here and they are now trapped. There are already police cars outside with special agents ready to save these bandits. The guy put a hood on his head and said that the security forces outside were completely eliminated and ordered the operation to begin right now. He single-handedly killed all the soldiers and special forces. The girl took a piece of paper on which were depicted the faces of all those people who needed to be eliminated. She killed the snipers who were on the roof of the house and took their combat position from this position. You could clearly see the room in which there were all those people whom she needed to kill. The Scum stood in the room with video cameras and turned off all the video cameras so that no one could capture what was happening in the room. After that they started clicking on the red button. Golden Teeth started laughing and said that for some reason the police still haven't saved them. It's probably because they were already killed. And at that moment he took a gun out of his jacket. Susan realized that the situation was getting out of control and these people were able to eliminate a whole specialist for professional fighters. Golden Teeth pointed the gun at the girl and immediately fired a shot. He decided to act to kill and not forgive such people for their mistakes. The bullet pierced the girl's body and she fell to the floor. Blood began to flow from her stomach. He put his foot on the man's head to show him how insignificant he was and then wiped his cheek with his soul. Vladimir asked the boss if he wanted to continue further, and the boss replied that he would be happy to continue. After all, he has a couple of wonderful aces hidden up his sleeve. He raised his hand up and snapped his fingers to signal to his Scum that he could take the girls out. The Scum brought Princess Anastasia and Yuliko into this room. The girls did not understand what was happening here and were very surprised when they saw that there were so many people in the room. Natalie was shocked that the princess was here. She didn't understand how it happened. After all, no one knew about the whereabouts of the princess. At that moment, Vladimir began to doubt a little and feel less confident. He understood that this boss would now blackmail them with their girls and control the situation. Golden Teeth asked the Kiev prince to show his generous side. He wanted to see what this man was ready to do to exchange his niece. Vladimir said and that this boss works for the second prince, and therefore agreed to publicly withdraw all the rumors of the crown prince in support of the second prince. He said that you are collaborating with secret agents, and he knows the location of all the armies around the world and is ready to tell any information until this huge amount of money is in exchange for the princess being safe. Golden Teeth listened carefully to all the proposals of this gentleman, but then said that he did not believe him. Vladimir said that all the points that he just listed are trifles for him, and he does not see the Golden Teeth as an enemy, and is ready to cooperate with them. Vladimir knew that this boss had been exposed. He knows that the Golden Teeth committed a sin which, in the name of the devoted prince, will also be revealed and he will feel calm only after the death of his boss. He said that in America this man would not be allowed to live in peace, but he was ready to provide him with a quiet life in exchange for the princess. Vladimir said that this man has very little chance of survival and he has two options: rely on the queen or become a witness. And he asked him to think carefully and make the right choice, because even if he kills everyone in this room now, they will come for him at night and will kill him in return at best. Joe Luchase was shocked that this man allowed himself to communicate with him so brazenly, and made his own rules here. Suddenly the lights in the room went out and it became completely dark. No one understood why this happened. All the lights in the city also went out, which means that someone decided to cut off the city's electricity. Joel didn't understand who could have done this because it wasn't part of his plans, and this means that someone else was involved in turning off the lights. He felt scared for the first time that someone else might interfere in their affairs. Vladimir pretended that he had everything under control and was waiting for the lights to suddenly turn off. Therefore, he decided to stall for time as long as possible and pretend that it was his doing. The military broke into the building and began shooting all the people who got in their way. In the next building there were Scum who cleared the corridors of people. They killed everyone. 2 blocks of the mission were captured by terrorists, and real chaos began in this place. No one could stop these killers. Superheroes waited until 2300 hours came, and only now could they begin the rescue operation. Suddenly they heard very loud screams and a bright flash. Superheroes turned their heads to find out what was happening there. A red flash was flying in the sky. They noticed it, and wanted to know what it was. When the red flash flew past their heads, they saw that it was Barbara who was the prophet who came up with the list of villains. They were shocked that someone stole the prophet, and did not understand how they should act now. The officer asked the team if it seemed to her that a prophet had just flown over them, or if it was actually true. The man said that on the list of villains there is one mutant who controls gravity, and is capable of doing this. But he believed that it was wrong to use his power to steal a person. Miss Universe made a hasty conclusion and assumed that the attack on the bar was just a distraction. In fact, these people wanted to steal the prophet. She did not use her superpower, and decided to follow the prophet. The officer asked her to stop and not to fly after the prophet because she would make hasty conclusions. But Miss Universe did not listen to her command and said that she must save the prophet. The officer asked Mr. Prophet what they should do now and if he could predict the future of what would happen today, but he said that he was not able to do this. He raised his head up and stated that the future had just changed before their eyes and all they could do was move along the chosen path. They should be grateful. After all, thanks to the super village, they are still here. At that time, the 3 main characters had already captured the prophet Barbara and tried to interrogate her. Meanwhile, at Jean Lianhu's bar, one of the dregs burst into the room to report important information to the boss. He said that the mercenaries they ordered to support the terrorist operation had just overcome them and no one could stop them. Golden Teeth asked his subordinate Scum where the helicopter is now, and the guy answered him that the helicopter is now in the landing zone of the building on Territory A. He got up from his chair, took his new toy by the head, and then ordered the Scum to take hostage all the people who were here. He ordered all other people to be destroyed and not to leave anyone alive because they don't need witnesses. The Scum took the princess and threw Julia aside. They didn't need her. They put a gun to her head. They wanted to kill the girl because she was an unnecessary witness. At that moment, Yuli understood that she had only a few seconds left to live, and that today would be fatal for her. The princess escaped from the Scum's grip and jumped towards her friend. She pushed her and fell to the floor with her, thanks to which the Scum missed and did not kill the girl. Natalie started screaming very loudly and asking these people to stop. She saw that they were killing everyone they didn't need. Suddenly she turned her attention to the windows in the room and saw that soldiers began to appear from the outside of the building. The soldiers began to shoot everyone in the room. Natalie managed to jump on Vladimir and save him. A real massacre began in the bar. Bullets flew throughout the room. The soldiers mercilessly killed everyone who was here. Their task was to eliminate everyone present in this room. Golden Teeth managed to protect himself by using his slave. He used him as a living shield and thanks to this he did not receive damage. Nastia and Yuli saw that a very tall, handsome man had entered the room and paid attention to him. They did not understand what was happening here and tried to stay together. This man was very tall, he had long hair, and on his face there was a pattern drawn in blue. It was his war paint. This man's name was Gustav. He was a mercenary captain, and he ordered the soldiers to stop killing the people here. He ordered them to find a man with gold teeth. Natalie's dress was torn after the fall. She tried to cover her breasts and private parts with the part of the dress that had survived. Vladimir sat on the floor and did not move. The soldiers said that they had found the man their captain was looking for. Vladimir said that he was the peace ambassador of the Empire, the great Duke Vladimir from Kiev. For the safety of their escort, he must show the friendliness of the Empire. Gustav pointed the barrel of a pistol at him, and after that said that he did not see any friendliness here, and the actions of the Empire are disgusting in relation to Guadalcanal Island, and because of this war will be declared on the United States. Suddenly the phone started ringing in the room, and Yuriko's songs that she had on her ringtone started playing. Everyone who was in this room turned their attention to the ringing phone. They listened to the lyrics of the song in which she sang that her peers were dying for someone's sins, protection money. Yuriko felt disgusting at that moment. She didn't understand what kind of idiot could call her at such a time. Golden Teeth decided not to sit still and act immediately. He understood that this was the ideal moment to correct the situation, and try to escape from here. He grabbed the princess, and took her hostage, after which he ordered everyone to freeze in place and not move. If his order is not carried out, he will kill the princess of the Empire. At that moment Gustav realized that there were 2 princesses in the Empire, and this girl seemed to be one of them. But she was not the first princess. He said that this girl is the second princess of the Empire, the one who is loved most by the prince and the people, and after that he pointed a pistol at her. At that moment, Golden Teeth realized that he was not the person who would interpret the rules of the game at this party. Vladimir at that moment realized that the situation was getting out of control and asked everyone to stop because he had a proposal. Gustav was not going to listen to the nonsense of this ambassador, and hit him in the face with his hand. Gustav said that after the death of his first son, the emperor suffered from a mental disorder. If the old man also loses his granddaughter, he will definitely start a world war. Nastia was shocked by the current events of today. For the first time she felt herself in a situation where 2 pistols were immediately pointed at her. Thick pulled the trigger without slowing down. A very loud shot sounded. Barjean Lien, who 10th floor open dance hall soldiers, mercenaries and dregs are sitting. Associated intelligence agencies are trying to stabilize the situation. The special agent informs the rest of the team that they have taken control of the terrace. Special Agent Number 2 reports that Professor Beast is providing first aid to wounded soldiers. The officer said that the situation was an emergency, so she would act aggressively, and asked everyone for forgiveness in advance. Lightning began to appear around her, and she tried to strengthen her stance by standing with her foot on the asphalt. She activated her ability called Electromagnetic Field to launch her partner into the air. The guy activated his superpower called Silicon Carbide, and his body began to change its structure. She said that everything was ready and now she could send him flying. After that, she threw herself forward and the guy flew to the designated point with incredible speed, like a comet. He flew at such a fast speed that his body began to gain temperature and become hot, but he endured this pain and continued to fly. He saw that he was already approaching the designated goal and would soon be able to get into the building. A few seconds later he crashed into a concrete wall and broke through it, after which he fell into the building. He appeared exactly in the place where the princess was. He covered her with his body. People didn't understand what was happening because all they didn't see was just white smoke and black spots in front of them. The bullet is stuck in a black material that is created to prevent attacks from bullets. He protected the princess with his shield, and after his appearance he said that now they don't have to worry because a real hero has come to their aid and now he will correct the situation. The girl flew on her wings and carried the fireman because he did not know how to fly. The fireman all this time complained about Miss Universe for acting irresponsibly and leaving them here. Fiona told him to shut up because when he talks he gets even heavier, and she's already having a hard time carrying him. She threw this guy onto the wall and said that he should move on his own without her help, and he was ready for this. The guy was magnetized to the glass of the building and used his superpower to attack suddenly. His fingers had built-in sensors that allowed him to use the superpower of water. The soldiers paid attention to him and did not understand what to do. He smiled when he saw their frightened faces. This was a good sign for him because now these guys will have to swim. The fireman used his superpower called Poseidon's water artillery and began to flood buildings. The water carried away everyone who was standing at that moment. Gustav was shocked that so many guests had gathered in one place, and did not understand how he needed to act now. After all, I love you. Superheroes were not part of his plan at all, and because of them everything could go wrong. Why run towards the leader of a criminal gang in order to fight him? Gustav understood that he needed to act radically if he wanted to survive and fulfill his mission. For this he decided to stand firmly on his feet and prepare for the attack. But he could not move because his legs were stuck to the floor. The superhero said that the floor is filled with carbon fiber, and no one can escape from here even if they want to do so. Gustav started shooting at this superhero, but his bullets could not penetrate the strong shield that this guy had. The superhero said that bullets will not help this guy because he has a shield and grieves silicon, and ordinary weapons cannot cope with such a shield. He began to strangle the mercenary leader with his score, and Gustav could not resist such force. Gustav was sealed in silicon carbide from which he could not escape. Superheroes neutralized all the criminals who were in this room. The fireman approached Bell and asked him when he was finished to proceed to the rest of the criminals who were not yet connected. The soldiers began to get up from the floor and tried to wake up after they were attacked by a water attack. But as soon as they got up from the floor, water began to appear around them again. The fireman used another of his superpowers and began to draw water out of their bodies, and because of this, their bodies began to dry out and they looked like the living dead. A fog appeared in the room because of which nothing was visible. They did not understand who was where and it was difficult to navigate in space. The fireman said that all the criminals have been neutralized, and after his superpower they will turn into a pile of meat because of his ability. He approached Vladimir and Natalie and asked if everything was okay with them. At that moment the ambassador was trying to come to his senses, and did not understand what was happening. He began to rotate his head in different directions and tried to find Anastasia but could not see her anywhere. But suddenly he heard the doors to the corridor open, and he saw that Boss Goldteeth had stolen the princess, and was now carrying her to the helicopter. Vladimir realized that he needed to act radically and began to run after them in order to save the princess. Natalie tried to stop him, but the fireman grabbed the girl by the hand and said that she needed to wait outside because it was very dangerous. It was too early, she was very serious, she had better not move. She yelled at Superhero for stopping her, and told him not to touch her because he had no idea what he was doing. At that moment, the rest of the superheroes began to come into the room. They entered and the officer asked what happened here. The officer said that the superheroes were great because they were able to catch all the hostages and thanked them separately for not catching Gustav, and now he is under their control. The fireman said that all the hostages are safe, but one hostage has just been kidnapped, and she needs to be saved. Natalie broke free from the fireman's grip and said that she urgently needed to save the princess, and she couldn't just stand still. The killer at that moment was on one of the floors of the building from the outside. He used a microphone in his ear and reported that he could not find the target. Mr. K ordered the killer not to waste his time just like that and go kill everyone they didn't need. The killer accepted the new order from his boss and said that he would carry it out immediately, after which he took grenades from his belt. He threw these grenades at the wall of the house, and when they collided with the wall, a purple portal appeared in the wall. The fireman heard a strange sound and tried to understand where the sound came from, but he still didn't see anything near him. The superhero looked down and found that a purple light appeared on the floor. This color appeared out of nowhere, and it was very strange. Suddenly a portal appeared on the floor and grenades flew out of it which began to glow brightly, and this meant that now it would be very hot here. A very strong explosion occurred in the building and several floors of the building received very heavy damage from this explosion. Now the time is 0:30, then an eyewitness from the scene has confirmed that the target of the terrorist in the Zemolianhua bar, the bridge connecting the two towers, has been blown up. A lot of noise is coming from the tower. The sounds of continuous shots and explosions can be heard. An hour ago, the electricity was cut off in the city. There is still no news about its restoration. Police suggests that this is part of a planned large-scale attack by a gang of terrorists. Rorschach was upset that the city's electrical system was outdated and he was unable to use his superpower to its full potential because the switch was already broken in the first place. Rorschach asked Pigo to use his superpower again as he did with the Prophet and save Yuliko from this building. He constantly called her but she didn't pick up. Pigo said that he cannot do this last time. He was connected to Xiaoyan, and she determined the exact location of the prophet, and helped him control the power. If he tries to do this again, he will definitely destroy the entire building. Pigo said that all this time he was connected to her, but then the connection with this girl was broken and now he cannot save anyone from a distance. Rorschach tried to come up with a new solution, but nothing came to his mind. He looked out the window and saw the site of the explosion. After that, asked Yuliko to be careful until they arrive, and then they will definitely save her. A hologram appeared in the back seat of the car again. It was the same girl, and she told them not to worry. She said that they shouldn't worry and everything would be fine. But she needed to rest a little because I was running out of strength. Li Qin was driving in the car all this time and was silent. He understood that when they arrived at the scene of the disaster, it would be very hot there, and they would have to try hard to fix everything. There was a strong explosion in the bar and the facade of the building was very badly damaged. There were rubble, stones around the building, there was a fire on the floor, there was a telephone and a ringtone was heard in which Yuliko's song was playing. Yuliko lay on the floor and tried not to move because she didn't understand what else could happen here. And if the building had exploded, she might not have survived. She saw that to her left there was another girl who was able to survive after the explosion. This news made Yulia happy. She decided to look around her and understand what was happening here and who was still alive. Fiona covered these girls with her wings and saved them from the explosion. Her body was pierced by reinforcement and was dripping blood. But the only thing that worried Fiona was that the call on her phone was terrible, and she asked to pick up the phone as quickly as possible to stop this madness. Yuliko picked up the phone and answered the call. At that moment she was helping bandage the wounds of the injured girl. Rorschach was incredibly happy that the girl took the phone and answered the call. He started screaming into the phone and asking Yulia what was happening to her, and if she was okay. She continued to bandage the girl's wounds and told Rorschach that she was now in Jean Lianhu's bar. They continued to communicate on the phone and Yuliko tried her best to make sure that the armored girl felt okay. Fiona briefly loosened her wings and opened them slightly. In the center of the room stood an officer and held a shield in her hands. Thanks to this shield she was able to protect herself from the explosion. A fireman was lying on the floor and there were people under the rubble. The officer realized that the situation had become more or less calm and went to save people from the rubble. Shots from weapons were heard in the building. The passage between two large buildings continued to burn and they fell down towards me and fell to the ground. She began to look around her and tried to figure out who she needed to save first. She saw that Bell took the entire blow. It is unknown whether he will survive or not after receiving such damage. Pascal's abilities have weakened due to the explosion and hot steam around him, and now he is unlikely to be able to fight as actively as before. She realized that the professor's strategy to capture Gustav had failed. This meant that she could now only stall for time until Wu Xian returned. Gustav got out from under the rubble. Otherwise, to come to his senses, he saw officers in front of him and asked where they even came from. The officer said that Gustav committed a serious crime using his power. He attacked this bar and interfered with peace negotiations, which would entail declaring war on the Empire to all people with superpowers. She called Gustav the biggest threat to Manhwa City and said that she would personally deal with him and eliminate the threat. She began to accumulate electrical energy in her right hand. From the clot of energy that was in her hand, she created an electric spear. She was armed with a shield and a spear made of electrical energy. This was her weapon to kill Gustav. Gustav was not afraid of her super strength, and only laughed when he saw that she wanted to kill him with a spear made of lightning. He bit his finger, and blood came out of his finger. Blood began to flow out of the finger in a very large amount. From his blood he created a bloody blade. This blade was very strong and sharp. She realized that now she had to fight and decided to attack first, and for this she took the first step towards her opponent. The officer put a spear in front of her, and began to run towards her opponent in order to pierce his body with this spear and cause damage. Gustav dodged her blow and took no damage. After he dodged, he decided to immediately counterattack with his blade. He began to attack her, but she was able to block his blows thanks to the shield and also did not receive damage. She understood that this guy was very angry and was starting to speed up his attacks. He dealt a lot of blows with his blade and all the girl could do was just defend herself from these attacks. She didn't even have time to launch her counterattack. The fireman saw that Lei Zhen was not fighting against Gustav and wanted to help her, but he felt very weak and could not do anything. The officer understood that this guy was very fast. His speed was increasing every second. She had to come up with a plan that would win this guy. Lei Jian decided to use tactical skills and stepped aside. She changed the trajectory of her movements, and thereby created inconvenience for her opponent in battle. Lei understood that she only needed one precise blow to destroy her opponent. This blow was difficult to land because the guy was very fast. Every time she struck him with blows and he managed to dodge them, and remained unharmed. He jumped to the side again after the blow, and was able to dodge. Now they were opposite each other, and were waiting for the next attack. Lei used a circular motion with her spear to make a wide attack. He delivered a very strong blow in the direction of his opponent, and he had to step back because it was very difficult to dodge such a blow. He was driven into a corner, and the wall that was behind him prevented him from moving and resisting normally. Lei used a strategy to corner this guy. She deliberately replaced him in a trap with very limited space so that he could not dodge normally. She said that with such a limited space, no matter how fast he moves, he won't be able to dodge her thunder spear. Her spear very quickly began to move towards Gustav. Wu Lei finally managed to break through this guy's defense. When he pierced his body with his spear, the guy experienced incredible pain because the lightning began to burn his body. Oh, felt incredible pain when the spear touched his body. When the spear came into contact with this guy's body, a blast wave was formed that threw him aside. Gustav could not hold on to the ledge, otherwise he would fall down from the 20th floor of this building. Lei was finally able to calm down, and she couldn't believe that she managed to defeat this guy and stay alive. Yuliko continued to talk to Rorschach on the phone and said that she was fine, but there were many wounded here and it would be very good if an ambulance would come here as soon as possible. The girl was in a state of effect and still couldn't believe what she experienced here today. She looked at her wounds and wanted to cry. Rorschach was very excited that his beloved was in such a dangerous place, and told her not to go anywhere because he would arrive now. She started yelling at him because he didn't understand at all that it was dangerous here in the battlefield. She asked him to call an ambulance, and that would be the best help on his part. Rorschach told her that he would come anyway because he could help the people in this building. At that moment, Yuliko was not listening to Rorschach at all because she saw something very strange. Gustav still hasn't died, and moreover, he was able to grab a ledge on a building while falling and now he's climbing up to continue fighting. Lei was shocked when she saw that Gustav was still alive and able to climb back onto the battlefield. She asked him if he gives himself an account for the actions he commits, and if he understands how many people could die if a war breaks out because of him. She began accumulating energy in her palm in order to summon the Thunder Spear again, and asked him to stop before it led to dire consequences. Lei held an electric spear in her hand and asked Gustav for the last time to remember his humanity, and surrender right now. She saw that her opponent was now standing still and not moving. She did not understand what choice he would make. Lightning began to fly in different directions, and she heard loud laughter. Gustav acted as if he was going crazy. He started laughing very loudly and looking into her eyes. His laughter scared the girl. She didn't understand what was happening to this guy, and what else he was capable of. He was amused by such words as humanity and common sense. He began to go crazy the moment he heard that his actions were called crimes against humanity. Her words that he was the man who would start a world war became a catalyst for his aggression, and he could no longer stop himself. He asked her if she knew what was special about Guadalcanal Island. This moment he tore off his white t-shirt. She asked him about what island he was talking about because she didn't know anything about it. He said that this is a magnificent island with a beach, delicious coffee, sugar cane and corn, but all this was once in the past. At the moment, the peculiarity of the island is a teenage army assembled from children who at their young age are already killing, working as mercenaries, or the godfather who sells drugs and owns hundreds of brothels in which people are hooked on opium. He told her that because of the USA they have their eyes on this island and are using it as a place to launder money from smuggling to arms and drug trafficking. Reinforcements in the battlefields of Africa, North America and Europe are all supporting the puppet army to betray the empire. He said that his island would never live in peace and therefore he did not allow America to live in peace and was ready to start a world war so that she too would feel this horror. He said that the granddaughter of a prince, or the next president, is just a way to achieve a goal. He saw that the superheroes were able to get up from the ground and immediately threw his bloody blade at him. The fireman did not have enough moisture in his body for him to activate the water armor. The blade pierced this guy's hand and chained him to the wall. Now he was trapped. Gustav did not want to stop there, and he had a greedy desire to kill this superhero. Lei began to take offense after Gustav in order to stop him and not allow him to kill Pascal. He saw that an officer was running after him and decided to sharply change his trajectory and attack her suddenly so that she would not expect it. Now he understood that she uses electricity to stimulate her muscles and accelerate. Thanks to this, he struck her spear with his bloody blade and a small explosion occurred. His bloody blade was not strong enough to withstand such damage, and it simply broke and blood scattered in all directions. Lei understood that now the battle was just beginning and Gustav had trump cards up his sleeve. He used his blood to create a new blade in his other hand and now he wanted to strike her in the stomach unexpectedly. He quickly began to attack her with his bloody blade. Lei threw out a thunder spear in order to repel this attack. She had to enter with her bare hands, and the blade of the bloody blade. But when she touched Link he turned into a piece of fabric from this guy's t-shirt. She realized that it was a trap and a technique that distracted her attention, and the oilcloth itself was now in a different place. He was able to deceive her using a fake blade and now the girl understood that she no longer had time to evade his attack. He pierced her body with his sharp blade and the girl felt incredible pain at that moment. Lei started coughing up blood. The bloody blade pierced Lei's chest and there was a large hole in her body. She could still move and was alive. Her eyes began to glow blue. Lei was ready to fight to the end and took the bloody dagger with her hand in order to use her superpower for the last time. She activated the electric dragon in order to inflict heavy damage on her opponent. The bloody blade was an excellent conductor for lightning to spread to Gustav's body. A very strong electrical discharge was activated between them which created a very strong flash. Gustav's skin began to burn under the strong influence of electrical energy, and his bones were visible. He felt that it was difficult for him to resist with such strong electrical energy, and the pain that he experienced was destroying him. She tried not to put all her strength into this attack in order to finally kill him. But Lei was shocked that her opponent continued to resist, and was still able to move despite the fact that he was now being attacked with such strong electrical damage. Gustav was able to resist this electrical energy, and decided to strike with his fist. He hit the girl in the chest and pierced her body with his fist. She experienced incredible pain at that moment. Fiona was wounded at that moment, and could not help the girl. At the same time, she protected two girls who were near her. Fiona realized that she needed to help save her friend, so she activated her superpower using the last of her strength. Her eyes began to glow green and the space around her began to change. She enchanted all the people who were around her and forced the thick one to stop attacking. Fiona controlled Gustav's body and thanks to this, Officer Lei was able to crawl back and rest a little. The superhero finally felt that the bloody blade that chained him to the wall and now got out of the trap. He said that the humidity is very low, and it prevents him from using his superpowers, but he can still use something. The guy collected the last moisture that was in his body and put his hand forward to activate his superpower. He tried to remove the moisture from the thick blood, but he had never done this before, so now he acted very carefully. He needed to carefully control the process. The guy began to pump blood out of his body and collect moisture from it. But he said that he still couldn't kill him even though this man is a villain. He said that he would extract water from his blood and thanks to this he could turn it into ice. He still managed to do it. He turned Gustav's body into an ice block, thereby imprisoning him in a trap from which he could no longer get out on his own. Superheroes acted at the limit of their capabilities and spent all their strength in order to defeat this villain. Lei couldn't leave it like this and despite the fact that it was very tired and wounded, she still decided to use her superpowers to summon a thunder spear. The spear appeared in her hand and she felt that the battle had begun. Lei began to run towards her opponent in order to deal him the final blow. She stabbed the ice statue with her spear and cut this guy's arms off. His icy hands fell to the ground and remained there. Lei felt that her strength was gone at that moment, and her wounds began to hurt very much. She could no longer resist this pain and fell to the floor, after which she lost consciousness. Fiona also felt that her superpower would soon end and early on her stomach began to hurt very badly. Fiona's magic was beginning to end and the ice statue was no longer under Fiona's control. Through the ice it was clear that Gustav was still conscious and he was still alive. Fire appeared in his eyes and this meant that he was still able to fight, and the rage inside him only intensified. Gustav saw his memories in which his village was attacked by enemy soldiers. Planes flew over houses from his native village and made a combat training ground. Planes bombed civilians and attacked everyone who was in this place. When the bombs fell to the ground, they exploded and destroyed everything that was near them. Real chaos began in this village. Everything around was burning and exploding. It was impossible to be here. There were a lot of wounded soldiers on the battlefield who lost body parts, or were simply killed. Gustav was in the trench with a little girl. He told her that everything would be fine, and she just needed to be patient a little. The girl was very frightened by what was happening here now, but she was calmed by the fact that Gustav was next to her. The girl was wounded and blood was flowing from her body. Gustav covered her wound with his hands and calmed the girl down. He said that everything would be fine. He said that reinforcements would arrive soon and everything would finally be fine. He raised his head up and saw that there was not a single plane in the sky. There was only smoke and sparks. He began to scream very loudly and call for reinforcements. He understood that the situation was hopeless, and they could die if people with reinforcements did not arrive immediately. Everything around was burning and a huge number of corpses lay in the trenches. Gustav did not understand where the Emperor's people were now who were supposed to help them in this battle. Helicopters appeared on the battlefield and began to kill all the resistance soldiers. Enemy helicopters destroyed everything they saw. They shot at elderly houses and destroyed them. Their task was to clear the territory after bombs blew up this place. A minute later, planes flew across the sky again and dropped several bombs. Gustav began to cry. He understood that these people destroyed everything that was dear to him. They killed a lot of people, completely innocent people who were simply defending their home. He began to pray and turned to all the gods he knew. He asked for help from Ave Maria and the merciful Buddha. He asked the Heavenly Lord to save this girl and not let her leave him. He didn't want her to die. He felt that the girl's body was becoming cold, and she had not moved for several minutes. Gustav began to sob. He began to shout at the gods for not hearing him. He asked them to save his daughter and return life to her. But the girl was already dead and no one could help her. She was bleeding and her body was cold. A rocket was flying in the sky at that moment. The missile was heading straight towards Gustavo and his daughter, whom he was holding in his arms. He did not notice the missile. Blood began to flow from his wounds on his hand. The blood crystallized and turned into sharp spikes. The rocket landed on the ground and there was a very large explosion. This explosion is so powerful that its blast wave can cause damage within a kilometer radius. A red light appeared in the smoke and fire. This was exactly in the place where Gustav was. He created a force field and his blood protected him from the explosion. Thanks to the blood count, he was able to keep his dead daughter's body alive and not mutilated. He felt that the blood was flowing down his face and moving on its own. It was alive and he could control this blood. Gustav was filled with anger, and it made his blood move very quickly. A bloody whirlpool began around his body, causing damage to everything it touched. He was in the center of this bloody whirlpool and the air flew up when he felt that hatred was consuming him. He broke the ice in which he was hidden as if in a trap. The blood that flowed from his wounds was able to regenerate his cut-off palms and hands. The fireman saw this terrible picture and realized that something terrible was about to happen. He did not have the strength to withstand such force. Gustav was in the center of the bloody gate. He took off into the air and levitated above the ground. You could only see his silhouette. Bloody wings began to appear from his back. They were very large and strong. He now had bloody wings and resembled a black angel who came to this planet to save it from dirt. He no longer looked human. Thanks to his bloody superpower, he was able to be reborn into a creature with incredible strength. He said that he is no longer afraid and is ready to fight to the end in order to fulfill his dream of avenging all the innocent people who were killed by the war on his island. Li Chun and his team rushed to this building in order to save Yuliko. They overtook all the cars that were on the road. Rorschach continued talking to the girl on the phone and asked her why she had such a strange scream in the background. He tried to find out where she was so that she would tell him what she was on now and constantly talked about how he would save her now. But the girl did not answer anything. Yuliko forbade Rorschach to come here because she said that this place is very dangerous for him. It's better to stay away. Suddenly his phone died at the most inopportune moment, and he lost contact with the girl. Pigot said that there was a city block ahead, and if they broke through the barrier then they wouldn't be able to get there any faster. Firefighters arrived at the crime scene to put out the fire and did not ask what the situation is here now. The policeman said that Officer Lei Jen and his partners with superpower broke into the 10th floor. All the hostages had already been freed and the vice president of security. But suddenly there was an explosion on the bridge and the officer's communication was interrupted. The policeman said that the terrorist criminals are very well armed. They have different types of weapons, from pistols to grenade launchers. They cannot handle them. So now they will have to call the army. The guy who was responsible for preventing cars from driving along this road saw something strange. He noticed a car in the distance that was heading towards the barriers and began waving red lanterns for this car to stop. But the car continued to drive and just picked up its speed. This guy realized that if he didn't jump to the side right away, this car would hit him. But he still continued to stand in place. Pigo used his super strength and began to control this guy's body in order to throw him aside. He did not want to kill him. This guy flew into a fence made of bags and stayed there. He didn't understand what had just happened to him, and just sat on the floor. Then he saw that the car rushed along a closed road and the people who were in this car, with the help of their superpower, lifted everyone into the air who was stopping them. They approached the building and braked very sharply so that I could look. Rorschach got out of the car and saw that the bridge between the buildings was visible, and there was now a fire there. He realized that Yulika was exactly there and shouted to her to wait for him and stay alive until that moment, after which he pressed the gas pedal or else even faster to get to the place of the battle. The bridge exploded with buildings again and a fire started there. Rorschach saw this fire and was afraid because his beloved was in this very place. He realized that he needed to act as quickly as possible to save her. Rorschach saw that the soldiers were starting to shoot at their car and hid in the car so that the bullet would not hit him. Pigo continued to drive his car forward and did not stop it. He saw that a bullet had hit them in the body of the car and smoke began to come out. The soldiers continued to fire at the car, but Pigo drove straight ahead. Rorschach lay scared in the back seat and tried to calm down. He didn't expect that it would be so scary here, and Li Qin calmly sat in the front seat and said that the soldiers had ambushed. Pigo used his superpower to break through this ambush. He understood that there was no turning back. He pressed the gas pedal and the car began to drive forward even faster and pick up speed. Pigo used his superpower and a force field appeared around their car that protected the car from bullets. Now they didn't have to worry about being shot at from machine guns because the bullets hit the force field and bounced to the side. The soldiers understood that they needed to change the attack tactics. They took out a rocket device. The rest of the soldiers at that moment continued to shoot from machine guns. One soldier loaded his rocket launcher and fired a rocket directly in the direction of the vehicle approaching them. The machine gun bullets continued to fire at the force field but they were unable to penetrate it. The car picked up its speed and drove faster and faster. The bullet ricocheted off the asphalt and hit the front wheel of the car and punctured the tire. Pigo began to lose control of the car, realized that he urgently needed to figure out how to fix this situation, and he again used his superpower. He took control of the missiles that were flying at their car with his superpower, and redirected them in the other direction. He began to lose control of the car and did not understand how to correct this situation. The car began to rotate around itself, and the missiles that he redirected to the other side exploded in the air right above them. The car continued to rotate around itself, and at that moment the soldiers fired machine guns at the body of the car. Li Qin managed to jump out of the car and began to run towards the soldiers. Li Qin held the car door in his hands. He used it as a shield to fend off bullets, and he made a high jump and struck one of the soldiers. After that, he threw the door at the soldiers who were standing a little further and knocked them down. The soldiers fell. He began to run towards the bus in order to finish off the soldiers who were preventing them from passing. He made a high jump and kicked his foot right into the central part of the bus, and after that the car began to turn over. The soldiers understood that they could no longer hide near the bus because it began to overturn and could crush them. The soldiers began to scatter in different directions and escape. But not all the soldiers managed to escape, and some of them were run over by a huge bus to save their lives. Li Qin did not understand why these soldiers were stopping them from passing. He assumed that they were working together with those masked bandits who called themselves Scum. Rorschach did not know what to answer Li because he was worried that his beloved was now in that building, and he was thinking about how to save her. Rorschach felt like a real hero and said that he himself had to go and save her from this building. Pigo looked at the guy and calmed him down, saying that they use real ammunition inside there. And this is not a joke, so Rorschach cannot go there himself. Rorschach felt guilty for encouraging the girl to come to the United States and participate in the elections, so he wanted to make things right. He shouted that it was his fault that the girl was involved in all this, and he said that he must save her at any cost, even at the cost of his life. Li Qin took out a black rubber band from his pocket and asked Rorschach to calm down. He started tying his hair with an elastic band and asked Rorschach to give him his phone number so that Li could look at this girl. After he saw the photo of this girl, he asked his team to wait for him outside. Li smiled and said that he would be back now and saving these people would not take much time. Li Qin immediately ran to the building in order to correct the whole situation as quickly as possible and save people. Rorschach could not stand still and said that he would go to the next building to save the girl. Pigo used his superpower to stop the guy and said that Li would be able to dodge the bullets, so he went there, but Rorschach is not able to defend himself. Therefore, it will be very dangerous for him there and Pigo does not want to let him go. Rorschach didn't want to listen to him, and shouted at him to let him go because he doesn't care about his life as long as the girl is in danger. At that moment, a police officer approached them and asked for forgiveness because he wanted to ask a couple of questions. The policeman said that Officer Lei Zhen called 2 superheroes here with special powers. He assumed that these guys were these superheroes and asked these guys to help them. Pigot and Rorschach were very surprised when the police so kindly asked them for help. They were not at a loss and did not know how to react to such a request. Li Qin ran along the building. He was constantly looking for signs that told him where he was now, and on one sign he saw that he was now in Building A on the 1st floor. He stopped abruptly and stopped running. He saw that a hologram appeared in front of him. It was the same girl who periodically helps them. He noticed iron pans near her and thought that they might be useful to him. Li took one of these pans to use as a weapon. He armed himself with 2 frying pans and thought that he did not want to come to this holiday empty-handed, and iron frying pans are the ideal weapon against these bandits. The mercenary informed the rest of his group that they had broken through the defenses on the 1st floor and that contact with the Alpha group had been lost. His commander replied that this could not be, there was a very strong detachment there. The soldier said that the last message from the Alpha group was that real monsters were approaching here. At that moment, one of the soldiers interrupted them with his cry. He said that a stranger was approaching here. A heavy iron object flew into his head, and he immediately lost consciousness. These soldiers did not have time to understand anything, but did not feel something very heavy hitting them on the head, and immediately began to lose their creatures. But they did not see the person who attacked them. When they received a blow and their brains inside their heads were broken, they received very great damage. After receiving damage to the head with an iron frying pan, they immediately forgot who they were and where they were. The last thing these soldiers saw before losing consciousness was a large iron frying pan. Li Qin continued to beat these mercenaries. He mercilessly knocked them out and hit them hard on the head with an iron frying pan. The Scum were informed that an unknown person single-handedly destroyed 2 detachments of mercenaries. Now he is approaching them. The Dreg's commander gave the order to start firing and destroy this man at any cost and not allow him to pass along the corridor. Suddenly the commander of the Dregs received an order that they should cease fire, and he ordered all his bandits to stop shooting. They hid in cover and waited for new commands. None of them understood why they stopped shooting. The Oprasov commander decided to personally check what was happening in the corridor. It seemed very strange to him that not only did they start shooting and they were immediately ordered to stop, but as soon as he stuck his head out from behind the garden, he immediately got hit on the head with an iron frying pan. The blow was so strong that he flew into the air and spun around his axis several times. The Scum looked at their captain in horror. They saw the commander fall right next to them and his bones were broken. They did not understand what happened to him and who was capable of delivering such a strong blow. Suddenly they saw a guy approaching them. He was armed with 2 frying pans and this caused the garbage to have very strange emotions. They did not understand how to react to this crazy man. The intelligence agent was on one of the floors of this building. He listened to the sounds of the firefight in order to understand at what moment he could come out of cover. He heard that the shootout in the corridor had ended and was trying to figure out what to do next. He heard footsteps approaching him and realized that there was someone else here. He was very worried and tried to calm himself by taking a deep breath and exhaling. Suddenly he jumped around the corner and pointed a gun at the stranger and ordered him not to move because he was under arrest. But Li Qin was not afraid of this special agent, and knocked him out without one blow to the head with his frying pan. The girl asked why he knocked out this policeman because he was not guilty of anything and was just doing his job. Li reacted in surprise to the girl's words because for him there is no difference between policemen and mercenaries. They are all enemies for him. He looked at the girl and told her that this would happen to everyone who gets in his way. Li said that he hates all these people because of what they did to him, and there is nothing good about them. She felt a very strange sensation in her body, not good because of this feeling. She told Li later that there were a lot of people on the floor above and some kind of medicine. She suggested that there were these criminals there who kidnapped special people for experiments. Li Qin smiled and realized that this was the same Pluto Transportation Company, and he was gladly ready to kill all these people and take revenge on them. The dregs were located on the same building, and the dregs captain reported that the boss gave them the order to hold the mercenaries here. The scum were glad that they had a medicine that strengthened them, and they eagerly waited for this medicine to be activated. Suddenly they heard a loud sound and turned around to see what happened there. They saw someone kicking the door. Li Qin entered the corridor and noticed that in front of him stood a huge number of mutants in black suits. He looked at the girl and saw that she was shocked by such a huge number of different creatures. The mutants looked at this guy carefully and could not understand who he was and where he came from here. Li Qin saw a huge number of mutants in front of him and realized that he now felt that when he lived, he felt as if he had returned to the hospital and would again have to fight against a large number of mutants. Their leader ordered the mutants to attack this guy, and not everyone immediately attacked him to kill him. There were very loud screams coming from the building and the sounds of a real massacre taking place there. Li hit one of the mutants so hard that he flew out of the window and broke the glass. He threw these mutants out of the windows and freed up space for himself so that he could calmly fight further. These mutants fell from the sky like rain and crashed on the asphalt. Rorschach hardly had time to evade these mutants. There were a lot of them, and he did not understand where they were coming from. He raised his head up and saw that he was already on the 40th floor near the bridge. He could not believe that Li had gotten to this place so quickly and dealt with all the opponents. Pigo stood on the roof of the bus and called Rorschach to him. He said that it was time to go. Rorschach began to run to the bus in order to go along with the others. He got on the bus and saw that there were a lot of policemen and firefighters there, and now Rorschach was one of them. Pigo stood on the roof of this bus and used his super strength to lift the bus into the air. His superpower was enough to make the bus and the police fly into the air. He lifted the bus so high in the air that he was able to land on one of the roofs of this house. The people who were on the roof were very surprised when they saw a flying bus. They understood that there was help on this bus that came to their aid. The chief of police said that now, thanks to the help, they could not evacuate all the citizens from here. But they had to act quickly because stones fell from above and injured a lot of people. Police, firefighters and superheroes helped people get out of the rubble and evacuate. Rorschach did not understand where Yuliko was now. He looked for her among people, but she was nowhere to be found. He heard a dialogue between the police who were talking about how Officer Lei Zhen was now at the top of the building right on the bridge. He raised his head up to see where he needed to go. At the top of the building there was a bridge that was blown up by bandits. The guy tried to take a closer look at this bridge and tried to see at least someone. Yuliko stood on the edge of the bridge and the guy immediately noticed her. Now he understood where she was and knew that he needed to go exactly there. He tried to shout to her and asked her not to leave there because he would save her now, but the girl did not hear. Rorschach called Pigot and told him that the girl was at the top of the destroyed bridge on the side of Building B and asked him to lift her into the air. Pigo agreed because he saw that Rorschach was ready to save this girl and he trusted him. Pigo said that he would help the guy climb up and used his super strength. He lifted the stone into the air and said that the guy should climb onto the stone, and in this way he would lift them up. They climbed onto this stone and at that moment a man in a black suit who stood behind them asked them to stop. This man informed the guys that he is the Vice President of the United States, and they must first move him to a safe place, and then save the girl. Rorschach was very angry at the impudence of this man, and said that he could just go downstairs of the building and told him that Li Qin had killed all the terrorists, and now he could safely walk through there. The Vice President was shocked by this answer, and he said that if something happens to him, or he is taken hostage or killed, then it will be this guy's responsibility. Pigo looked at this man with a menacing look and made him understand that it was better not to interfere in their affairs and leave them alone. The vice president could not calm down and still continued to persuade these two superheroes to send him and his wife down. He promised them a good reward for this, but his wife suddenly started screaming very loudly. She was very scared. No one understood why she was screaming and what happened to her. She pointed at him with her hand and said that this man in the red jacket is not a superhero. She said that she was able to recognize him, and this man is on the list of villains. Pigo at that moment turned his head at her, and was ready to explode with anger because of this list of villains, people again treat him badly despite the fact that he is trying to help everyone. She said that this man is at the very top of the list of villains, and he is a very dangerous criminal. The vice president almost went crazy at that moment. He was so scared and shocked by this news that he was ready to fall into the ground. People immediately began to panic, accuse these two guys of being villains and attacking the restaurant, but Rorschach and Pigot just stood calmly and listened to all these negative comments. The police officer decided to intervene in this conflict and asked all citizens to be silent. He said that these people had just helped, we saved people. Pigo ordered the police officer to take all these people onto the bus. He said that he would first take them down and save them and then go save other people. The officer ordered the women of the old people to be evacuated first, and then the rest of the citizens were taken down the stairs of Building A. The vice president's wife continued to behave disgustingly, and said that she would not trust these criminals and said that they could kill everyone. Pigo got tired of listening to this woman's useless chatter, and used his superpower to lift all these people into the air. The woman continued to scream and accuse Pigot of going to commit mass murder and maim them all. He said that this girl was talking complete nonsense, and didn't understand what she was talking about. This woman was starting to irritate him, but he still restrained his emotions. People began to panic when they heard that the woman was accusing this man of being a villain who wanted to kill them. They believed her words and shouted that they did not want to die. Rorschach raised his head up and saw that the building was collapsing and the stones were falling down. He called Pigo and told him about it. The bridge began to break and large stones broke off from the bridge and fell into them. Pigo stopped his superpower and threw all the people on the floor because he urgently needed to change his strategy of action. The vice president's wife raised her head up and saw that a huge stone was flying right at her, and it was about to crush her. She started screaming very loudly for salvation. She didn't want to die. The vice president sat on his knees and covered his head with his hands. He was trembling. He felt that soon this big stone would crush him. But suddenly he saw a red light around him and decided to raise his head up. He saw that the person he had just accused and called a murderer saved them. This guy used his superpower to protect all these people. He realized his head was up and thanked Pigo for saving him. Pigo started shouting at this man and ordered him to immediately run to the exit and leave here along the stairs because he would not be able to hold out for long and would soon simply explode. People began to evacuate and run to the stairs to get out of the building. The police helped them get out of here. Pigo ended the action of his superpower, and the force field disappeared after this stone fell to the floor. Rorschach put his arm around his friend's shoulder and asked if he was okay and how he was feeling. Pigo answered him that there is no time to talk now and they need to quickly go and save these people. They began to fly up and Rorschach shouted to his beloved Yuliko that he would soon save her. There was a helicopter on the roof of this building and was waiting for the boss with Golden Teeth to land in it. Golden Teeth knocked out the door that led to the roof. He had the princess in his hand and he said that he was very tired because he had to overcome 60 floors in one breath. The princess cried and asked to let her go. She said that her friend was in danger, she should help her. But Gold Teeth yelled at her and told her to shut up. They were approaching the helicopter and would soon fly away from here. The Trash sat at the helm of the helicopter and waited for his boss. Golden Teeth began to laugh because he felt that he would soon fly away from here. He was glad that he was able to stay alive and steal the princess. He was delighted that he managed to be on the verge of death hundreds of times. But he survived each time. He was proud that he passed the registration of an illegitimate child despised by everyone and now became the head of the clan. He was glad that today he managed to survive again. Suddenly Vladimir ran out and ordered the Gold Teeth to stop and let the princess go. The boss immediately took out his pistol and fired a pistol shot at this man. But he missed because Vladimir managed to dodge and hide. Vladimir tried to stop this man. He reminded him that if he steals the princess then he will confront the whole empire, and he will definitely be killed. Gold Teeth didn't want to listen to this idiot, and said that he was tired of this empty chatter. He said that he would kidnap the princess, and take her to a safe place, and then allow her to be ransomed. But if Vladimir doesn't shut up now, then he will kill her right now. Golden Teeth was very angry and took the pistol off the safety. The princess began to cry and asked not to kill her. Vladimir asked this bandit to stop and not make a mistake that he might later regret. At that moment, Natalie ran after Vladimir and climbed the stairs to the roof. Natalie ran out the door and saw that the princess was now being held hostage by the Golden Teeth. The boss saw that the girl ran out and immediately began to shoot at her. But she managed to hide in time and the bullets did not hit her. She hid behind the wall and tried to catch her breath. She was not ready for the fact that she would get into a firefight. Natalie turned to her Gold Teeth and said that he had killed too many people from the federal service and he just couldn't get out alive. But if he let the princess go, she would help him leave the United States alive. The boss started laughing when he heard this girl's stupid proposals. He presented the barrel of a gun to his head and said that the Privy Council wants his life, the Second Emperor wants his life, the federal services also want his life, and even the United States wants his life. He said that if someone wants to take his life, then let him come and do it, otherwise the princess will now be finished. But two big hands appeared from the darkness. Those big hands grabbed the Gold Teeth and broke his arm in half. After that, the big man took the boss by the head and turned his head 360 degrees, thereby breaking his neck. This big man looked at the bandit and said that His Majesty sends greetings to him. This big guy threw the criminal on the floor and got out of the helicopter. He apologized to the princess and Mr. Vladimir for the fact that they had to wait so long for him, but he said that he had to wait for the right moment. This man reported that he killed everyone who was in the helicopter, and now this helicopter is at their disposal and cannot fly away from here at any time. Vladimir began to run to the princess to hug her. He was very scared all this time that something might happen to her. Natalie also wanted to go up to the princess and Vladimir and hug them, but this big man stood in front of her. He hit Natalie in the face and she fell to the ground. This man looked down at the girl and said that if she drags the princess into this showdown again, he will tear her head off. Natalie didn't know what to answer to this man because he was unlikely to want to listen to her, and she simply decided to remain silent. Vladimir turned to Andrei's bodyguard and ordered him not to touch Natalie and take them to a safe place. The princess cried and apologized to Natalie for running away from the hotel. Andrei turned his head to the side and saw something very strange. He saw danger approaching them. He immediately pushed off from the ground and jumped towards Vladimir and the princess in order to save them. He grabbed them and began to carry them to a safe place. At that moment, bloody spikes began to appear from the helicopter. These bloody spikes broke the body of the helicopter and touched important electronics, after which the helicopter began to emit lightning. A few seconds later, fuel began to flow out of the helicopter, and a big bang occurred. Natalie received a very strong burn and was thrown to the side by the blast wave and fell to the ground. But the girl was still conscious and could move. She was lying on the ground and trying to get up, but her body was very tired. Gustav appeared in the air in front of them and turned into a bloody demon. He began to walk towards them with slow steps, leaving bloody footprints behind him. Gustav stopped and spread his big bloody wings. A fire was burning behind him. He raised his head up and looked at the princess running away from him. He was not going to let her out of here alive. Andrei tried to protect Vladimir and Princess Anastasia with his body so that they would not receive unnecessary damage. And at that moment Vladimir decided to talk to Gustav. He said that the Golden Teeth are already dead. His task is completed. It's time to stop. He promised that he guarantees in the name of the Kiev Prince that Gustav has a chance to fix everything and retreat. Gustav was very angry that Vladimir considered himself the ruler of human souls, and he became angry when he heard that he was being given a chance to cope. Gustav said that there is no chance, and if they sign a peace treaty then the island of Guadalcanal will no longer have a chance to escape from the yoke of exploitation and slavery, and the children on the island will no longer have any hope. He said that these people sold their island solely so that the princess could live in a fairy tale world and not have any problems. And it seemed to him that this was unfair, so he would be ready to take revenge on them once and for all. He wanted to show the emperor what it was like to lose a child and live with a feeling of emptiness inside himself. Andrei could no longer tolerate Gustav's insults, and realized that now was the time to use his superpower. Andre turned into a werewolf and attacked Gustav. Now the greatest battle is about to begin between them. Mr. Beast was looking for injured people and helping them to recover. He went up to the fireman and gave him an injection in his arm so that his pain would go away. Officer Lei Jen was finally able to open her eyes and saw that Professor Beast had come to her aid. She looked down and saw that her shirt was unbuttoned and there was a deep wound in her stomach from which blood was now flowing. She asked the professor how he managed to get here. After all the floors are now filled with terrorists. Mr. Beast smiled and said that he pretended to be terrorists, and they took him for one of their own. So he easily snuck in here and stole medicine from them, and thanks to this medicine based on morphia, he can cure wounded soldiers. The superhero began to apologize to the professor, and said that he was unable to save everyone, but the professor calmed him down, and said that he had already done a lot of things, now he needs to rest. Beast turned his head to Bayer, and asked him how he was feeling. The guy raised his hand up, showed a thumbs up and said that everything is fine. Beast tried to understand what kind of medicine the bandits use. He decided to take some of this medicine to his laboratory to find out its composition in order to then make more. Fiona spread her wings and was finally able to calm down. She immediately began to look for Officer Lei Jen. Lei heard Fiona's voice and replied that they were fine. The girl didn't have to worry about them. Fiona was only now finally able to calm down, and replied that if everyone is alive, this is very good news. She was very tired and could no longer stand on her feet. The girl fell to her knees. Her magical wings disappeared. Yuliko saw that Fiona had an iron rod sticking out of her chest, which pierced her body right through. She said that she urgently needed help. Fiona said that there was no need to worry about her, and that she needed to think about how to get the blued girl out of here because the bridge would collapse soon. Yuliko put the wounded girl on the wooden door and began to drag her. She followed Fiona and dragged the girl along with her in order to take her downstairs and give her to the doctors. Fiona approached the door and heard a strange sound. She decided to stop. Yuliko didn't understand why the girl stopped, but she decided not to disturb her. They stood near the doors but did not go further because they needed to understand who was hiding in this corridor. Fiona told the man who was hiding from them to urgently get out of here and show up, otherwise she would be forced to attack him. She understood that the person who was hiding in the dark corridor was not answering her. So she again used her magic and summoned her wings. She said there was no point in hiding because she could feel his brain waves and knew he was here. This man came out of the darkness and had 2 pistols in his hands. He was hostile and ready to kill the girls. It was the killer who was sent here by Mr. K. He asked the girls to control themselves and not move. The killer said that he can let the girls leave here, but he didn't want them to take the red-haired girl's body from here. He told them to leave her here. Yuliko told this killer that the girl was not dead, she just lost consciousness, and she could still be saved. The killer told the girls that the elevator was not working and the plank on which the girl was lying would break while they were lowering her 40 floors down, and he offered them an agreement that he would allow the girls to leave but they would pretend that they had not seen him here. His last condition was that they leave the girl here and not take her with them. Fiona refused such an offer and said that she would never trade for human lives. She felt very strong pain and for the wounds that were in her chest, but she had no such choice and she had to use her superpower once again. And purple lightning began to appear around her. The girl understood that she had very little strength, but she must once again use her superpower and save them. A very strong purple energy wave flew out of the building. It was very large in size and many criminals received damage from this energy wave. On the other side, this was the same battle happening now. The mutants fell to the ground and died. One of the mutants received very heavy damage and fell to the ground, after which he broke several bones. Lee landed next to him. He had just killed the last mutant who was preventing him from going further. He decided to calm down and see what floor he was on now. Suddenly he saw a sign and realized that he was only on the 40th floor. He heard a strange sound and turned his head back. He saw that his assistant was feeling very bad and was being attacked with an electric discharge. He turned his head to the side and tried to see the man who attacked his girlfriend with an electric discharge. The fireman created a large ice icicle and told the enemy not to approach them. He threw his ice projectile at the wall to attack the enemy. Li Chen saw that an icy icicle flew out of the wall and almost killed him, but he managed to dodge. He was starting to get angry at the fact that everyone he met in this building was against him, but he wanted to help. The ice projectile hit the wall and got stuck in it, and at that moment Lee was ready to go fight against the person who threw this projectile at him. He heard his girlfriend screaming from Baldi and looked at her. This angered him even more. He wanted to stop her torment. Lee Chin was ready to kill everyone who hurt people close to him. He kicked out a stone wall and went to the people who attacked him. The fireman saw a leg in front of his face and realized that his opponent had already reached him so quickly. Lee kicked the man directly in the head, and his icy head began to crack. He was able to break Pascal's ice body with one blow. The other superheroes who were in this room were shocked that this guy burst into their room so quickly and just killed Pascal. The guy used his superpower, and his body began to turn into a black substance. He attacked Lee and wanted to kill him, avenging his friend. The girl continued to scream in pain every second, and it became more and more painful. She could no longer withstand such damage. Lee Chin heard his friend scream and realized that he needed to act as quickly as possible in order to save her. The enemy struck a blow, but he was able to dodge this blow. Lee used his unique technique to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible. He again turned his fingers into iron. Lee Chin stabbed his opponent directly in the chest and pierced right through his body. His hand was stuck in this man's chest, and he couldn't get it out. He kicked his subscriber and threw him aside. Only in this way could he pull the hand out of his body. The superhero could not stay on his feet and fell from the roof straight down, blood flowing out of him. Lee Chin held his heart in his hand and was surprised that this superhero had a black heart. He squeezed this heart in his hand and destroyed it. Officer Lei saw that this crazy guy had just killed 2 of her friends, and couldn't let it go unpunished. She used her super strength and rushed at the guy to attack him. Lee Chin grabbed the girl by the head and stopped her, then lifted her up the mountain to throw her. He threw the girl on the ground and caused her very strong damage, after which he said that she had a very original hairstyle, and it was convenient for him to grab her hair. Lee tried to get the frying pan from behind his back so that he would have a weapon with which he would fight against other opponents. He let the girl go and let her lie on the floor. Mr. Beast asked Lee Chin to stop, and the guy was very surprised that this man knew him. Lee asked this man if he was one of the special agents of the Federal Service, and the professor replied that everything was not at all as he thought. Lee Chin grabbed the professor by the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. He brought him to the edge of the bridge and asked where you were from. This man knows him. Lee said that in the list of villains that were published on social networks, it was not his photo, and he was seen only by those who were in an underwater prison and kept him there by force. But the professor said that the guy does not quite understand the whole situation. Mr. Beast said that he helps superhumans, and he is not an enemy for this guy, so let him explain the whole situation. Lee Chin asked to name at least a few reasons why he should listen to this old man. If he doesn't give enough arguments, then he will simply be thrown off the roof. The killer began to lose control of his body when Fiona's magic controlled him. He began to shoot in different directions, screaming very loudly. He asked not to approach him because he would kill anyone who approached him. The guy was losing his mind and didn't understand what I was doing. Fiona said that she feels too weak and cannot control this killer because he is crazy. She turned her head the other way to see the situation on this floor, and was very scared by what she saw. There was a guy standing on the other side of the bridge, and he was holding the professor in the air. Next to them lay the corpses of superheroes. When Fiona gets angry, her superpower goes into overdrive and all her capillaries burst. Lee saw that this girl on the other side of the bridge was using the same energy that injured his friend Sienna. Lee saw that on the other side of the bridge there was the same girl that Rorschach was looking for, and behind her there was now a man with a pistol and wanted to shoot her. Lee Chin used his frying pan as a weapon, and simpler than it in this man. Fiona didn't understand how I would react to the frying pan flying at her. She tried to protect with her body the people who were there during her day, but the frying pan flew near her head and flew further. Fiona realized at that moment that this guy was not aiming at her. The frying pan hit Killer's body and slammed his head into the wall. Now he would be dead and could not harm anyone. Fiona turned her head and saw that this guy had just helped them get rid of a criminal. Lee Chin extended his hand forward and asked Fiona how she controlled her energy because he needed to free his friend. She didn't listen to him and constantly tried to shout to the professor and find out if everything was okay with him. Lee Sen let go of the professor and threw him to the ground. At that moment Mr. Beast was trying to come to his senses. He saw that Lee was trying to leave and tried to say that these superheroes came here to save people and they are not enemies for Lee Chin. They are just trying to protect the surviving people. He told the guy that he was able to find out his name because he is a prophet and took part in compiling a list of villains. Li Qin began to laugh and said that when prophets are needed, they are impossible to find. But as soon as he does not have enough time for them, then they immediately appear. At that moment, Pigo and Rorschach appeared on the bridge. Pigo would be incredibly angry when he heard that standing in front of him was a prophet who created a list of villains. He was ready to destroy the man who made him suffer and because of whom his family died. He saw that standing in front of him was the very prophet whom he was trying to find. Mr. Beast immediately learned that in front of him was a mutant who was second on the list of villains, Pigo Jin Jun. Mr. Beast suddenly saw another guy standing next to Pigo, and asked curiously, "Who is this guy?" Yuliko was very surprised when she saw that the same guy had just appeared on a flying stone in front of her. She immediately recognized him. It was the same explosive man who constantly wrote to her on social networks, and with whom she spoke today on the phone. Mr. Beast is completely confused about what is happening here now, and his superpower of the prophet did not help him predict such a superhero as an explosive man. Rorschach saw Yuliko and immediately wanted to run closer to her. He said that he would now get her out of here. Fiona was not ready to let these strangers close to her. She said that they had just killed Pascal, Lay and Bear. She asked the professor who these people were. Mr. Beast yelled at Fiona and told her to stop and stop being negative about these people. He turned to Li Qin again and said that he had no idea what this guy was doing here, but he asked to listen to him, because this could be the last chance. The professor said that Li must go up to the helipad and save a child named Nastia. She is the daughter of the Emperor, and now only Li can save her. Yuliko started screaming that Princess Nastia and her friend, and she was now enough. The boss of the bandits, nicknamed Golden Teeth, she needs to be saved immediately. Rorschach and Pigo were surprised by how events were unfolding here, and Rorschach could not even think that the Emperor's daughter was Yuliko's friend. Li said that he doesn't care if this professor needs to save the stupid girl, the dream itself saves her. And then he said that they would take this old man with them because he has a lot of information that they need. Beast said that the guy just doesn't understand what's happening now, and he should listen to him and help them. Mr. Beast said that all the predictions that he saw came true until today. But now everything has changed, and Li must help him. He said that a girl named Nastia is a very important person, and the outcome of the whole story depends on what happens to her now, and only Li Qin can influence the course of history and fix everything. The professor said that if the guy agrees to help him, he will save a lot of people, and you can't miss such a chance. You need to listen and believe him. Li Qin was already on the edge and didn't understand whether he could trust this man or not. Li Qin asked the professor why he should believe the person who put him on the list of villains, and now this person asks him to save the whole world. Li asked the prophet if the act in which he saved hundreds of thousands of people was similar to the act of a villain. Mr. Beast said that if the guy now goes and fixes everything, then in the eyes of society he will stop being a villain and change his fate. This is his chance to change the future. Rorschach watched this tense dialogue carefully, and was very interested in what Li would choose. Rorschach said that the man's words did not make any sense. But the most important thing he heard was that there were a lot of terrorists on the roof, and he would never in his life believe that Li would allow them to escape. He looked at Rorschach and heard the truth in his words because he was actually ready to fight the criminals who created all this chaos here. Below there were police cars and firemen's cars. They were waiting for the criminals to finally be destroyed so that they could save all the people remaining in the buildings. Li Qin said that Rorschach's words made sense, and he agreed to complete this task, but ordered Rorschach and Pigo to climb up first. The professor looked at Rorschach and could not understand who he was and why he had such a great influence on Li Qin's decision. Li dealt a very strong blow to the professor's chest, and the professor could not stand it, and began to cry in pain. Li said that it was better for this man to wait for them here and not go anywhere, and with his blow he took revenge on him for being included in the list of villains. Fiona started screaming when she saw that the professor had just been hit. Li pointed his finger at Fiona, and she immediately stopped screaming at that moment. He warned the girl that if she again used her terrible aura against him or his friends, he would kill her. He was so angry with this whole situation that he was ready to destroy the girl. But he tried to control himself, and not make hasty decisions. Fiona was very scared when she heard these words from the guy. She didn't understand how to react to this situation. Andrew served as an aristocrat and guarded the nobility from the north side of New Boy. He fought bravely all this time and protected his master and princess. For the sake of the emperor, his father and his great-grandfathers overcame trenches, iron wires, swamps, went through snowstorms, torrential rains, withstood heavy artillery, poisonous gas, and more than once got out of the most difficult situations. The strongest blood of his ancestors flows through his veins, and he himself is also very strong in spirit and has incredible abilities. But due to the fact that he is a werewolf of the state, he does not trust him and considers him dangerous, and, as a sign of his loyalty, he was ordered to guard the princess and prove that he is loyal to his country. That's why Andre fights so fiercely against Gustav, who has been reborn into a bloody demon. Andre is very loyal to his state and is ready to fight and give his life in battle just to protect his masters. He cannot allow anyone to harm them. And despite the fact that he selflessly fights for people, he is still considered a terrible monster who is better kept under lock and key. After turning into a werewolf, Andre is able to crush an entire section of a multi-story building into dust with one blow of his fist. However, he is not able to break the wall of social inequality and misunderstanding, and therefore he still remains a monster. Only the Prince of Kiev remembers that from generation to generation his family sheds its blood for the state, and therefore tries to protect Andre. Suddenly, his animal eyes saw something terrible, and he did not understand how to react to it. Gustav began to deliver very fast blows that were impossible to dodge. But Andre did not give up and through pain tried to resist the bloody demon and protect the princess. He grabbed the demon's blade and blocked his movement, after which he clenched his fist and prepared to strike. He dealt a very strong blow to his opponent, and blood scattered in different directions. There was nothing left of his enemy. Only a bloody puddle that scattered in different directions stained everything it touched. Gustav was able to restore his body from the blood again, and tried to strike from the side with his sword to wound the werewolf. He managed to do it, and he cut the werewolf's body and ran away further, and Andre began to bleed. He felt incredible pain after he was wounded with a bloody sword. He realized that his strength was running out. But the werewolf was not ready to give up. He understood that he would fight to the last drop of blood and could not allow this monster to kill the princess. He activated his superpower, and his body was filled with incredible energy. He was ready to fight until he killed his opponent, or until he himself died. Natalie showed Vladimir the exit from this building and said that they need to leave here as quickly as possible. Vladimir grabbed Nastia's hand and began to run towards the exit from here in order to leave this place. Gustav was not ready to let them out of here alive and threw bloody spikes at them in order to stop them. Andre took all these thorns upon himself and covered his owner and the princess with his body. He remembered the moment when he was taken out of the laboratory as a small puppy and allowed to live a normal life, so he wanted to thank his owners. Andre said that this man's superpowers are incredibly strong. He contradicts all legal physics and his attacks can do whatever he wants. Gustav said that he would not allow anyone to escape from here and began to accumulate bloody energy in his hands in order to inflict the next attack. Andre, I shouted at Natalie for standing there and doing nothing and told her to quickly come up with some kind of plan because it wouldn't last long. She saw a can of gasoline not far from her and thought that this might be a good idea, thanks to which she could be saved from this monster. Gustav accumulated a huge amount of blood energy in his right hand and shot this energy at his opponents. Andre felt that it was very unsafe to be in the same place and therefore moved with the princess and Vladimir to another place and dodged the blow. Natalie gave Andre a can of gasoline, and he saw it and tried to catch it. He caught a can of gasoline, and it was a good idea to end this battle. Natalie felt that her wounds were starting to hurt more and more. She asked the dog not to give up and fight to the end. Andre tore the canister into 2 parts and poured all the gasoline on himself. He realized that he needed to act radically. He was completely covered in gasoline and ran towards his opponent in order to enter into the final battle with him. They began to approach each other, and literally in a few seconds they would deal the final blows to each other. Gustav cut the werewolf's body into 2 halves and released his intestines. But Andre did not give up, and despite the pain he experienced, he hugged his opponent and gave the command to Natalie to set him on fire. She used her lighter and set it on fire. She threw a lighter at the werewolf to set him on fire. Before she told that pal to speak in hell and never come back. The lighter was flying very fast and spinning around itself. Gustav only now realized what their plan was because he only now saw a burning lighter flying towards the stove with gasoline from werewolf fur. When the lighter came into contact with the fur, his body began to burn and a strong explosion occurred, and Gustav at that moment was in the arms of werewolves and could not get out of there. Andrei took the head of this bastard from the earth with his burning hand. He held his body and did not let him move. He tried to burn him along with himself. But Gustav was still able to stretch his hand to the side and make a bloody shot with a sharp spear. Nastia saw that this spear was flying straight at her and stood in place in fear. She did not understand what to do and could not move her body. Vladimir pushed the princess aside and covered her with his body. Now he received a blow with this spear right in his heart, and it pierced him right through. He felt incredible pain and began coughing up blood. The girls were very scared when they saw that he was dying. The werewolf could no longer resist the fire, and his body began to burn. He was dying and felt incredible pain, so he began to scream very loudly. Before his death, Andrei still tried to hold the bloody demon and not allow him to get up, but Gustav found the strength to fire a few more shots with bloody arrows. Vladimir tried to protect the girl with his body. Oh well, he understood that he would no longer be able to survive, but nevertheless, he wanted to save her and give her the opportunity to live a normal life. Nastia could not move. Her body was paralyzed by fear. She saw how her uncle was now dying in front of her eyes, trying to save her. Natalie saw that these guys had just died before her eyes and she didn't know what to do now. Vladimir's body was pierced with several bloody spikes and he looked terrible. She couldn't believe that this all really happened and she sees it all with her own eyes. She began to cry and try to understand why all these people are hunting the princess, and why they hate her so much because she is not guilty of anything. The werewolf's body burned to the ground and now he was completely dead. It fell apart into several black pieces and turned into ordinary ash and coal. Through the ashes and coal, Gustav's smile was visible. He began to laugh very loudly and rejoice in the fact that it was impossible to kill him. He pulled his hand out from under the rubble and began to get up and try to get out of there. Half of his body was black, but he was still able to continue fighting and his hatred for the emperor was so great that he was ready to go to the end. He wanted to kill the princess and take revenge on the emperor for what he did on his island because of those people who died in this stupid war. Gustav quoted William Shakespeare's quote from Romeo and Juliet. He said that violent feelings always have a violent end. He approached Natalie and began to accumulate bloody energy in his right hand in order to create a weapon. A bloody blade appeared in his hand with which he wanted to kill the girl. Gustav swung his blade and wanted to strike a blow that would kill her. The blade was already near Natalie's head, and she understood that she did not even have the strength to dodge this attack. She resigned herself to the fact that she was about to die. But Lichen suddenly appeared and pushed Gustav away with a kick of his foot. He struck him in the chest and pushed him back. The guy managed to save the girl at the very last moment. She looked at him as a heroic savior who had come to free the princess from the tower in which there was an evil dragon. Lee hit so hard that the blood demon crashed into the wall and broke half the building. After that, he landed on both feet and stood straight on the roof of the house. He said that he hated tall buildings and especially hated being on the roof of a house. For him it was terrible torture. Lee said that he swore to himself never to climb to such a height again. But today he broke his vow. Footprints are visible on the walls and windows of this building. Lee turned his head to the girl and asked her if she was Princess Nastia. He looked at this girl and she seemed to him a little more mature than the girl he was told about, but she also fit the description. He decided to look around him and realized that the battle was not over yet. The guy he just hit with all his might is still moving, despite being covered with stones. Boss Golden Teeth lay dead on the roof and his head was unscrewed. Blood was dripping from his mouth. Lichen was surprised that they were even able to break the helicopter. But this helicopter could have evacuated people. Gustav was able to withstand such a strong blow, and despite the fact that he received a lot of damage, he could still move. Gustav said that there are more heroes in this building than cockroaches and they all end up the same way. He stood up and began to walk towards the unfamiliar superhero. He said that it was too late to try to fix something because the princess was already dead and the future was predetermined. Natalie said that killing the princess does not solve this problem and the emperor will still stop destroying Guadalcanal Island. Gustav began to scream with rage and said that he absolutely didn't care about the fate of the island and what would happen in the world. He said that these people took away everything that was so dear to him, and now he wants to take everything away from them so that they understand his pain. He said that he wants to make the whole world suffer. Li Chun looked at the bloody demon with contempt, and asked him does he really want to provoke a world war because this is very stupid. Gustav said that it was not he who started the war on his island, and it was not he who killed hundreds and thousands of people. He blamed the king for everything because he believed that this was the most important evil on our planet, and this evil must be destroyed. Gustav said that he would not allow a world peace treaty to happen, because then all countries would help the emperor. And if the world treaty was not signed, then war would begin, and he would have to suffer. He said that this old emperor dragged thousands of people into a bloody battle just so that his granddaughter princess could live in peace. Natalie said that such actions cannot correct this situation and everything that Gustav does is a stupid waste of time and human lives. She said that over the past 150 years this peace treaty could have been the only chance to end the bloody war. But because of it, it is now impossible to do this. She accused Gustav of the fact that because of him the whole planet will now suffer only because he cannot satiate his feeling together, and the people whom he lost will never return. Li raised his hands up and said that he was already bored of listening to all this uninteresting talk. He asked the girl who was sitting on the floor if she was Princess Anastasia, and the girl began to cry and showed with all her appearance that it was not her. He turned his head and saw that the girl he was looking for was apparently under that man. She started crying when she saw that the dead bodies of Vladimir and Anastasia. Li used his superpower to feel the heartbeat of all the people who were near him. He said that the girl was still alive because he felt her heartbeat, and this news was shocking for Natalia. She couldn't believe that this was possible. Gustav was also surprised that the princess was still alive. He thought that he could kill her along with Vladimir. Vladimir's dead body hung on bloody spikes and had already begun to fade and turn blue. Nastia lay with her eyes open and looked at the face of her dead uncle. She was so scared that she could not move. Gustav decided not to waste time and finish off the princess once and for all while it was still possible. Natalie and Li Chun saw that this bloody demon was going to the princess, and realized that they needed to act immediately. Natalie asked the guy who saved her to stop this bloody demon, and not let him kill the princess. Gustav felt that he was kicked very hard in the face, and the pain he experienced was incredibly strong. He hit the bloody demon so hard that he fell to the ground again, and broke half of the building. The people who were below thought that there was another explosion on the roof of the building that broke half of the building. Gustav left a mark after he fell to the ground, lying motionless among a pile of stones and fragments. Li landed on the ground after the impact, and tried to understand what was happening to this guy. He turned his head and began to carefully look at the state of his opponent after such a strong attack. Gustav lay on the edge of the roof and did not move. He only made strange sounds of pain. But suddenly he was still able to get up from the floor and his face turned into a bloody mess, and now he looked like an ordinary mutant monster. Li saw what this disfigured mutant was capable of and thought that this guy was not as weak as he might seem at first glance. Li smiled and thought that this opponent was exactly the guy with whom he would be interested in measuring his strength. Li began to roll up his sleeves on his jacket in order to prepare for a serious battle. He said that today he was miraculously forced to save the world, and it would be nice to stretch his muscles before that. Li Chun said that it is very difficult to find an opponent who is able to resist his blow. And after that, he took a fighting stance and a fiery flame appeared around him. Gustav tried to get up from the floor. His body began to become covered with bloody armor. He regretted that he had not yet been able to kill the princess. He could not believe it. He thought that she was already dead. His mind was captured by rage, and he could not control this rage, so he wanted to do everything possible to kill the princess. Natalie pulled Princess Anastasia out of the bloody trap and tried to save her, but the girl was shocked that Vladimir died before her eyes. Gustav decided not to waste time and finish the matter once and for all. He ran towards Anastasia to kill her. Li Chun did not have time to catch the bloody monster. Natalie didn't know what to do and how to escape from this terrible mutant because he was running towards her and wanted to kill them. Li nevertheless tried to interfere with Gustav's plans and blocked his way, after which he kicked him with all his might to the body. Li started laughing and asked the bloody monster if he was really so stupid that he thought he could deceive Li Chun. Gustav received very strong damage and flew to the side, but he still did not want to give up because he had gone very far and there was no turning back. During the flight, he made a hole in his body and released bloody tentacles that aimed at the princess to kill her. Li began to catch all these bloody tentacles with his hands and tried to stop them. Li Qin gathered these tentacles into one bundle and realized that he needed to act radically and very quickly against this monster. Li pulled these tentacles very hard towards himself, and the monster began to fly towards him, losing control of the situation. Li Qin once again kicked the monster's body with his foot and broke the bones that were inside his body. He hit the monster very quickly several times and caused him a lot of damage. Gustav flew back very quickly, and at that moment he was experiencing very severe pain, and the tentacles that were sticking out of his body were torn, and he lost contact with them. Li held these tentacles in his hand and did not understand what to do with them. He saw how these tentacles continued to function separately from their owner, and he realized that the tentacles could not fight off the princess, so they must be stopped immediately. He changed the direction of movement of these tentacles and they hit the surface of the roof. Li noticed that these blood tentacles were the same as steel cables. He was able to change their direction. They did not hit the princess and Natalie, but the name is still very difficult to manage. After these tentacles hit the surface of the roof, they began to die, but the roof received very great damage. The surface of the roof began to crack and the building began to collapse because it received so much damage. The princess and Natalie began to scream in fear. Li realized that the situation was getting out of control and everything was much worse than he thought because they were now on the roof, which was about to break. A large part of the roof began to fall down after the tentacles hit its surface. Li ran to the broken part of the roof in order to correct the situation, but when he approached the edge of the roof, he saw that large stones were falling down and dead bloody tentacles lay around him. The stones that flew down were very large and could injure or kill a large number of people. But the worst thing is that Natalie and Princess Anastasia fell down along with the stones. Li Qin felt terrible because he couldn't save the princess, and she had now fallen down. But suddenly Rorschach and Pigo appeared on a flying stone and Pigo apologized for being late. But as an apology he still managed to save the princess and Natalie. Yuliko saw that an explosive man and his fat friend with super strength had just saved her friend Princess Anastasia, and she thanked him for it. Mr. Beast was trying to save a girl who had been shot, and he used his last syringe of magic fluid to cure her. At that moment there was a sniper on the roof of a neighboring house who was aiming his sniper rifle at Natalie. Mr. K asked the sniper to wait a little and not shoot as long as Natalie was next to Pigo. Rorschach said that they came as soon as they could free themselves and Li told them that they were late. Rorschach suddenly began to scream very loudly in a frightened voice and pointed his finger at the monster that had just appeared on the other side of the roof. This monster was Gustav, who was still alive and could move. Rorschach asked Pigo if his phone was charged because he wanted to film this monster because he had never seen anything so vile before, and Li Qin at that moment was shocked that this monster was still alive. Gustav used all the strength he had left to try to kill the princess one last time. He pushed Li Qin aside and rushed at the princess, but Li managed to catch this monster and stop him. He was so angry at this bloody creature that he took it by the head and hit it with all his might on the ground. Li was so angry at the monster that he sacrificed himself and jumped off the roof of the building with him. He pressed the head of the bloody monster to a stone wall and tried to erase his face for several floors. Then Li got bored and he threw this monster from the height of the 15th floor. Li pushed off the wall of the building to gain more momentum to move. He kicked the monster in the air and caused it very severe internal damage. Li beat Gustav in the air and constantly hit him with very fast attacks. He got bored of fighting in the air and decided to go back to the guys on the roof. To do this, he hit the monster and he flew up and Li jumped after him. He beat this bloody monster to a training bag or to a toy with which he was tired. He looked at Gustav and could not understand why this vile creature had not yet died. Li decided to deal the final blow to this monster, after which he had to die once and for all. Li put all the strength and energy he had into this blow, and added to this whole set his anger at this monster. The impact was so strong that there was an explosion in the sky and the bloody monster landed on the roof of the building with a bright and fast flash. The explosion was so strong that many people who watched it all from the side might have thought that a bomb had exploded on the roof of the house. The neighboring streets that were near the building began to shake. The earth also began to shake. People thought that an earthquake had started in the city. The whole city was in panic from the events that took place in this building. Black gray smoke appeared and filled the entire space of the roof. This smoke cleared through the air, and they saw that a huge hole had appeared in the building. Li Chun was very surprised by the explosion he had just made. He himself did not expect that he was capable of such an act. But the worst thing about this whole situation was that Li Chun could still feel the heartbeat of this monster, which meant that he had not yet died after such an explosion. Li Chun and his team watched as a huge hole appeared in the building after the explosion, and they did not understand how to react to it. Rorschach was shocked by the super blow that Li had just made. He said that sometimes he thinks that Li Chun is worse than the devil. Pigo said that it was very dangerous to be here and he should try to take these girls down to a safe place, and Rorschach agreed with his idea. They slowly began to descend and in order to carry Princess Anastasia and Natalie to a safe place. The sniper moved his sight towards Pigo and now began to aim at him. The sniper shot straight into Pigo's heart, and Pigo felt a very strong pain in his chest. Rorschach was scared when he saw this. Li Chun continued to stand near the hole in the roof of the building. He waited for this monster to finally appear to kill him. A bloody hand appeared from the darkness, and tried to get out from under the rubble of stones. Gustav was still alive and Li Chun was not mistaken when he felt his heartbeat. But this monster looked very weak and vile. Gustav tried to climb onto the roof of the house for me and asked Li Chun why he was doing this. Li replied that there was no point in fighting this monster to the end because he would still kill him like a rabid dog. Li Chun asked this bloody monster why she wants the princess. And is it really so important to him, and why did he bring such a huge number of fighters to kill the little girl? Gustav was able to get to his feet, but he made a huge effort to do this, and he answered the guy that Li Chun did not understand anything and he should not have interfered in this conflict. He continued to accuse the Empire of wanting to conclude a peace treaty with America. He said that because of this peace treaty, a war broke out on his home island that killed a huge number of people. The girl looked at what was happening to this mutant now, and suggested Li to run away before it was too late. Gustav said that he experiences a huge range of emotions: anger, hatred, fear, and all these emotions really help him feel such a powerful force. The force that swallowed Gustav was so strong that its bearer lost control over his body. This energy creates a vicious circle of rage and makes a person so strong that he loses his head. She said that this monster is no longer able to return to the human body and all that it is capable of is only destruction. Li Chun replied that nothing is impossible, and this guy will be able to return to his human form. But the girl asked him how he was going to do it. Li began to fill his body with light energy which enhanced his abilities and cleared the negative energy around him. He said that he was going to use the Dharma seal to return this monster to human form. Li told him that if this guy cannot curb the evil within himself then he will help him so that in his next life this man will be reborn and become a good person. Gustav said that it is not he who is evil, but the emperor who started the war and killed many people with his actions, and the emperor is the real evil. He called Li Chun a Republican who supports the decision of the Empire, and therefore he is an enemy for Gustav. He had not acquired his final form, and now his blood demon body was as strong as possible. Gustav asked the guy why he was helping this vile criminal, because the actions that he didn't commit were much worse than the victims that happened due to Gustav's fault. Li asked this monster to shut up and not say a word anymore because he was tired of listening to him. Li said that he would deal with the criminals a little later. But for now the main threat in this place is Gustav and that's why he wants to stop him. Li Chun told the girl that it was better for her to leave here and not watch this person die because it was too cruel for her little mind. Gustav looked carefully at his opponent and tried to understand his logic, but fury did not allow him to adequately look at the situation. The blood demon said that this guy's words make sense, but it still won't stop him. He attacked Li Chun and wanted to kill him. After all, he was the only person who could restrain the power of the bloody demon after he killed him. He wanted to kill all the people who were here. Li Chun was very surprised that this monster this time moves much faster than before and now it will take a lot of effort to fight it. At this time, the sniper fired a bullet from his sniper rifle and hit Pigo straight in the heart. But Pigo used his superpower and was able to stop this bullet at the moment when it was about to pierce his heart. Pigo spent a lot of concentration trying to save himself and lost control of gravity, and he dropped Natalie and Princess Anastasia. The girls fell down and thought that the end had already come for them, but at the very last moment Pigo was able to concentrate and catch the girls. They almost fell and crashed, but thanks to Pigo's superpower they still survived and didn't take damage. Pigo landed the flying stone on the ground because he is not mocked, now wasting a lot of super strength due to his injury. Rorschach was trying to figure out who just shot Pigo, and where he is now in order to neutralize him. But the sniper at that moment began to aim at Rorschach. She found his weak spot and took a shot with her sniper rifle. The bullet pierced Rorschach's iron glove and broke it. The guy felt very strong pain in his right hand. Rorschach looked at his hand and realized that he had just been hit by a bullet. He screamed very loudly. Yuliko saw how a bullet pierced the hand of an explosive man, and was afraid for him. The iron glove that Rorschach called the repulsor was broken, and this meant that he now had nothing with which to defend himself. Rorschach was upset because his iron repulsor was broken into pieces and now he would need to be repaired. But Yuliko started screaming at him because thanks to this glove, his hand is still fine. The sniper was upset because she missed her shot, but she thought that it wasn't so bad because she broke his weapon and now he won't be able to run away from her. This time she decided to shoot him in the head and kill this guy once and for all. But Rorschach was very angry because his favorite iron glove was broken and he remembered his superpower, which he had recently received, and stopped the bullet. She didn't understand what was happening now because she was told that this guy doesn't have superpowers. Fire began to appear around his body. Rorschach said that in this city everyone underestimates him and considers him a pathetic brat who helps cool villains. He was very angry with this sniper because she just wanted to kill his best friend, and then she broke his favorite glove. He was furious with the events that had just happened, and his body began to feel like a real hellfire, and he said that he would not allow anyone to hurt him and his friends. Yuliko was very surprised when she saw that the explosive man had such incredible superpower. Mr. Beast was shocked that this guy had superpowers and this superpower was very strong. He was worthy of being included in the list of villains but did not understand why this supervillain was not in his prophecies. Rorschach saw where the sniper was who was trying to kill him and his friends and turned into a fiery flash to fly to this sniper. The girl was very scared that such a strong supervillain would now fight against her. Rorschach found the floor where the sniper was sitting and said that he had come to take revenge on her for his friend. Rorschach used this superpower for the first time in his entire life and he fired a fire shot to kill the sniper. The sniper understood that this was an ideal opportunity to attack him. The sniper used her super teleportation power and was able to move to a nearby building, and in this way she avoided damage. She swapped her sniper rifle for a machine gun and reloaded it to start shooting. She took aim at this fiery supervillain and started firing at him. Rorschach felt that machine gun bullets were passing through his body, and it caused him pain. But when his body was in this form, he could heal his wounds and heal quickly. Rorschach realized that it was the sniper who could teleport quickly, and now he needed to come up with a plan on how to fight her. He fired another shot at her. She saw that her bullets were not capable of killing this supervillain and teleported once again so as not to take damage. Rorschach's fiery blow was so strong that it could break half the building. The sniper with the new one teleported and tried to aim at this guy again. She fired another shot from her machine gun, this early shoulder shot. She teleported again so that he wouldn't understand where she was now. Rorschach again felt that a bullet had passed through his body. She found a new tactic to fight against this supervillain. She fired a shot from a machine gun, and immediately moved to another place. This method of attack allowed her to deliver a lot of shots from different points. Rorschach did not have time to follow this sniper because she was constantly moving in space and his body was constantly receiving damage from bullets. He didn't understand how long she could continue to inflict such attacks on him because he didn't know how to resist it. She only had time to step on the floor with her foot and immediately fired a shot and then disappeared. She constantly accelerated her attacks in order to destroy a given target. Her finger was constantly on the trigger of the machine gun. She understood that only one could survive in this fight, and she had to do everything possible to destroy her enemy. The bullet she fired from her machine gun flew straight into Rorschach's heart. This bullet hit his fiery body and pierced through it. A big bang occurred in the air and Rorschach turned into fire and evaporated. She watched as her opponent now turned into fire and flew away in the wind. The sniper informed her captain that the threat had been successfully eliminated. Rorschach turned to dust and smoke and his body disappeared. His yellow cloak was flying in the air. This is the only thing left after he disappeared. But suddenly blue lightning began to appear and quickly flew towards the orange cloak. The sniper didn't understand what was happening. It seemed to her that she had just destroyed this guy, but for some reason a blue cloud of energy appeared in the air. In the air, exactly in the place where the guy was, a blue cloud of energy from lightning began to appear. In this cloud of blue energy a face began to appear. It was Rorschach's face, but he looked different now that he was reborn. Rorschach shouted that he actually just exploded, but he didn't explode from bullets, but from the anger that overwhelmed him. There was a lot of energy in his body due to the fact that he was experiencing very strong anger, and this energy splashed out and created a new explosion. She was shocked when she saw this guy's superpowers. She couldn't even imagine that he was so strong. The explosion that created Rorschach between the two buildings was called supernova and could be seen hundreds of kilometers away. But there was so much energy in his body that after the supernova explosion he made another explosion called the ion explosion. Armored windows that withstood many explosions that day could not withstand the explosion that Rorschach had just made and broke. The lightning that emitted from his body began to spread to other houses and street lamps. A large electric dome appeared over the city, which became larger and larger every second. Electrical energy flows scattered in different directions and destroyed everything they touched. The boy, in a very joyful voice, asked his father if he saw Jupiter, and the father said that he had finally found this planet, and the boy could look through the telescope. Suddenly lightning touched the iron body of the telescope, and the father jumped back. This lightning with one touch broke a large telescope and began to spread throughout the entire space. The father and child jumped back and tried to hide. The electricity spread very quickly and could not be stopped. The sniper stood on the edge of the floor and watched as lightning burned her body and clothes. She managed to teleport to another place in order to escape from the lightning, but still she was unable to hide because this guy's power was incredibly powerful. She received so much damage that she could no longer stand on her feet and simply fell. Rorschach defeated her in this fight and she died. Gustav ran towards his opponent, and every step he took left a dent in the ground. He suggested that Li Qin surrender before it's too late. After all, if he resists, then the bloody monster will be forced to kill him. Li Qin had never given up in his life, and this time he had no intention of doing so either. Even though his opponent was very strong, he still continued to fight him. He used his martial arts technique and fired an energy palm at his opponent. The energy palm was very strong and was able to throw the enemy back. He was unable to resist it. Li understood that such attacks work very well for this enemy, otherwise shoot with energy palms. The palms attacked the enemy from different sides and inflicted very strong quick damage on him. They were like missiles that explode when colliding with the body of a bloody demon. Li knew that his energy had pure power that could purify the blood demon's body and mind, so he would feel great pain. The bloody demon couldn't resist those palms because it was a weapon that could kill him. It was like holy water for demons. But despite the fact that this technique caused him a lot of damage, still even this Qigong technique could not penetrate his thick skin, and suddenly he noticed something very strange next to him. Li saw a bright blue color that was behind him, and he realized that some kind of explosion was happening here. He decided to take advantage of this situation, and jumped up to catch the energy ball. He caught the electric sphere with his bare hands and began to control it. Li remembered that when he was in school he played volleyball very often, and now these skills were useful to him in order to make an accurate throw. The electric sphere hit the bloody demon directly, and caused him very strong damage. When the electric sphere came into contact with the bloody body, the rest of the lightning felt it, and began to fly to that point, and there was a large explosion of electricity on the roof. Lightning began to fly around Li Chen's body and wrapped itself around his arm like a snake. He looked forward and tried to see what was happening to his enemy now. He wanted to understand whether he was able to kill this bloody demon, or whether he was still alive. This discharge of electrical energy was very strong, and even a bloody demon could not survive such damage, and his heartbeat stopped. Even the power and strength of this monster was not enough to survive such damage. Li Qin was finally able to calm down when he realized that he had succeeded in destroying the bloody demon. But he became curious about what was happening here. He turned his head back to look at what was happening below, and saw a huge cloud of energy. In front of him was a large electric monster who was constantly laughing and could not stop. Rorschach turned into a very strong stream of energy that flew in the air and emitted many different lightning bolts. And he said that he is now beside himself with this force. She appeared next to Li again after he killed the monster, and she said that the brain waves really interfere with her existence. Then she went to the edge of the roof, saw what happened to Rorschach and said that she now finally understands why they are not so similar to him. Mr. Beast was shocked when he saw what happened to this guy. He had never seen anything stronger than his super strength before. Rorschach was gaining more and more power with each passing second. He was pumping energy out of all the electrical devices that were near him. Yuliko asked Pigo what just happened to the explosive man. He replied that he didn't know, but this guy clearly didn't tell anyone about his superpowers. Suddenly flying drones began to appear in the air and flew towards a large electric creature. Rorschach was afraid of these drones because he knew he could drain all the electricity out of them, and he told them to all fly towards him. But these flying drones did not approach him, and were in place. They were just watching him. These drones were flying around an electrical pole that was located not far from them. A girl with red hair sat on an electric pole and ate chips while drones flew around her. She ate chips with her iron hands and said that she had never seen a fiery man, and assumed that disaster number 014 had already arrived. The face of the electric big monster was visible on video cameras. The general was very scared when he saw such a large and dangerous creature. He said to immediately send all military resources to this place in order to stop this monster. He ordered to kill this monster at any cost and allowed tanks that belonged to the army to be sent there because this monster is a threat to the country. Military tanks began to move out from nearby military bases and drive along the road in one line, heading to the scene of the accident. The tanks drove very fast in order to save people and destroy the monster as quickly as possible. The conflict reached a new level and now the army was involved in it. The tanks went one after another. There were a lot of them, and they all lined up in one line on a long street. They stopped and started spinning their guns to take aim at the monster. They used the tactical sight built into the tank and reported to the captain that the target was already in sight. They were given permission to start firing at this monster. Rorschach felt very strong damage from the projectiles that flew at him. Rorschach did not have time to notice the tanks approaching him and did not understand where he received such heavy damage. They angered him because they started attacking him first because he didn't want to kill anyone, he just wanted to protect his friends. He began to get angry again at these military men and a purple color appeared inside his mouth, which meant that he wanted to launch a new super attack. From his mouth he fired a very strong purple energy beam and started shooting at these tanks. He was able to break this large line of tank with his purple beam. He could not stop this beam, otherwise they would destroy everything that was around him. The sergeant informed the general that the tank troops were completely destroyed in a matter of seconds. This monster destroyed absolutely all the tanks. The commander asked the sergeant if there were any other troops in the city, such as the Air Force. But the sergeant replied that all troops were withdrawn from the city on a mission to the Emer base. The general looked at the video cameras again to see with his own eyes that this monster was so strong. He understood that he needed to stop this monster video. If he was not calmed down, he would completely destroy the entire city. Fiona called the stupid girl who stood in front of her and watched this monster. Yuliko looked at Fiona and asked what does she need from her. Fiona said that this is Yuliko's friend and therefore she must make this guy come to his senses because no one else can do this except her. Yuliko really wanted to help and reassure her friend, but she didn't understand how she could do it. Nastia invited Yuliko to sing her song and the girl reacted very strangely to this proposal. Nastia told Yuliko that the explosive man is her most loyal fan and therefore her songs should calm him down. Yuliko lowered her eyes down and realized that I now need to make a decision. She finally decided to do it and tried to get up. Yuliko walked to the edge of the floor and looked up. She was preparing to sing her song and calm the explosive man. Yuliko raised her head up and saw a bright flame. Rorschach was getting angrier and angrier with each passing second. His rage was consuming his mind. She understood that she needed to act very quickly and decided to look to the left. She saw injured superheroes who urgently needed medical attention. She looked the other way. She saw a wounded girl who could die at any moment if not helped. Yuliko closed her eyes to me and realized that now no one but her can cope with this problem. She opened her mouth to start baking and her voice trembled. But she was able to overcome her fear and began to sing very loudly and activated her voice superpower. Rorschach heard the familiar words from the song and felt how his mask was affected by sound waves. She continued to sing loudly and tried to achieve a positive result. Mr. Beast covered his ears because he couldn't listen to a voice so loud. Yuliko did not give up and continued to sing. She had to finish this song to the end and see what would happen to her friend. She saw that he began to react to her vocals and tried to understand what would happen to him next. Rorschach appeared in front of them and was very angry because these vocals were disturbing him. He clenched his electric fists and tried to resist those vocals. He tried to calm down, but the electric anger that was inside him did not allow him to do so. Yuliko was not afraid of this monster because she knew that her friend was inside it, and she ordered the plasma not to go beyond the explosive man and asked him to come to his senses quickly because she was worried about him. Rorschach heard her words and they did not touch him. Therefore, the electrical energy that was fueled by his anger disappeared and he appeared naked in front of her. Yuliko said that he scared her very much, but the guy told her that the situation was very dangerous and he could not stay away. Rorschach said that there is no need to worry about him because he is very strong and can handle it completely. But suddenly he lost knowledge and fell. The electrical energy sucked all his strength out of him. Yuliko caught this boy and hugged him. He fell asleep on her chest because he was very tired. Lichen stood on the edge of the roof and watched his friend all this time. He did not expect that Rorschach had such superpower. He was very surprised that he had such abilities as an electric monster. Suddenly he saw a red bloody demon rush near him and jump from the roof. The bloody demon flew down from the roof and accumulated energy in its hands. It was still alive. He still had some blood left that allowed him to still exist. From this blood he created a bloody blade or bodies towards Princess Anastasia to kill her. Nastia didn't understand what to do. She was so tired and scared that she couldn't even move. Suddenly, the holographic girl who had always been in the image of Anna turned into Gustav's daughter and asked the bloody demon not to kill her. Gustav saw his daughter and was scared because he could have killed her by accident. Lichen took advantage of the fact that the bloody demon was distracted by the hologram of his daughter and hit him. Lichen understood that this was the perfect moment to finally kill this monster, and Gustav felt that Li had deceived him. They flew down from the roof and Li hit this demon so hard that they broke several floors of the building. They flew down, breaking the walls of the building and destroying everything that was in their way. Another big hole appeared in the building after this explosion. Li stood on top of the bloody demon's body and hoped that his end had finally come. Gustav could still move his hands. His fingers were able to move. He was still alive and heard strange voices. He raised his head up and heard his daughter calling him. She wanted to see her dad. He remembered a moment in his life when his little daughter brought him a necklace she made from corn. He was then very surprised that his little daughter was capable of this. She hung a necklace of corn and boys, and Gustav thanked his daughter for such a beautiful necklace. He took this necklace or touched it with his hands and looked at it. But suddenly he saw something very strange in the distance, and he became scared. The girl asked her dad what happened and why was he so excited. Gustav replied that everything was fine, and he just looked into the distance a little. He noticed that the sky today was especially blue and beautiful. At that moment, his body took on a human form and he was no longer a blood demon. Gustav finally passed away and Lichen was able to defeat the bloody demon, destroying him once and for all. A helicopter in which there were reporters flew to the scene of the disaster. She said that this is where the Chinese hotel is located where terrible events took place today. She said that they know that police and firefighters have already rescued the hostages. However, the building itself was badly damaged at the hands of terrorists. Nothing is known about the identities of the wounded. She looked at the camera against the backdrop of the destroyed building and said that the lower floor was also destroyed by terrorists, and now there is a huge hole there. The cameraman brought his camera closer to film what happened in this hotel. The camera was able to capture Li Chen's face, and the journalist said it looked like the outline of one of the terrorists. At that moment, a man with red hair was sitting in front of the TV screen and talking on the phone. He was informed that his daughter named Susan was fine, but she had a gunshot wound and was now in this building. He said that his daughter was of little interest to him, and asked to talk about progress. This man was Andre Wood, a deputy and parliamentary organizer. The man who talked to him on the phone started laughing and said that Andre is a very cold-blooded person. After this, he reported that they had achieved success and Princess Anastasia was saved. This person on the phone said that Disaster 006, which the Emperor feared, was temporarily postponed as well as Disasters 012 and 015. Therefore, due to the fact that Princess Anastasia is alive and the Emperor will not start a war, and the Emperor will not sign documents that state information about experiments on superhumans, This man said that Andre still has a lot of time to find out in advance about future explorations of the Empire. Andre started laughing when they heard this news. He asked his interlocutor whether the list of dangerous villains and Yang Jun were included in their plan. The man on the phone started laughing very loudly. He was informed that a new prophecy had appeared and they tried to change the wrong future. He reported that the first person on the list of villains was destroyed. His place was taken by Li Qin, and this guy must survive. He said that he can use some people to change their original plan. But if this is played with like this, then there may be serious consequences. A huge catastrophe will happen, and it will be terrible. But Andre said that to protect the Federation he is ready to make any sacrifice. He said that he would do anything to prevent a global catastrophe. After that he hung up the phone. Andre went to the TV and looked at this guy's face. Li Qin understood that he was now being filmed by video cameras and that a huge lantern hanging on a helicopter was shining on him. He started to feel much better after the battle. His bones were crushed after the battle, but they healed in a very short period of time. There was Gustav's blood in his hands and he felt strange vibrations in his palms. He felt that this guy's blood was being absorbed into his body. He didn't understand what was happening because it was very strange, and it was the blood that got inside him. He felt a very strange sensation after the blood was absorbed into his hand. He began to fill with new strength. Li realized that these were the pericardial meridians. This meridian represents the path along which the internal force passes, counteracting the class of organs called the three parts of the body. In these meridians, invisible chi energy can be generated, which is transferred through 12 meridians and 8 minor channels to all 720 acupuncture points. He was in very severe pain. His internal organs wanted to ignite and burn him from the inside. He already experienced similar sensations when he killed one eccentric in prison. Li didn't understand how internal chi energy could move from this guy's body to him. Internal chi is a concept about the biological energy within the human body put forward by monks in ancient times in Sanskrit, read as chakra. And now, thanks to this energy, he can constantly improve his body and his superpower until he becomes perfect. Li tried to move forward in order to somehow get out of this state. But the pain inside his body only intensified and he did not understand what to do about it. His body began to overflow with this energy. It seemed to him that he was about to burn. Li Qin did not understand what was happening to his body now, and why he was experiencing such severe pain. He wanted to stop this as soon as possible. Military vehicles and many soldiers arrived at the scene of the disaster to destroy the criminals. The captain was sitting in one of the cars and heard that the radio station was calling him. He was asked to report on the situation. He replied that he and the military had already blocked the intersection and were preparing to destroy the terrorists. Li Qin understood that the only way to end the pain inside his body was to release his internal chi energy. The only way that could help him release this energy was to start a battle and destroy everything he sees in front of him. He took a step back and got into a fighting stance to begin the attack. He thrust his right hand forward with an open palm to launch an attack. Li Qin felt that his body was now moving completely differently than he did before. Li Qin controls the energy growing inside which is ready to explode from the rising temperature. Traces of blood and sweat begin to disappear from the surface of the body. Internal chi energy begins to turn into steam and emanates from the head of the ligaments and other points of his body, gathering into a powerful lump of energy in the center of the palm. He is trying to cover the chakra in his palm in order to release this strong energetic energy. He released very strong energy beams from his hand. It was so strong that his clothes began to tear on his body and fly away. He created a very strong explosion that could destroy everything in its path. This energy beam destroyed the military vehicles that came here to stop it. When this beam of energy, and now there were debris and stones around, the earth burned after it was pierced by this ray and a huge hole appeared in the ground. Li Qin felt that he felt much better after throwing out this energy from his body. He said that his inner strength had reached a new level. He thought it worked. Like in video games, when you kill the boss, your power goes to a new level. He understood that when he killed the weirdos in the hotel, he did not experience any unpleasant sensations. It was very easy for him. But when he fought this boss, it was difficult for him, and he now felt an improvement in his strength. He was tired of thinking about all this and realized that his head was already splitting from constant thoughts and solutions to problems. Rorschach opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of the bus. He didn't understand what just happened to him, and where he was, so he asked the people who were next to him. Yuliko was bandaging Pigo's wounds and asked Rorschach how does he feel. She said that from now on she will call it explosive plasma. He looked at her, and said that now he would call her Steel Lily, and said that he was very glad to see her. On the bus there were all the people who were on the forbidden floor. Rorschach said that he felt tired, nauseous and dizzy and did not understand what was happening here now. Mr. Beast sat in the front seat of the bus and said that fire or lightning is essentially an energy surge of electrons and charged ions, a phenomenon in which energy is released in the form of light and heat. He was tied up with ropes and couldn't move, but he could talk. I said that he doesn't fully understand how this plasma guy turned back into a human form. However, due to the repeated release of high-energy ion beams and plasma lumps, he dares to assume that this guy is now very hungry. Rorschach asked the guys who this smart guy is and why they took him with them because he really annoys him. Li Qin was driving this bus and he said that according to this smart professor, he took an active part in compiling a list of dangerous villains, and he must have the abilities of a prophet and some information. Li said that he decided to take Rorschach's girl with him so that he would not be so bored and so that she would help treat the wounded team members. Yuliko said that she is not the girlfriend of an explosive person and does not want to be called that. Rorschach at that moment felt very ashamed. Rorschach asked what happened to Pigo, and how he felt because he remembered that he was wounded. Yuliko replied that Pigo was very badly injured and he urgently needed help because it was very difficult for him to resist this pain. Mr. Beast said that they better take him to the hospital so they can take the bullet out of him and stitch him up because he won't last long like this. He could lose a lot of blood or get infected and die. Rorschach shouted that they urgently needed to find the nearest hospital and save his friend. Li Qin said that the hospital was left behind and they arrived a long time ago. They have now left the city. He said that initially she wanted to put him to wait for help along with wounded soldiers from the Federation, but he was worried that the Federation people might just kill him. Rorschach grabbed his head with his hands and said that this time the Federation had definitely leaked their photos at the orientation. They needed a place where Pigo could be cured and he did not understand how to save the girl Xiao Xia because it was now at least 2 days to get to her. Li Qin could not answer his friend because he himself did not yet understand how they could cope with all these problems. He thought that the internal energy sea definitely has some restorative properties, and he can heal himself, but can he heal other people on TV? There were always programs on how to work with this energy, and thought that he should take a risk and try. Mr. Beast decided to intervene in their dialogue and offer his idea to solve this problem. He said that he still had half of the healing balm in his bag that was found in the pocket of the terrorist in the hotel, and this medicine could help their friend. Rorschach said that this is the same meat sauce that the Scum used. It's a disgusting medicine. Pigo, through the pain, tried to shout to the whole bus that there was no need to do this. He said that he would never take this terrible medicine because it causes terrible side effects in people. Rorschach tried to stop his friend and convince him. After all, this medicine was the only thing that could save him. Pigo didn't want to listen to anyone. He said that nothing worse than death would definitely happen to him, and therefore there was no point in worrying about it. He said that there was no revenge and he couldn't wait to be reunited with his family and daughter. He said that now the best idea is to go and look for Xiao Xia. He said that if he dies in the near future, then his only request is to save this girl. Yuliko touched Pigo and realized that he was feeling very bad. He was very hot. She said that things were very bad for them. Mr. Beast said that if they didn't want to use the healing bomb he took from the terrorists, then they could use superpowers to cure him. Natalie said that Princess Anastasia was traveling with them on the bus, and she had the ability to heal people. Nastia rarely used her superpowers and now she was very scared and tired and didn't know if she would be able to help this man. Rorschach asked why they didn't talk about the fact that this girl had a superpower to heal people. Natalie said that before they simply didn't have a chance to talk about it because there was no necessary case. But if things are already so bad, she really can help. Mr. Beast said that Princess Anastasia's superpower is not to heal people. Her superpower is capable of making any wish come true. He said that in fairy tales it often happens that as soon as a princess starts singing and in the process makes a wish, it will certainly come true. This is the superpower of princesses. Yuliko said she said that this all sounds like complete nonsense. Is it really possible that someone has such a superpower to sing a song, make a wish, and everything will come true? And Natalie began to defend the princess, and said that it was the opposite of her being drawn into these dangerous matters. Lee listened carefully to everything that the people who were sitting behind him on the bus said and asked the professor how he knew about her superpower. He said that it was a very long story, but he still had to tell it. He admitted that his name was Brest and he was a teacher at the university. Since he is engaged in research in the field of neurobiology, he was recruited by Secret Service people to participate in the Escort project, and the intention of this project was to interpret the dreams that prophets see. Rorschach said that Barbara was also supposed to be a prophet, but she turned out to be a real charlatan. Brest said that calling Barbaro a charlatan is not the best idea because she can really see the future in a dream, but she can look a maximum of a week ahead due to constant artificial interference and sudden changes. These predictions become only a probability, and therefore do not represent much informational value. He said that people and intelligence services had found another superhuman with the code name Norton. Thanks to him, several experiments can simultaneously see prophetic dreams. He said that prophets do not exactly see prophetic dreams, they rather observe from the outside what is happening in the world, being in a parallel world of the future, and this parallel world or one of the possible interpretations of the future. And in this world you can collect a lot of information about the future. Leechin said that now he understood how they found out about the list of villains. He said that the Secret Service people had been collecting information about all the supervillains in the world a year ago, and the goal of this project was to stifle the threat emanating from them in its very inception. The professor said that in fact the list leaked to the internet is not complete. This is more of an early version than the final result, since the priority direction of their research in the field of the world of dreams was the sequence of catastrophes. Rorschach asked about what kind of disasters are the professor trying to talk about. The professor replied that Rorschach himself is one of such catastrophes, a thunderstorm in the flesh. Like the ancient Greek Zeus, he is a creature made of plasma that turns everything around him into hell. The professor said that in the dream world there are 14 catastrophes and the last of them to destroy human civilization, and Rorschach is disaster number 014, Lord of the Flames, superpower of world wars, natural disasters and other terrible events capable of destroying the world were numbered according to their time sequence. This is the sequence of disasters. Rorschach started laughing and scratching his head when he realized that he could destroy the world. The professor replied that he doesn't know how accurate the information regarding Disaster 014 was not enough. He knows that only about the events that occurred due to the fact that some superhumans went crazy. The first such event was the destruction of the twice rebuilt megalopolis. Yuliko said that in this world there is no megacity that was rebuilt twice. The professor replied that this will happen in a few years. This megalopolis will be destroyed again. It will be rebuilt again. There was deathly silence on the bus. Everyone present understood that the disaster that happened in the city today could happen again. He lowered his head because he realized that things were only getting worse. The professor said that after, thanks to Norton, the Federal Service saw the existence of a sequence of disasters. In order to counteract private global threats, an emergency countergroup was formed, that is, the Escort Project. One of the missions was to analyze the true personalities of all superhumans from the parallel world and their abilities and behavioral characteristics, as well as to create a database of superhumans, from which they selected several and formed a team of heroes to counteract disasters. Among these people there were owners of first-class abilities for various reasons. They were not suitable for recruitment, or even posed a threat. This was the prototype of the list of dangerous villains leaked on the internet. Due to the fact that in the process of encrypting secret channels, the secret services had an overlay, the list of dangerous villains was declassified. Then everyone learned about the existence of the project cord, about the sequence of disasters and their trump card Norton. The project participants were immediately disbanded and the professor was suspended from work. He said that he just received information about the abilities of some members of the list, studied the work of the emergency countergroup, and thanks to the help of friends of the students, he managed to avoid prison. But this time the leak of information was very serious since the Escort project was classified as top secret, and because of the exposure the entire countergroup was disbanded. But the disasters could not just stop, so he urgently contacted the People's Avengers so that they could save the Emperor's daughter Nastia. The reliability of the predictions was determined by people from the Special Service. Unfortunately, during all this time they never saw the disaster response unit. The professor said that if his guesses were correct, Then disagreements arose among the elites of the Federation, and some people made the worst choice. Rorschach didn't understand what choice he was talking about. This professor, he was completely confused while listening to this whole story. Natalie said that everything was clear to her, and she understood what the professor was talking about. She says that when information about an airstrike arrives in advance, there are always two choices. First choice, using the available information, you can arrest the terrorists in advance, eliminate the very root cause of the disaster. The second, and leave everything to chance, while making sure of the accuracy and effectiveness of the chain of information in order to subsequently achieve a greater goal. The professor said that in general this is true. In order to verify the accuracy of the information, they are ready to silently observe the death of humanity caused by a sequence of disasters. He explained that if they had not appeared and saved Nastia, then Disaster 006 was the Emperor. According to observations of the events of the parallel world, taking Nastia's death as a direct reason, he would have torn up the Peace Manifesto, which would have ultimately unleashed a world war and led to the death of humanity. He lowered his head down, and said that although he himself does not have superpowers, he is pushing the world with all his might to start a nuclear war. So he was also included in the sequence of disasters. He saw something strange in the driver's front seat and turned his attention to Li. At this moment, Li Qin was emitting enormous energy from his body. He said that because of the dreams of a couple of old women, he was tied up. Hands and feet were immobilized, as if he were buried at the bottom of the ocean. And as a result, when something really happens that threatens humanity, these scumbags are the opposite, they don't do anything. He was furious that he felt like a puppet in the wrong hands, and although he would correct this as quickly as possible and kill all those responsible for this, Rorschach asked what would happen if a nuclear war broke out and these scumbags did not take any action just to make sure the predictions were accurate. Natalie said that everything is completely wrong. If it is really possible to foresee the future, this war has already happened and all the plans and strategies of the Empire for nuclear deterrence no longer make sense. But she still didn't understand why the security services didn't do anything to stop this. She assumed that they were preparing for the Yom Kippur War and therefore did not take any action. Natalie sat in the back seat of the bus and said that now there is no time to replan the nuclear deterrence strategy. She explained that the only one who could come to an agreement with all the rulers was the Prince of Kiev, and he is no longer alive, and nuclear parity has already been violated. If the Federation begins active actions, the war will become a one-sided game. She was afraid that not only the Empire, but also the Republic and other medium-sized formations would be destroyed by a bunch of fascists. Yuliko only now realized that they are all on the verge of destroying the world and this can no longer be avoided. But she understood that Nastia and I are still fine, which means the Emperor will not start a war. Natalie understood that from the Emperor's point of view, now is the best moment to start a war because the federal services now do not have a full-fledged strategy. But then she thought even better and realized that the federal service already had calculations of how these events would develop and realized that if they published evidence of collusion with the Empire, then the Empire would immediately be on the verge of civil war. She realized that the secret federation had already outplayed everyone in this game. Mr. Beast sat in the front seat of the bus and said that the Empire would not start a war. He explained this by saying that the important thing about Princess Anastasia goes beyond the imagination. If their information is correct, then a year ago, when the Crown Prince and his wife were killed, the Emperor was planning to start a war. He said that at that moment Anastasia made a wish for peace to reign throughout the world and there would be no more wars, and her wish was blocked by the will of the Emperor. But if something happens to Nastia, this blocking will be destroyed. Nastia was shocked when she heard Mr. Beast's words. She said that her parents were murderers and it doesn't understand what this professor is talking about now. The professor sat silently for several seconds and didn't answer anything. He just looked out the window at the mountains that were in the distance. This area was very empty and lifeless. He said that they should rejoice because the rays of the sun are now shining on them. They are radiation from a nuclear bomb, and this proves that the world has been saved once again. As long as this girl is alive, the straight shackles will always be around the Emperor's neck. Princess Anastasia began to cry and asked Natalie, "Didn't her parents, Mom and Dad, die by accident?" Natalie answered the professor that all his words make no sense because he has no evidence, and these are just his conjectures and conclusions. He said that if she needed proof, she could ask the girl to sing. The professor explained that the princess just has to make a wish for the world to be at peace, or sooner Pigo will stop getting sick and even water will turn into wine. And the desire to walk on water will become real. Nastia looked at Natalie with very sad eyes. She couldn't believe that she actually had such superpower. She lowered her head down and thought that she should try to sing a song and make a wish and check how true the professor's words are. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together to prepare to use her superpower. She lowered her head down and began to make a wish. After the princess made her wish, she began to hum a melody very quietly. Pink sound waves and notes began to appear around her and flew in the air. Rorschach and Yuliko listened carefully to the melody that the princess sang, and they felt that this melody fascinated them. Sound waves began to envelop Pigo's body. He felt that some changes were happening inside his body, and the pain was becoming less. The little princess's angels took out the bandages and began to unwrap them. The angels took out a first aid kit and began to repair the broken ribs that were inside Pigo's body. The princess, with her vocals, forced the little angels to heal the torn ligaments that were inside the body of this fat man. His muscles began to return to their normal shape and the pain disappeared. Pigo couldn't believe that the princess actually had such a powerful ability because he was cured in a few minutes. All the wounds and scars that were on his body were magically cured and no traces remained. Natalie was shocked that the princess's superpower actually worked this way. She thought about the fact that the events that were constantly happening around the princess actually developed very strangely. After the death of the crown prince, everyone thought that the emperor would start a war. Absolutely everyone knew his character, that this act was expected from the emperor. On the day of the funeral, Vladimir told Princess Anastasia that he could protect her. He said that he would do everything possible to make Anastasia feel safe even if war breaks out. On that day, Princess Anastasia thought that her children might go to the front and never return if war broke out. Nastia started humming a children's song and made a wish that the war would never happen. Her superpower at that moment entered its active phase and began to radiate the right energy from her. This energy is transferred to the emperor and gets into his head. He didn't understand what was happening because the princess's superpowers cannot be felt, but they affect the human mind. A large strange object began to appear in the air and it rotated around its axis. This item was a large nesting doll that rotated on its axis and had small wings like an angel. The body of this nesting doll began to break, and something was happening inside it. From this nesting doll appeared two long legs with sharp claws. These paws magically created shackles that helped control the emperor. Suddenly purple chains appeared. They were invisible to human eyes, but they were able to control the emperor's mind. Now, after Nastia made her wish, the emperor became a puppet and could not resist his desire. Nastia was able to forge the will of the emperor and the entire empire with her invisible shackles that restrained terrible desires to start a war. Li Chun looked in the rearview mirror and saw something strange. He thought he had vision problems, but in fact, a large nesting doll appeared above the princess. It flew in the air above her body and the guy saw it. Li Chun parked his bus near a large supermarket, and all the team members went to this supermarket. Rorschach left the room and began scratching his head. He said that it was very strange because all the way there were no people in the shops at all, and it looked very much like an ambush. He suddenly saw Princess Anastasia, who was sitting on a bench. She was alone and very sad. Rorschach asked Nastia where Yuliko was and why was she sitting here alone. Nastia raised her head up and looked at the guy. She said that Yuliko's phone was broken and she went to buy herself a new one. Rorschach suddenly saw the girl's sad eyes and realized that she needed support. He asked the girl why she didn't change her dress. After all, now it's all in the blood. But she was worried about completely different issues. She thought that everything that had happened to them over the past few days had all happened because of her. Anastasia blamed herself for all the deaths that happened. She thought that only she was to blame for this. She grabbed her head with both hands and started crying. She said that if she didn't have this superpower, then her uncle, dad, and mom, perhaps they would all be alive now. Rorschach said that if it weren't for her superpower, Pigo would already be dead and said that everything is not as bad as she thinks. He turned his head to the side and saw that Yuliko was approaching them. He asked the girl if she could change her phone. Rorschach said that his phone also exploded during the transformation. Yuliko said that this is a terrible place because there is no Wi-Fi and no mobile network. Yuliko suddenly raised her head and saw that Nastia was feeling very bad and thought that she needed help. She approached the girl and asked what happened. She thought that Rorschach had offended her. Nastia was starting to go crazy because of everything that had happened to her lately, and asked Yuliko for forgiveness for dragging her into all this. But Yuliko reassured the princess, and said that it was absolutely not her fault, and she herself got into this situation and admitted that she already had a headache from all these superpowers, just like Nastia. Rorschach raised his hand up and began to use his superpower. He said that he thought it was very cool all the superpowers that their team members had. Rorschach smiled and said that with the help of his superpower he could imitate the vibrations of musical rhythms. He thought that Yuliko would like it. She started to get angry with this guy and all his stupid jokes. She began to shout at him and scold him for the fact that he did not feel the atmosphere at all and did not understand that now they had no time for jokes. Rorschach spread his arms to the side and asked why she yelled at him. He said that Nastia's superpower to sing and make a wish is a superpower that has no balance. Yuliko asked him to shut up immediately, and no longer talks about superpowers, and if he continues she will be offended by him. Rorschach explained what he meant and said that if Nastia's superpower is so strong and can fulfill any wish, then why don't I just make a wish for all these people to be resurrected? Yuliko said that he was talking some kind of nonsense. And it all sounds very strange, but Nastia raised her head up and looked at him in surprise. Rorschach said that the professor who was traveling with them on the bus said that if the princess sings a song and makes a wish, it will certainly come true, and why doesn't she try to do it? Nastia looked at her friend and said that his words made sense, but it's probably not so easy to resurrect a person. Rorschach laughed and said that they think too much instead of doing something, and explained to them that they are all now living in the era of superpowers and nothing is impossible. Even if now she cannot do it, then in the future she will definitely succeed because of her superpowers will increase your strength. He said that even if she herself cannot do this, then in the future she may meet a person who can do it. Rorschach asked them to look at him, and at that moment his hands began to burn. He said that his superpower was very cool and he could set anything on fire. He said that his superpower is so cool that he can even set the whole world on fire. Yuliko looked at him and thought only that when God gave people mental disabilities, this guy hit the jackpot. Rorschach walked up to the princess and put his hand on her shoulder. He told her not to worry and explained to her that she saved Pigo's life, and this means that now she is a friend to their alliance of villains. He said that if there is anything needed or needs help, then she cannot even waste her superpower, and asked the alliance of villains to help her, and their team will always come to her aid. After this, Rorschach asked Nastia if she really wanted to try to resurrect the dead with her superpower. Yuliko started yelling at him and asked him not to scare the child with his stupid ideas. Yuliko told Nastia that she thinks that this is not the best idea because it can violate all the laws of nature, and Nastia answered her that she simply does not understand whether she can use her superpower in this way or is it better not to do it. Yuliko took her hand and began to pull her along with her. She said that they would no longer discuss this topic and that they would rather start changing the princess into new clothes. Natalie watched them all this time from the side. She stood in the distance and was invisible to them. Natalie looked down and saw Pigo there. She thanked him for joining his team with Princess Anastasia. Pigo said that he simply did not want to see this child suffer anymore, and besides, they saved him. Therefore, it is not yet clear who should thank whom. Pigo collected the cartridges in a box and said that if they wish, they can contact the embassy and allow Princess Anastasia to leave with Natalie. If everything is really as the professor said, because the war with the federal services is just beginning. Natalie said that it was too late and there was barrage interference on all frequencies. She thought that she could not contact more than one repeater of the Empire's Secret Service. To capture 3 civilian superhumans, can artificial electromagnetic interference be used? Natalie looked at Pigott and asked him if he and his team wanted to join the Empire. She said that on behalf of the Empire, she could guarantee them protection if they accompanied Princess Anastasia, and His Majesty would definitely reward them and provide them with asylum. But Pigott immediately refused this offer. He loaded the machine gun in the news store and said that the Empire is no different from the rest of the countries that he despises. And then he said that they still had unfinished business that he would like to complete as quickly as possible. Natalie at that moment looked at him in surprise and did not understand what he was talking about now. She asked him why he needed a weapon. After all, he already has a very strong superpower. Pigo closed his bag with ammunition and weapons. He said that he really liked the way he looked with the Type 81 assault rifle. But then he explained that absolutely everything can be useful in war. He used his super strength to make the ammo briefcase fly behind him and started to walk away, but Natalie asked him to stop. Natalie asked him what is their plan. She was afraid that their whole plan was for them to break into the city and begin to take revenge on the Federal Service. But in this way they would enter into open battle with the Federation. Pigo said that they first need to save one friend and only then work on the plan together, and explained that this does not concern Natalie. Pigo said that after he received a bullet, it dawned on him that superpowers also have their limits, and if he is capable of too much, it needs to be controlled, and this fetters his arms and legs. He began to move on and said that it doesn't matter, and the main thing is that now we need to save people and then settle scores with the Federation with the Federal Service. He said that it was better for Natalie to stay with those two girls because the Federal Service is interested in the villains, and they don't care about the princess and the girls now. Natalie slapped herself in the face with her palm and said that all the residents along the road had been evacuated and now the Federation was afraid of a hostage situation for the sake of Anastasia's safety. And if it weren't for her, they would have dropped a laser-guided bomb long ago. Natalie said that Princess Anastasia is now a shield for them. If they throw her away, then death will immediately overtake them. But then she turned on the trick and said that the villains could continue to hold Princess Anastasia hostage. Pigo asked her what she meant because it all sounded very strange. Natalie said that Princess Anastasia no longer has guardians left in the Empire. If her abilities are truly as described by the professor, you under no circumstances should be allowed to go to the Federation, and in this situation, moving with Pigo and the team of villains will be the safest thing. She explained to him that there are huge advantages for them too, because the Federation will not openly use troops to eliminate them. Pigo said that the number of people who became participants in this bloody game is growing more and more every day. Natalie held the walkie-talkie in her hands and said that soon there would be no people left who could afford to be individualists. At that moment, a voice was heard from the radio that reported that a planned attack on RT's cargo had just taken place. And this time the Federal Service fell into the trap. Pigo turned his head and asked in a surprised voice, "Did this really happen?" He is the only one who knew what RT cargo was. On the table near the window there was a huge amount of food, burgers, Coca-Cola sandwiches and paper cups and chicken legs in a box. Li Chen tried to eat as much as possible because in the past few days he had eaten practically nothing and had spent a lot of energy, so he needed to renew it with food. He looked out the window and saw a flying Matryoshka doll there that was always next to the princess. The professor asked him why he constantly looks out the window, and what does he see there? Li Chen asked the professor, does he really not see anything? The professor said that on the street he sees nothing but flying pigeons. Li Chen looked at the professor incredulously, and said that besides pigeons there was something else there. The professor started shouting that he didn't see anything on the street anymore and didn't understand why the guy didn't believe him, because he told him the whole truth about the Cord project and the sequence of disasters. He even told them about the princess's superpower. Li looked at the professor and said that even if all the information he told them was true, what should they do next? Mr. Beast said that first you need to explain all the conditions. He said that they now have a plasma friend designated as Disaster 014. This means that the number of disasters capable of destroying human civilization in the future is already 3-digit, and now humanity is spending all its resources on the struggle for power, and this is very stupid. Li at that moment took a paper cup of cola and drank it. He raised his head up and exhaled because he received great pleasure from being able to drink delicious soda. Suddenly Li understood what this professor was talking about, and he did not like this idea. He said that he did not want to surrender to the people of the Federal Service. The professor explained that it's not about them giving in to these people, it's about them collaborating with them, and he wanted to explain to Li Chen that the Federal Service should be perceived as a tool. The Federal Service was initially founded as an external intelligence structure under the auspices of the President, and on the territory of the Federation they do not have the authority to act officially. As for the RT project, its illegal operations were not reported to the President or the Information Committee or the Congress. It was used by private individuals for their own purposes. A year ago, most likely, if a report on a research project whose object was superhumans had been published, it would have caused a loud scandal, But in modern times enormous resources are spent on hiding such information and destroying any evidence. The professor said that now this is interpreted not just as the use of official powers for personal purposes, but as treason to the motherland and to stop the collusion of treacherous forces in the ranks of the Federal Service, which is the basis of their cooperation. Lee still had a negative attitude towards such cooperation and did not want to work with them. The professor said that he collaborated with several local folk avengers. Li Qin personally killed 2 of them, Fireman Pascal and Bella. Lee asked the professor what he is trying to achieve with his words. Does he really want to avenge the death of his superheroes? But the professor at that moment began to turn his head in different directions, and said that he longed for something completely different, and he hardly knew these superheroes. He said that in fact, on the territory of the Federation, most of the People's Avengers are holders of high-grade abilities who did not pass the selection for the SCORED project, and the best of them were recruited long ago. But he did not have time to reassemble a full-fledged squad of first-class superheroes, and he could only throw the mention about the Avengers in the press to attract as many suitable people as possible. He wrote letters and called asking if new superheroes wanted to save the world. But only Pascal and Belle agreed because they were firefighters and they had a kind heart. Lee said that if the professor wants to take revenge, if he thinks that he will succeed, then let him try. Li Qin will not give in to him. He said that he escaped straight from hell and he is not going to go back there. If someone opposes him, then he is walking on thin ice. The professor said that Lee could leave if he wanted and not get involved in this war. He could take the princess with him and return to the Republic. He said that the previously existing balance of the 3 sides in the Cold War would soon collapse, and there would be no time for a new catastrophe, and the Federal Services would no longer have time for the villains. The professor asked the guy why he and his team were still traveling to the east, because in this direction the headquarters of the Military Federation in Langley is located. Lee never thought about it, but the professor's reasoning made sense, and the guy said that he would think about it. He stood up at the table and said that he had one last question that he wanted to ask the professor. Mr. Beast looked at the guy in fear at that moment because he didn't understand what was going to happen. Li Qin took the professor's jacket with his hand and began to pull him towards him. Li asked the professor where and when he learned the martial art called Swanishu. Li Qin said that he saw right through this professor, and he noticed how the professor used this martial art. Li Qin said that he saw the professor breathing at this moment. He takes 3 shallow breaths and 1 deep breath and breathes with his stomach. But the lungs do not move, and these are Taoist breathing exercises, like breathing evenly, and the pulse is stable. Li assumed that the professor was pretending to be a fool, but he would not be able to deceive him, because Li had been practicing martial arts since childhood and had met many masters, but he had never seen the master of the Zwanshu technique in his life and asked the professor where he learned this. You need to understand that folk martial arts can be conditionally divided into 2 types. The first type is martial arts that came from the army and is aimed at training the fighting spirit and strength exercises. The student can master 1 or 2 special breathing techniques. And there is another style of Tsun Shu, and it is also one of them, which came from secret religious practices. People say that they first train their breathing. When it begins to pass through all channels, they begin an in-depth study of Kung Fu. Li Qin was fond of martial arts since childhood, but all he had was a book on martial arts with basic techniques. But there were no secrets to showing the power of Wushu, and as a child, his grandfather showed him one technique. Previously, Li could not distinguish strong techniques from weak ones, but after the appearance of superpower, he discovered that my only palms when performing this strike were much more powerful than he had been practicing it for 10 years. And it's a shame that at that time he was too small and could not learn all the techniques what his grandfather showed him. However, he still remembered this special technique. The professor said that he learned about this breathing technique from a book called Lianshan. Li Qin said that he had never heard of this book before and asked the professor to tell him about it. Mr. Beast said that this book is a collection of martial arts techniques that is also necessary for Operation Skort. He said that his abilities lie in fortune-telling, so he studied some varieties of fortune-telling and rituals. He said that the original Republican Book of Lianshan has not survived to this day, but there is a copy of it in the Library of Congress and all the styles of martial arts are written down there, and the professor, out of curiosity, repeated some techniques and learned them. Li Qin started laughing when he heard the professor's story and said that now everything is clear to him. Li said that he now understood that the professor read about these martial techniques in a book and began to repeat them and accidentally learned. He grabbed the professor by the shoulder and began to squeeze him. Then he asked where this book was and how he could get it for himself. The professor said that anyone who reads this ancient book is in danger only with the help of his friend. He could study this book and that's why he doesn't have it with him now. Mr. Beast said that it wasn't so bad because he was able to remember the full text of the book and could write it for Li. The guy said that initially this book was a cultural treasure and the property of the Republic. The Federal Services stole it, taking advantage of the turmoil, and now they must return it to the original owners. He untied the professor and removed the ropes from him. Li Chen said that he untied the professor so that he could write everything he knows about this military technique, and after he writes everything then they won't let him go. Li turned his head to the window and heard loud screams, and his friends, Rorschach and Pigot, were standing on the street and waving at them. They were ready to leave and they needed to talk to Li. He left the cafe and headed to his friends on the street. Pigo said that they came here to exchange information that they were able to obtain during this time. Pigo said that she agreed with what Natalie told them, that the Federal Services, Imperial officials secretly conspired using the smuggling channel to the criminal group of RT thieves, and they kidnapped influential people of the Republic of the Empire and Wandwei in order to carry out secret murders. They sell organs and do other dirty work. Pigot said that the one who was behind the murder of his family and the kidnapping of Li Chen was already a deceased subordinate of the Jinya gang, and the report provided said that it was an agent of the Federal Service. This time the Empire wants to unite with the Organization of Federals from the Federation and attack this criminal group, but they were subjected to surprise attack by mercenaries. Pigot said his main concerns about this are that the Federal Service is behind it all. Rorschach said that everything is exactly like this because the Federal Service is counting on this scored project, and a year earlier they managed to get a lot of information about the elite of other countries. Therefore, when the right moment comes, they can grab them before others. This organization of the Republic of Tatarstan smuggled goods between the three countries of the Huango Empire and the Federation. But another district organization is involved here. There must be similar gangs, prisons and laboratories in other regions and countries. Li Chen said that he agrees with the words of that professor. The goal of the Federal Service is to form a force to counteract disasters, but now the civilian volunteers are just incompetent people who were eliminated in the primary elections. Li Chen said that people with superpowers were locked up in Bihai prison, experiments were performed on them, and those who did not pass the selection were simply executed. From this point of view, they should already have in their hands enormous power capable of withstanding natural disasters and the armies of states. Rorschach said that this scientist provided fairly complete information and asked who he even was. After that, he asked why the Federal Service was taking serious measures against information leaks. But nevertheless they released this professor? Li Chen said that most likely this professor was able to pay them off with bribes. He held small stones in his hands and said that now the members of the Federal Service are apparently not so united and they are working poorly because the Scort project was hidden for a long time. But at the same time they could not hide the list of dangerous villains. Pigo said that an organization from the Federation suddenly appeared at this time and began to cooperate with the Empire. There are also people in the Federation who want to oppose other organizations. Li said that you bribed the professor because he acts as an agent. Pigo said that people from the Federation are not friends for them because they have created a list of dangerous villains and can attack them at any time. Li Chen broke the stones with his hands and turned them into sand. After that he said that working with the Federation is a very bad idea. And the most important problem for the Federal Service is that Rorschach got free. Li Chen said that if it weren't for Rorschach, most likely they would also have been dead a long time ago. And then he asked where the Union of Villains was? Rorschach said that this all happened not only because of him and the Federal Service Miss Xiao Xia, and it was she who brought the three of them together. He said that if he fails to answer her call it could simply turn into a disaster because she is the real organizer of the Union of Villains. Li Chen thought that if Xia Anning is also a kind of predictor, then this could help them. Pigo said that first of all they need to save this girl and talk to her personally, and then deal with the Federal Services and all these idiots. Pigo pulled out a shotgun from behind his back and took it off his shoulder, after which he handed it to Li Chen. But the guy looked at this weapon in surprise and said that he didn't know how to use it, and had only seen on TV how to shoot a shotgun. Pigo, using his super strength, gave him a cartridge and said that these were deer hunting cartridges with shot. He said that they would not come to the enemies empty-handed, and there would be a distance between them of about 10 meters. Rorschach asked where his weapon was, and Pigo replied that he did not need a weapon because he could be killed very easily as soon as he transformed. Therefore, he ordered the boy to stand aside at all times and fight only with the help of fireballs. Pigo said that 2 states can be dealt with, but when 3 states attack them it will be difficult, and therefore it is necessary to save Xiao Xia as quickly as possible. Li Chun raised his head up and saw something very strange. He said that it is still unknown whether another state will appear in this war. At that moment a large magical matryoshka was flying in the sky. A helicopter was flying in the sky and was heading on a special mission. This helicopter contained military superfighters armed with various types of weapons. A girl with red hair was sitting in this helicopter, and she had a package in her hands. She opened the package and stuck her hand into it, after which she pulled the chip out of the package. She inserted this chip into a military man who approached her, and a blue light lit up between them. The military man who checked this girl said that no errors were found. He presented his hand to his head and said that the sergeant of Special Tactical Troops had inspected the detachment, and was awaiting further orders. Special Agent Q replied that the Federal Service was ready to conduct a special operation. She said that this time they would carry out an emergency evacuation, and they received an urgent distress signal and learned that an emergency situation had arisen at the Correct and Initial Research Institute, and the degree of threat was unknown. She said that Group A would go to the building and do search and rescue work to ensure the safety of important people, and Group B would go to the laboratory and obtain research data. Her assistant turned to Special Agent Q and said that they had an emergency situation. He said that it was impossible to detect the coordinates of the object due to thick fog and altitude 2 on night vision devices and radar interference for unknown reasons. Nothing was visible. A safe landing of the team was not guaranteed. She was angry about the news she had just been given and asked if the sergeant could skydive. The sergeant replied to Agent Q that the visibility was too low and the situation was unknown, and it was recommended to enter from the periphery. Suddenly, Agent Q looked out the window of the helicopter and saw a strange black silhouette moving in the fog. She turned her attention to this strange moving object, and a giant tree appeared behind the clouds. It was a giant tree trunk that could move on its own. This pineapple tree trunk hit the city and caused explosions. The sergeant said that he had never seen anything like this before, and they were strange creatures, and he was scared. He didn't understand how to act in this situation. Agent Q put on parachutes and took the radio. She said that Special Agent Q was reporting that the operation was being postponed. The target was out of control and they assumed that it had suffered from a natural disaster. She asked to immediately evacuate local residents within a radius of 50 m and apply for the mobilization of the nearest assistance group natural disasters. She reported that the coordinates of this disaster are the city of Salem. At this moment lightning began to appear in the sky. In other cities at that moment it was quite calm and the road on the highway was clear. A robot ran out onto the road. He tried to cross to the other side, but suddenly noticed that something very large was approaching him. A bus was driving towards the robot, and the robot realized that this bus could crush it at any moment. The robot got scared and started running down towards the forest in order to get as far away from here as possible. But suddenly this robot was pushed out by a large metal leg. It was a tall man dressed in knightly armor. He greeted Minerva and asked why her octopus rose from the depths of the sea. He saw that parts of the octopus's body had stuck to the gospel and stained his armor. Minerva knew this knight. His name is Vulcan, and she asked him to shut his mouth. Her robots saw that their robot friend had just been broken and they began to run to his aid. These were very smart robots that had artificial intelligence built into them, and they immediately began to repair their robot friend. These robots started fixing broken ships for their robot friend the octopus. Vulcan asked the girl if she could find anything. Minerva said that this fog that suddenly appeared is not water vapor but a certain polymer, and its effect on the human body is still unknown. She said that the electrical radiation and infrared rays detected some kind of radiation interference with the sonar. She explained that the communication signal is isolated. Remote control is impossible. The scout has set a course line and conventional weapons must be used for this work. Vulcan was delighted that Minerva was able to analyze even such information. He said that science is a wonderful thing. Minerva said that she managed to hack into the Federal Service's communication channel, and all channels in the United States use barrage radio interference, and you can find a window in the system. Getting to a special channel for military purposes is not difficult. Minerva said that people from the Federal Service arrived in the northern part of the city last night. They believe that this is a disaster from the prophecy, and tomorrow or the day after tomorrow there will be urgent corrective measures to carry out the operation today. 2 battle groups will try to conduct an investigation in these territories. Vulcan carefully watched the drawings that the girl showed her, but he didn't understand anything. Just pretend that he understood everything. Minerva realized that the volcano does not understand at all what she is telling him because he is too stupid for that. She said that she needs support, but the volcano will not be able to help her because he is a conservative and backward person. The whole problem was that in this fog there was no sense from her. She asked Vulcan to lend her some of his superpower and magic. Vulcan asked her why she was going there at all. He said that he knew that her mission was to recruit a Republican, and said that such disasters should be left to professionals. Minerva suddenly found on her holographic tablet a frame with a bus in which there was a group of villains. She said that after they broke out of prison, they went straight to the city of Salem. Then an unpredictable disaster broke out, and she knows that this is not a coincidence. Minerva said that technically her mission was to stop them from recruiting into the Federal Service, and at the same time she should recruit them to herself as much as possible. However, everything went beyond her plans. She said that she is not sure that this is an opportunity to present themselves if they wait, so she decided to take the initiative to lend a helping hand in this sudden disaster. Perhaps they have not yet violated human boundaries. She asked Vulcan if he could help her or if he was just useless trash. Vulcan said that he knew that most of them calling him with the scroll would not be the best masters, but he admitted that this armor was his masterpiece. All kinds of improvements and protections had been made to it, plus a few small spells to make sure that it would automatically fit her body when she put it on. She asked why she needed to wear this armor because she thought that he would just go with her. He touched his helmet with his hand or take it off and said that there was one reason why he would not go with her. Vulcan took off his helmet and bowed in front of the girl, after which he said that the reason he would not go with her was that he was a coward. Minerva said that this magic is already starting to piss her off. Vulcan replied that this is not magic, but this is real alchemy. He pulled the sword out of its sheath and began to rotate it in his hands, showing his mastery of the sword. Vulcan said that this sword belongs to a Templar who cut down more than 300 people in Mungezer. It will automatically fight for the mistress, and is also just a very useful artifact. Vulcan said that in addition to all this, he needs to use this sword in the most critical situation because the lady will come face to face with danger. She asked what was on the tip of this sword and suggested that it was some kind of explosive. Vulcan laughed and replied that dynamite will not cope with this kind of danger, and the object that is on the tip of the sword is nitrogen, mercury, gold, the stone of the sages, the silver key that breaks the shackles of man. She looked carefully at the hilt of this sword and decided to understand what kind of object it really was. She used the robot's vision and said that these components are completely different chemicals and cannot interact together. But thanks to her unique vision, she realized that these are saturated advanced fatty acid glycerides. Vulcan said that it's hard to work with scientists because they always need to find out everything. But considering that she is the first who remembered that you can call the Vulcan for help. This is the first time she will face danger. He will explain that each universe has its own rules, such as a glass of red wine and there are beer glasses, and when a person pours wine from a glass of red wine into a beer glass, it must adapt to the shape of the beer glass. But the wine will not become beer if it is in a beer glass. Vulcan explained that the sword he gave her could damage both wine and beer, but there would be problems if rum, gin, or whiskey was poured into the glass. He explained this so that she would understand that many people would have to die in order for them to learn the details of the next disaster. But this sword is needed to break glasses, regardless of what kind of alcohol is poured into these glasses. Vulcan suggested that the girl break the glasses and use this sword because only disaster can cope with disaster, and wished her good luck. At that moment the glass of wine fell to the ground and broke, and the wine spilled. Vulcan disappeared, but his armor remained on Earth. Minerva remembered the last phrase of this night, that only disaster can cope with disasters. She again did not activate her holographic tablet, and began to monitor the squad of villains. Rorschach used his fiery superpower, and said that many people underestimate him. Rorschach snapped his fingers, and after that a huge fireball appeared from his hand, which he shot forward and said that his flame should not be underestimated. He used his superpower to train and realized that he had enormous power that could burn down an entire street. After he completed his fire shot, he stood still for several seconds and did not move. Rorschach turned to the other guys and asked to take a picture of this because there is no smell here, only clean air. Yuliko and Princess Anastasia were delighted with the tricks that Rorschach showed them, and they asked him to show some more techniques and tricks. Natalie turned to the guys and asked, "Are they really sure that they want to go there because there is a very unusual fog there?" Pigot held a map in his hand and said that they were going to save their friend, and the coordinates she gave were a nursing home in Salem, which is north of Central Park, and said that they could go around. Rorschach continued to use his superpower to surprise the girls and said that this was his new technique called Super Fireball. Leechin asked why don't they just drive straight through with the car and then let the explosive man go free and burn the top and then grab the people and leave immediately? The professor said it was a bad idea because Xiao Xia was in mortal danger, and they couldn't leave. The rest of the team looked attentively at the professor and tried to listen to him. After all, they did not understand what he meant. Natalie tried to understand what this professor was doing and why he was holding the grass in his hands. Leechin said that hexagramma is too dangerous and the 5 gates are open either for injury or death. The professor said that there are only 3 gates that need to be opened, one for life and the other for death. The best way is to divide these gates into southwest, north, and southeast to ensure safety. This means that the 3 of them should go together. The professor said that it was unlikely that there would be a dark hexagram. After that I asked what was going on in this city because everything looked very strange.